heart that I melted, I fell right through the cries. Girl, I'm trying to get back. For the cool on, I've been giving it my best. There's nothing gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Yeah. You better believe I'm yours. Baby, yours and yours and yours. Open up your mind if you see like me. Open up the planet and you're free. Look into your heart and you find love, 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 love. Listen to the music at the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family. It's our God-forsaken right to be love, 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 love.
The conference will start in 5 minutes.
No more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Did you want to come? Scoot your lover closer, dear. And I'ma never your ear. So they want my bubble. I've been spinning way too long, checking my tongue in the mirror, and bending over backward just to try to see it clearer. But my breath fogged up the light. It showed you in the face and the lie. I guess what I be saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanity. Just go in the season is what we aim to do. Girl, our name is our virtue, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Open up your mind, see like me. Open up the pen, and then you're free. Look into your heart and you find the sky is yours. So please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate, 'cause our time is short.
Please go to the Hinterland stage now. The conference is about to start.
One more. Okay. Okay, that's why it's
wenn ich ein Unternehmen habe, dann habe ich natürlich auch eine Verantwortung dafür, dass die wirtschaftliche Überlebensfähigkeit, dass die wirtschaftliche Zukunftsfähigkeit meines Unternehmens, meines Geschäftsmodells gewährleistet ist. Und das bedeutet auch immer wieder, dass ich mein Geschäftsmodell überprüfen muss und gucken muss, gibt es bestimmte Gefahren für mein Geschäftsmodell? Werden wir von anderen überholt? Biete ich eine Dienstleistung an, die vielleicht nicht mehr gefragt wird? Biete ich ein Produkt an, was nicht mehr gefragt wird? Und konkret meint das im Hinblick auf die Kannibalisierung, dass ich auch bereit sein muss, mein aktuell noch scheinbar gut funktionierendes Geschäftsmodell zu opfern, um sicherzustellen, dass ich in der Zukunft noch ein anderes Geschäftsmodell habe. Und das ist das, was, glaube ich, Verantwortung ausmacht, dass ich mir sehr konkret Gedanken darüber machen muss, welche Folgen hat mein Handeln oder mein Unterlassen.
Ich glaube, dass die etablierten Unternehmen, die hier angesiedelt sind, aber auch die jungen Gründerinnen und Gründer, die hier angesiedelt sind, gemeinsam eine Verantwortung haben, sich die Hände zu reichen und uns dabei zu helfen, das Land in eine neue Zeit zu transformieren.
Wir wissen alle, dass das Klima sich verändert. Das ist ein Riesenthema. Es ist überall auf der Agenda. Von der Politik, bei den Firmen und so weiter. Es gibt die eine Fraktion, die sagt, Mensch, wir haben Angst, da kommen Kosten auf uns zu, wir sind nicht mehr wettbewerbsfähig. Aber ich gehöre zu denen, die sagen, wenn wir das zu unserer Kernstrategie machen und wir optimieren unsere Produktion und wir finden Wege, eben klimaneutraler zu agieren, bin ich fest davon überzeugt, dass diese Firmen zukünftig einfach eine Riesenchance haben.
Traut euch endlich. Ich sehe noch nicht genug Bewegung im Mittelstand, in diesen Hidden Champions. Sie haben wirklich große Vermögen aufgebaut, aber jetzt verändert sich die Welt. Wir haben Disruption, wir haben halt sowas wie 3D-Druck, Blockchain, künstliche Intelligenz, Quantencomputer. Und hier muss man mit Mut investieren in die Zukunft.
Es gibt zwei Wege jetzt. Der erste Weg ist, entweder wir nehmen dieses Wissen aus unserem Mittelstand heraus und geben das über Daten, über Partnerschaften und so weiter an andere und die werden das dann ausschlachten, um mit künstlicher Intelligenz einfach völlig neue Dimensionen von Produktivität zu erwirtschaften. Oder wir nehmen dieses Wissen, füttern es selber in Maschinen und schaffen Geschäftsmodelle, die es eben unserem Mittelstand ermöglichen, nicht nur in der Industriegesellschaft Top-Player zu sein, sondern auch in der Wissensgesellschaft. Die Entscheidung liegt bei uns. Es gehört eine Menge Mut dazu.
Wir müssen junge Menschen befähigen, Entscheidungen zu treffen, Verantwortung zu übernehmen. Das ist abstrakt, das ist gegen unser System. Man muss sich ja auch erstmal etablieren, man muss viel lernen, aber so viel Zeit haben wir nicht. Wenn wir so lange warten, bis die mal alt sind, dann verspielen wir diese Chance.
Wir müssen uns trauen, groß zu denken. Wir müssen uns trauen, auch mal Moonshots zu machen, die vielleicht auch nicht funktionieren. Denn das Schlimmste, was uns passieren kann, ist, dass auf dem Weg dieser Moonshots ganz viele tolle Leute ausgebildet wurden. Die werden wieder in die nächsten Unternehmen gehen und irgendwann kommt die Innovation aus einem dieser Unternehmen heraus, die uns richtig einen Schritt nach vorne bringt.
Natürlich haben wir in Deutschland ganz viel verschlafen. Trotzdem glaube ich, dass wir jetzt auch in der nächsten Phase, wenn es um 5G geht, wenn es um künstliche Intelligenz geht, wenn es um vernetzte Geräte geht, dass wir hier eine Riesenchance haben, doch tatsächlich uns wieder in das Spiel einzumischen und dort auch Spielgrund gut zu machen.
Hier geht man aufeinander zu, hier beäugt man sich nicht, hier misstraut man sich nicht und das ist aus meiner Sicht eine ganz tolle Mischung.
Es ist sehr, sehr ehrlich und das ist das, was mir eigentlich auffällt, dass es wenig Show gibt und wahnsinnig viel Substanz.
Man merkt, dass das eine ganz große Bewegung ist von Leuten, die sagen so, jetzt ist Schluss, jetzt nehmen wir das in die Hand.
Man spürt hier eine richtige Lust aufs Gründen und auch eine Lust an der Digitalisierung positiv zu partizipieren.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the Hinterland of Things Conference 2020 started. Put your hands together for your hosts, Celine and Justin.
Hello everyone, hello!
Welcome to the Hinterland
great panels and some great startups pitching. It's an amazing schedule.
And we've got you guys, and that's probably most important.
For sure, and those of you that are back, thank you so much for coming back. You'll be seeing a familiar face up on stage because Celine is back as well. Yes, for those of you that don't know Celine yet, she is a LinkedIn influencer extraordinaire, especially if you've been paying attention to innovation and entrepreneurship on LinkedIn. You will have undoubtedly seen Celine's face. She is so good at LinkedIn that she actually created a company to help out professionals like you up their LinkedIn game. And when she's not on LinkedIn, which I don't understand how she can find time to not be on LinkedIn when you're crushing it so hard, she's actually organizing a conference called Ahead, which is all about innovation and entrepreneurship. We are very, very happy to have her here today. She's going to be doing the pitch stage. Please give a big round of applause for Celine.
Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you. And we do have a newbie, we do have a new face here on stage. So let me please introduce to you Justin. You might know him because he has been hosting conferences just like this within the startup and entrepreneurship ecosystem for the last 10 years. Just to mention one, the Next Web conference. And also, he is a former technologist and he was a spokesperson at IBM in New York City. But what's probably most important for you guys is that he is a founder himself. He founded a company called Record Once, and this company helps SaaS companies to use video to explain their products and services, even when these products and services are updated daily, weekly. He helps them out to create great videos. So please give me a big round of applause for Justin!
So Celine, since you're back, what's different this year? What's new?
Well, when I talked to Sebastian, the mastermind behind this conference, he told me, mostly, last year was great, last year was amazing, but this year is gonna be better. So there you go, this is his answer. But there are actually some new features. One is that we've got masterclasses here today. The masterclass is a up to 40-minute deep dive into a certain topic where you can learn, well, insightful topics, and these masterclasses are held by our partners. That's great, so please join our masterclasses. There was also new in the, well, Tinder of Hinterland, which is the new Hinterland app. It's called Talk, and please don't miss to download this app to meet people with the same interest, just like your interest, and meet them for coffee, meet them for lunch. Don't miss to download this app. Plus, and that's also really important, we've got a new conference topic.
Yes, we have a new theme this year, and our theme is responsibility. And I really love how the organizers of this event have woven responsibility throughout everything they do here. So, for example, this is the first carbon neutral conference that I've ever been to in my life. I love it, and I hope that all of the other conference organizers that are in this room will steal that idea and run with it as well. I think it's a great precedent to set, and we're going to be seeing that throughout the lunch that we're doing. There's going to be a lot of local sustainable produce that you'll be able to sample a little bit later, and we're going to be asking our speakers up here on stage, what does responsibility mean for you?
And by mentioning the speakers, just to be mentioning the most important of the conference are the people. So we've got the Hinterland conference in the end is a platform which connects corporates with the startup ecosystem, which is really great and amazing. And what's also important, we've got a lot of local heroes here today.
Yeah, for sure. So some of you may have guessed I'm not from here. But I was very impressed to see how many amazing companies the Hinterland has produced over the years. A lot of industry-defining behemoths,
But it's not just the established humongous brands that you've created, it's also a lot of really new, up-and-coming, young success stories. Success stories like, for example, Value Desk. I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah, and mentioning the rising stars within the German ecosystem of startups, you must be talking about the pitch stage. The pitch stage is the stage I'm going to host today, and it's all about inspiration this year, which means in our sessions, which are called Founders Unplugged sessions, we're going to actually look at the founders as a person. So who are these people? What are their interests? What are their success? And maybe what are their fuck-up stories? So please come and join me at the pitch stage. And in the morning, we've obviously got some top-class pitch sessions by 10 selected startups who are going to pitch their ideas here today.
And so in the meantime, I'm going to be chilling up on this stage, the Hinterland stage, and we're going to have a lot of world-class change makers who are going to be sharing their secrets with you. We're going to have some great in-depth fireside chats and some very interesting panels as well. And then at the end of the day, we're going to be giving away some prizes as well. And that's where we're going to see you again, Celine, because you're going to be back.
Exactly. We are going to give away a big prize, which is a journey to Israel for the startup who wins this year's pitch competition. So I'll be back here at about 5 o'clock, and I'm just going to say enjoy the show with Justin today. Thank you so much, and see you later.
Give a big round of applause to Celine. See you later.
See you.
So Celine is heading off to the pitch stage, which is all the way at the other side of this area. But of course, it's not just the Hinterland stage and the pitch stage that you can check out. There's a lot more going on. For example, around the pitch stage, there is the exhibition area. We have a number of amazing startups that we think will very much interest you, that you should definitely go and check out. As Celine mentioned, we have the master classes, and we have a lot of other things going on here today. So definitely walk around, check out the schedule on the app, and enjoy yourself. So I want to give you the tips so that you can get the most out of this event. And first off, you're going to need some Wi-Fi to get on the schedule. So let's get some Wi-Fi up here on the screen. This is the Wi-Fi password that you're going to need. And that will allow you to download the app that Celine was talking about a little bit earlier. That app is called Talk. That's spelled differently than what you'd normally say. So it's Talque. That's Talk. I'm going to give you a moment to download it as well, if you haven't already. And then there's another thing that I want you to do, and that is go to Slido, so that's sli.do, and type in Hinterland 2020. By the way, for Talk, you'll also need a password. That's also Hinterland 2020. Slido is going to allow you to ask questions to our speakers here a little bit later on. So I'm not going to be running around throughout this event with a microphone to get you to ask some questions. You'll be able to submit them via Slido. And if you don't know any questions to ask, but maybe you have great taste in other people's questions, you can up or down vote questions that you really want to see or think is not that interesting. So I'm going to give you a minute to download that. Please raise your hand if you have Slido and Talk already on your phone. Slido you won't have to download, but you can just go to the website. That's number one. Thank you so much. So raise your hand. I'm going to give you a minute to do that. And while you are taking a time to do that, I'm going to explore what's going on over here on the stage. Because over there you will have soon will be the good beats. And for those of you that were here at the after party last year, there was a lot of fun music. The good beats is going to be helping me keep our speakers in time. So they're going to play some music for the last 30 seconds of a speaker's talk to gently nudge them onto the fact that it's going to be time for the next speaker soon. So you'll hear some of their music a little bit later. I hope every speaker nearly runs out of time so that we can hear them play, because they really are quite good. So let's see. Let's get some hands up. Who's downloaded Talk already? Oh, quite a few of you. Excellent. And who's gone to Slido in the web browser? Quite a few. Okay, good. We're getting there. So let me see. What else can I tell you? Yes, there's going to be a fun after party tonight. So definitely definitely show up for that. The masterclass sessions you'll be able to subscribe to because there's a limited amount of space there. You'll be able to subscribe to them in the Talk app. It's on the very first tab. Don't go straight to the calendar. You won't find the masterclasses there unless you already submitted to join them. And let's see, anything else? No, that's it pretty much. Oh yes, the hashtag. So if you see anything that you really like here today, please share it with hashtag Hinterland 2020 and make all of your friends jealous and everybody that couldn't come here. I think that's your duty as somebody that has been able to join. I would like to find out why on earth we're in Germany right now, in the Hinterland, and doing this whole thing in English, and why on earth the Hinterland exists. Oh, sorry, not the Hinterland exists, but the Hinterland of Things exists. And to do that and find that out, I'm going to get the founder of the Founders Foundation up here on stage. He's the mastermind behind this event. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody in this room, please raise the roof for Sebastian Borek. Sebastian, give me a founder's fist bump and then I'll leave the stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This was a great introduction. I hope you now know what's going to happen here. Thank you so much. My team just told me, why are you so shy? I mean, you're in Hinterland, so why? There's so many people ask, is the soccer team coming, or why is there still space here? Please, come here. Don't be shy. Come out of your comfort zone, because Hinterland is all about your comfort zone. So who's brave enough to sit in front of here? Come on. Come on, guys. Very good, very good. You know, it's life starts outside the comfort zone. But before I start with a main topic I want to talk to you about, I want to welcome and thank our partners who made this Hinterland, a special Hinterland. And they are great partners, and we have a slide prepared. Partners. Wow. Here we go. Wow, those are these great companies and partners that have been supporting us from the very beginning. I'm not going to list all of them, but you made it possible because Hinterland is only possible to support the next generation of founders. We at Founders Foundation, my partner Dominic and I created, together with the Bertelsmann Foundation, has a mission because we believe entrepreneurship is the key for the future. And the Hinterland is a place where we celebrate entrepreneurship. But I wanted to ask you a quick question. I'm really curious. I mean, you're familiar with the concept of a cold shower, right? A cold shower in the morning is good. It keeps the doctor away. It's good for your mind. It refreshes your thoughts. Who believes that a cold shower in the morning is a good thing to do? Raise your hands. Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. Yeah, very good. And who's taking a cold shower every morning? Those are the same people, huh? See, this is all about getting out of the comfort zone. And this is what actually we do here. And I want you to think about that actually going into a cold shower in the morning really programs your mind and say, I can do it. You know, I do something different. I fight my inner Schweinehund, as we say in Germany. And this is something what Hinterland is all about. We want to go out of the comfort zone. We want to make meaningful relationships. And that's what we feel is a responsible way of living for the future. Hinterland is about responsibility. And you might have asked, what means responsibility to you? We have climate change. Of course, that's a large responsibility we have. But we have a lot of companies, they face other kinds of responsibility for their employees, for a lot of things. You are, as a father or mother, you're responsible for your kids. There's so many things. And I want to give you a thought. When you go to your doctor, you remember, like once a year you should get your checkup. They tell you, hey, don't drink so much alcohol, eat less sugar, exercise more. And it makes sense to you, right? But who's actually doing it? And I want to tell you that we have a responsibility for our future more than ever, and it's not how long will things take until disruption hits us? How long will it take until climate change will hit us? Is it real or not? It doesn't matter. At some point, it will come. And if you're responsible, you start changing today, and whatever this means, you discuss with everyone who's here. I've read an interesting book. Jeremy Rifkin, a professor from Wharton, he wrote the book about the New Green Deal. And it's really amazing what he proposes, that we have been a fossil fuel focused society, and we got all this wealth, and that we can create this great conferences, this technology, everything is based on fossil fuels. However, fossil fuels will change. That means we need a new operating system, and that brings me to this thought that we need entrepreneurs. We need entrepreneurs who come up with great solutions and technologies, and we in this region have so many engineers and great technologies who come up with great ideas. And that's something what I want you to embrace and celebrate. Everyone in here has an opportunity to create a future. Whatever you are, whoever you go, wherever you go, this is something that is very, very important to us. So that's why I would like to invite you, again, leave your comfort zone, be responsible, and give answers to your future. Thank you very much for coming. You make this a special event. It's your event. We're just a platform. Thank you for coming. Welcome Hinterland 2020.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Thank you. Thank you for that. I really love responsibility as a theme, and it very much ties into the first talk of the day, which is going to be all about changing mobility for good. And we have the CEO and co-founder of Europe's fastest growing mobility company that's going to be presenting in a second. And of course, as CEO, it's your responsibility towards your shareholders for growth. But he believes it's his higher responsibility to have positive impact on this planet, which I very much applaud. He is the CEO of Tier Mobility. Please give it up for the one and only Lawrence Lersner.
Hello everyone. My name is Lawrence, co-founder and CEO of Tier Mobility. I would like to start with my story. So, I was about 9 years old when I was going from my home to my dad's warehouse, which was just across our home. And I was walking through it, and I found this corner. This corner where my dad always pulled the returns that he got from his customers, and he always threw them away. So returns that nobody wanted. I got so upset that I asked him, "Why don't you sell it?" And he said, "Nobody wants it." I challenged him. I said, "I can sell it." He said, "Go for it." So I went to the flea market. I was about 9 years old. There's a picture. It was the first time that I actually realized I can be an entrepreneur. I can actually have an impact. And since that day, I never worked for somebody. I always did my own thing. And the nice thing about the story is that I realized that people... Hello? Hello? Thank you. I realized that products have a value to people that other people don't see. So when I sold the products, people say, "Oh, this is really nice. It has scratches, but I don't care. It's beautiful." So seeing value in products that nobody wanted was my thing from that day. I was doing the flea market business until I was about 16 years old, every weekend. And then eBay came to Germany. I started selling on eBay. And then I realized I really want to build my own business. And I started building a company called Trade a Game. buy and sell of used video games. Back at the time, everybody was playing video games. And then I had a turning point in my life, which was I was watching a video and read the book An Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. That was 2008. And I was frightened. I was frightened seeing the trends of climate change, seeing how much the nature can disappear, how much animals disappear, and I realized I have to do something. So I wanted to meet Al Gore. So I met Al Gore and asked him, so what can I do? Like, I really want to do something. And I realized in my talk with him that I was actually giving products a second life with used video games. But this was not big enough for me, because if you give somebody a second life of a video game, it's okay. But there are so many resources in the world that we need to take care of that I changed that business and rebranded it to Rebuy. So Rebuy is the biggest second-hand platform for electronics in Europe. And I gave over 100 million products a second life, 700 people, a couple of hundreds of millions of revenues. And that really excited me. I can really save resources on this planet and give it to somebody else. It was a very intense time. I was doing this for 10 years. And then my battery was kind of, I would say, on a low level, 20%. Not a burnout, not 5%, but like 20%. So I said, how can I recharge my battery? And I decided that I'm going to go through the world. I got this van, a Volkswagen bus, you all know it. Sorry. I traveled the world 18 months with this van, and I realized how much beauty we have out there. So from Patagonia to Mexico, one trip, 26,000 kilometers, 14 countries, and I realized we really have to take care of this planet. Because climate change in our modern world here in Germany, let's say, when the summers are hot, it doesn't have a huge impact on you, right? You sweat a little bit more, you might think about, I have to buy less plastic bags, but here you can really see in South America that something's happening. So I decided on this trip, I really have to read more about climate change. I really have to understand what are the drivers of climate change. And the drivers of climate change are two things that are together around 40 to 45% by the Potsdam Institute for Climate Change, which I think is the best source. So animal farming, and the second one is transportation, mobility. So I turned vegan. I thought about opening a restaurant chain in the vegan world. I opened one restaurant, but then cooking, I'm not that good. And I realized I want to do something in the mobility space, because there are massive challenges. So if you think about mobility, you actually have pollution, as I explained, but also congestion. You even have more challenges because you also have all the noise, you have the inefficiency that are in our streets. So if you think about how many times you are actually driving your vehicle that you own, in average in Europe, where people live in cities, you drive it by 5% of the time. So 95% of the time, it just stands there. Nobody uses it. You actually pay for parking, you pay for insurance, you pay for wrong parking, and I think that we are at a point of time where we completely have to rethink the way how we move in cities. So I came to the point that I said I want to change mobility. And I want to change mobility for good, for the better. So in our definition of our company's definition, change mobility for good is that we actually want to lead the way towards a seamless and sustainable mobility, but also joyful for everyone. So the question then was, what is the vehicle? What do we bring on the street that people can have that feeling that is electric, that is joyful, that is accessible for everyone. And I was thinking about how it's going to be in Berlin, going through the city and actually taking a scooter. And I realized that it's actually possible to drive a vehicle that's electric, and you just unlock it and you drive through the traffic jam and you actually save a lot of time, and it's kind of surfing a little bit. And when I tested that in Berlin, I ordered through Alibaba a vehicle, and I realized I'm faster than a taxi, faster than the public transport. I actually have a lot of fun, and I'm outside. Yeah? So my goal is not to replace bikes and walking, because this is what we have to do, but we cannot walk, and not everybody's walking 1 or 2 kilometers to his office and back and forth. So we started the company about 3 months after I came back from my world trip, together with 2 great co-founders, and I want to share what we have achieved in 15 months. So we are very small, it's kind of a baby, but it's a very loud baby, because we were doing a lot of stuff. So the first question was, if we get a vehicle on the ground and it's an e-scooter as the first vehicle, we actually had this vehicle over here on the left, which is a vehicle that is off the shelf, you can buy it online, and it's actually not made for sharing. So the lifetime of this vehicle, people said it's only 30 days and then it breaks. And I was like, this is not sustainable. So the other option was, you don't start the business, or you start with this vehicle and you think about the operations and how you actually maintain the vehicles, that they last longer. So over time, within the 15 months, we developed 4 vehicles. And the newest vehicle that we developed is the most sustainable electric vehicle in terms of CO2 emissions, to the size, how often you ride it, and it's actually 100 times cheaper than a car. So this scooter is actually, will be on the streets also of Bielefeld and Paderborn and Gütersloh, so in this area. And we rolled it out in the last couple of weeks. And I want to show it to you. So this vehicle is completely re-engineered. It's made for mass usage. It is much safer than any bike that you drive. I'm driving a bike since I'm very small, racing bikes, and this scooter has 3 brakes. It has a double suspension, so all the potholes, all the difficult situations that you normally would have, you don't have. If there's a difficult situation, you can actually jump off. So I know there's a lot of hesitation towards innovation in Germany, and people say, oh, scooter, it's very dangerous. It's actually not. Yeah? So we have done a lot of rides, and I can show you we have done, with 25,000 vehicles, over 17 million rides. Yeah? And we built in 15 months 55 markets, and that resulted actually into be the fastest growing company in the mobility in history. And that was only possible because we have this team, a team of entrepreneurs. So every member of TIER has a share in the company. So if you talk to our city manager of Bielefeld, he was like applying, I want to change mobility for good. I don't want to have cars on the street. I want to have a quiet city where I can navigate and have fun. So I think the mission of this company is attracting a lot of talent of like 55, in 55 cities. We're 60 nations. And if you can see how we competed against the big Americans, so if it's Uber, Lyft, Lime, or Bird, we actually had only a piece of the capital they had. They had between 700 million and 2 billion for the first 15 months to actually get going. And therefore, we are actually a lot more capital efficient and actually faster. But there is more than just growth. Yeah? So when you think about changing mobility for good, we also have the mission to really create the most sustainable company in the mobility space. I know a lot of car companies are trying to be CO2 emission free by 2040, 50, 60, but we had a more ambitious goal. So I know a lot of people, you think, oh, the scooter only lasts a couple of minutes, couple of months or even weeks. And we actually developed a vehicle that we can repair every piece of that. So the lifetime of the vehicle is a big part of it. Yeah? So now it's lasting for years. And if we replace the old generation of vehicles with a new generation, we don't throw them away. We are actually refurbishing and reselling it to customers, to people who want to have their own scooter. We even take it further. We are reducing all the emissions on the rides. So with the swappable battery scooters, the batteries will be replaced, recharged on the ground. There will be no diesel vans. There will be a cargo bike charged with renewable energy from the warehouse, so that actually the ride is going to be emission-free. But also, our company is super committed to the SDGs, so Sustainability Development Goals of the United Nations. So no meat, no fish, only vegetarian food in our company, no flying within Germany, diversity matters a lot. So this is actually a framework how we operate and how we build our culture around. But still, there were 90,000 tons of CO2 emissions that we are emitting. So even if we replace and charge batteries by renewable energy, our headquarter reduces the emissions. We are producing a lot of CO2 in China. We are sending the scooters over the ocean to Germany. And I was thinking, how can I reduce that footprint? Because I actually want to create a company that's completely climate neutral from the start. And together with an agency called Climate Partners, we did diligence the whole supply chain, all the way down to the suppliers of the suppliers of the suppliers, and found out we have to offset 90,000 tons. So we did it. We said it's not 2040, it's not 2030 or 25, it's now. We have to do it now. We can't wait. So since January, this company is completely climate neutral. It was a great effort to actually save in the Amazonian a huge piece of land, develop people there that actually can crop nuts out of that area. And that is also something that I always try to motivate other companies not to think about the future, think about now, because we have now the problems. But let's go back to the challenge. How can we create a better mobility environment in our cities? So I'm a big believer that we need to be free of congestion and pollution by 2030. So I was talking to the Berlin Senator of Mobility, and she said 2030 there will be no gasoline and diesel cars in our city. I challenged her. I said, why not next year? She's like, yeah, you know, Daimler and BMW and Audi, they also have a word. And she also said, I cannot take it away within 1 year. But she's very committed, and that's great, by 2030. So let's take the 2030 as a goal. But how will this change be? How would it be replaced? So I think there will be a massive change from the personal ownership of cars, which are super inefficient and all the disadvantages that I explained to you. And the shift will be towards shared and electric vehicles in all kinds of sizes and forms, and that is actually accessible for everyone. And this change, we want to lead this change. We want to lead this change to change mobility for good. Thank you.
so much. I really like the topic of changing mobility for good. I like that Lawrence talked about changing things now, and he talks about the future a little bit. We're going to continue on that with the future as well. And but first, I want to talk about podcasts for a second. So there's 800,000 active podcasts in the world, which sometimes feels a little bit overwhelming. And then you get to see a podcast that you really, really love and you can't get enough of. And then you're like, well, you know, one extra podcast. What harm can it do, right? And then if you really fall in love with a podcast, it's very much a treat to get behind the scenes of that podcast. And I have a treat for you today because we are going to be doing a live episode of the Online Marketing Rockstars podcast. Of course, it's going to have its famous host, Philipp Westermeier, who's going to be up here on stage. And he is interviewing a very interesting guest today. He's going to be interviewing Alexander Sixt. And if Sixt sounds familiar to you, that is, of course, because his family started Sixt Mobility about 100 years ago with 3 cars, and they've grown to becoming one of the biggest rental car companies in the world. Now, they call themselves Germany's oldest startup. So what on earth that means, we're going to find out soon. Please give it up for the Online Marketing Rockstars podcast with Philipp Westermeier and Alexander Sixt.
Guten Morgen. Ich habe die Anweisung, auf Deutsch zu sprechen. Ich hoffe, das ist okay. Wir wollen auch den Podcast auf Deutsch machen. Schließe ich da jetzt viele Leute mit aus? Sind hier viele, die nur Englisch sprechen können? Okay, nein. Das hilft mir sehr. Dann machen wir das auf Deutsch. Fällt mir leichter. Wir legen direkt los. Wir haben nur 20 Minuten Zeit. Am Ende ist ein Live-Podcast ja nichts anderes als ein Gespräch auf der Bühne, was dann im Nachgang nochmal auf unserer Podcast-Frequenz zu hören sein wird. In dem Sinne freue ich mich jetzt auf meinen heutigen Podcast-Gast. Ich würde sagen, vielleicht den Mobilitätsstar in Deutschland, obwohl er das gar nicht so gerne hört. Ich bin ein Riesenfan von ihm, was er gebaut hat. Wir werden gleich darüber sprechen. Herzlich willkommen, Alex Sixt. Yeah! So muss das nämlich sein. So muss das sein. Also für alle, die uns jetzt nur hören, der Alex wird hier, da gibt es schon Szenenapplaus. Ich glaube, die vielen mittelständischen Unternehmer, die hier in Bielefeld der Legende nach und auch in der Wahrheit ansässig sind, die feiern euch. Siehst du dich selber auch noch als mittelständischen Unternehmer?
Total. Also wir sind ja, darf man nicht vergessen, in den letzten Jahren erst so groß geworden und ich glaube, das ist so unsere allergrößte Herausforderung, dass wir das Spagat zwischen diesem Wachstum und der Mittelständigkeit weiter bewahren und die Bescheidenheit und die Demut vor dem Unternehmen. Und deswegen fühle ich mich in Bielefeld immer so wahnsinnig wohl, weil da wahnsinnig viele bescheidene Unternehmer sind, die unglaublich Großes erreichen in der Welt, über die keiner redet. Und da fühle ich mich ganz geborgen und wohl. Also vielen Dank für den netten Applaus.
Ich glaube, eine Sache, die viele verstehen wollen, die ihr ja von außen betrachtet vorbildlich hinbekommen habt, ist dieses Thema, die neue Generation übernimmt die Firma. Das ist ja nicht das erste Mal. Die Firma ist ja schon jetzt mit dir jetzt in der 4. Generation, glaube ich. Aber jedes Mal ist es, glaube ich, schwer, das hinzubekommen. Jetzt hat dein Vater schon sozusagen 2 Söhne, das ist ganz hilfreich. Oder Kinder zu haben, sagen wir mal so an. Aber wie war das für dich? Also wann war für dich klar, du gehst da rein? Ich glaube, du wolltest am Anfang auch gar nicht. Was kannst du so als den zentralen Hinweis hier den Zuhörern geben, die selber vor der Frage stehen, wie kriege ich das hin als Nachfolger oder auch als abgebender Vererber?
Gleich die Nachfolgefrage, das ist nämlich die schlimmste Frage, die du mir stellen kannst. Also ich finde immer so dynastische Prinzipien immer das Allerschlimmste. Damit komme ich irgendwie überhaupt nicht zurecht. Und vor allen Dingen jetzt hier in dem Raum, ich bin ja einer der jüngeren Familienunternehmen, die hier ist. Wir machen gerade diese Übergabe eigentlich so richtig das erste Mal in unserer Geschichte und wir sind Unternehmen, die das über Generationen schon gemacht haben, die es wesentlich erfolgreich beurteilen können, was man so machen sollte, was man nicht machen sollte. Bei uns ist ganz erfolgreich gewesen über die letzten Jahre, aber ob sich das wirklich erfolgreich war, das wird man erst so in 40 Jahren sehen. Aber ich glaube so, wenn ich so drüber nachdenke, es gibt so 3 wesentliche Themen für mich. Das eine ist,
Und so pathetisch es auch klingt, man muss sich als Diener des Unternehmens verstehen. Also dass das Unternehmen halt die allerhöchste Priorität hat, vor allen emotionalen und familiären Befindlichkeiten, die da so sind. Man muss sich sein eigenes Ego an der Tür stehen lassen und das Unternehmen zuallererst sehen. Das ist, glaube ich, das Allerwichtigste. Das Zweite ist, und vielleicht daraus noch anschließend, weil nur aus diesem Ego heraus entstehen diese Emotionen und Sachfragen kann man untereinander lösen, aber Emotionen kann man eben schwer lösen, wenn es Konfliktsituationen gibt. Das Zweite, glaube ich, ist die Freiheit, die man jeder der Parteien irgendwie zustellen muss. Also der Freiheit des Gründers und der ersten Generation, eben mit dem Unternehmen machen zu können, was es für richtige hält und dass das Unternehmen eben in allererster Stelle steht und eben nicht so eine Staffelstabübergabe aus irgendeiner familiären Verbundenheit macht. Weil das ist, glaube ich, ganz wichtig, dass auch die nachfolgende Generation eben versteht, dass das kein Automatismus ist, sondern ganz klar kommuniziert wird, man muss sich das verdienen und erarbeiten. Und nur so entsteht auch bei der nachfolgenden Generation das Selbstvertrauen, das man braucht, um irgendwann dieses Unternehmen zu machen. Und für die nachfolgende Generation ist, glaube ich, ganz wichtig, dass man eine ganz, ganz bewusste Entscheidung trifft, dass man das machen möchte. Also die Verantwortung, mit seinem Leben was anzufangen. Und wenn ich so meine Kinder anschaue, die sind alle ganz klein, aber wenn ich für mich erfolgreich geschafft habe, dann schaffen die ihr eigenes Leben für sich selber zu identifizieren. Und ob das jetzt bei uns was ist oder wo es anders was ist vollkommen egal. Aber ich glaube, das Erste ist, dass man die Freiheit hat, die innerliche Freiheit, das zu tun, was man mit seinem Leben machen möchte. Und wenn es ein Unternehmen ist, ist es super, aber es muss nicht zwangsläufig sein. Und dieser Wille, das zu tun, ist halt ganz entscheidend, weil ich glaube, wenn man die Verantwortung als Geschäftsführer der Gesellschaft übernimmt, dann trifft man eine sehr, sehr bewusste Entscheidung, die man auch ganz bewusst treffen muss. Man muss das Unternehmen eben als allererste Priorität in seinem Leben sehen. Nicht, weil man das irgendwie für sich selber so einordnen möchte, sondern man tritt dagegen Leute an, die diese Entscheidung ganz bewusst für sich auch getroffen haben. Also wenn jemand gerne jeden Abend um 5:30 mit seinen Kindern zu Abend ist und jedes Wochenende mit seinen Kindern verbringt und jeden Skiurlaub und jede Sommerferien, dann ist das ein wahnsinnig erstrebendes Lebensmodell, was ich wirklich beeindruckend finde und beneidenswert finde. Aber ich glaube, das ist unvereinbar mit der Verantwortung, die man hat, wenn man dieses Unternehmen führt. Also ich glaube, das ist eine ganz, ganz bewusste Entscheidung. Man muss wirklich wollen und besessen sein von dem, was da ist.
Wann war das für dich klar oder wann hat dein Vater so ein bisschen gesagt, Mensch, Alex, kannst du dir vorstellen, hier mehr zu machen? Weißt du noch, wie das so gelaufen ist?
Boah, das ist ja so ein fließender Prozess. Ich hatte das Glück, der hat mich machen lassen, worauf ich Lust hatte. Ich war ein paar Jahre woanders gearbeitet.
Berger, Deutsche Bank?
Ja, und ich weiß nicht, Berater ist vielleicht nicht die größte Referenz, aber habe eben mich selber da finden können, was ich machen wollte und das war ganz großartig und dann hat er gesagt, pass auf, mach das mal ein halbes Jahr und schaust, wie es dir gefällt und dann hatte ich das unglaubliche Glück, dann in der Zeit die Restrukturierung bei uns in der Six Leasing zu machen, das zu übernehmen mit 400 Millionen Umsatz und irgendwie Nullergebnis und dann daraus 300 Millionen Umsatz zu machen und 20 Millionen Ergebnis und dann war ich halt total angefixt, weil dieses Schaffen können, dieses Verantwortung übernehmen in einem holistischen Umfeld und für sich selber zu arbeiten und den Mitarbeitern eine Identifikation zu geben, fand ich was unfassbar Spannendes, ehrlich gesagt.
Okay, das heißt, dein Breakthrough sozusagen, wo du zum ersten Mal ein bisschen auch Sicherheit gewonnen hast und dich bewiesen hast, war dann schon diese Six-Leasing-Restrukturierung. Ich hätte jetzt gedacht, dass es bei euch auch so der Klassiker war, du kommst rein als neue Generation und bist für die Digitalisierungsthemen verantwortlich, war aber nicht so.
Nee, ich bin ja eher so von der Ausbildung der Finanzen, so versuche irgendwie die Kohle zusammenzuhalten. Mein Bruder versucht die Kohle oben reinzuschaufeln, ich versuche sie irgendwie drin zu halten. Also das Digitalisierungsthema kam erst so auf die Reise, das kam erst mit dem Launch von Drive Now, was wir gemacht haben 2011. Und das war für mich eigentlich ein unfassbarer Ritt, den wir da hatten. Und dann habe ich irgendwie da Blut geleckt und bin seitdem halt in diesem Digitalthema da verhaftet.
Also ich glaube, das muss man mal für alle nochmal erklären. Ihr habt gemeinsam mit BMW diese Drive Now App oder das ganze Programm aufgesetzt, also die Firma. Und dann nach einigen Jahren habt ihr euren Anteil verkauft, das kann man nachlesen, für über 200 Millionen. Also wenn man so in der Startup-Welt sagen würde...
Das war ein Juwel.
Also ein Exit,
ja.
Aber ihr habt auch kein Wettbewerbsverbot bekommen und ihr konntet Teil der Technologie behalten. Also ist ja schon, wenn du jetzt Berliner Startup-Unternehmer wärst, wärst du jetzt ein Star in der Welt dort, weil halt ein 200 Millionen Exit zu den Konditionen, das ist schon mindestens der nächste große Meilenstein deiner Karriere bei Six, oder nicht?
Ja, mal ganz kurz den Exit und das Finanzielle mal außen vor gelassen. Was ich so toll fand bei Drive Now, und das zieht sich wie so ein roter Faden durch unsere Unternehmensgeschichte durch, ist dieser unfassbare Wachstumswille, also die Mut zur Veränderung. Ja? Das ist so, das, glaube ich, das Allerentscheidendste, was uns so prägt. Und als wir 2011 Drive Now gemacht haben, haben wir ja von allen Seiten Prügel gekriegt. Ja? Also von der Presse, vom Kapitalmarkt, kein Mensch will sein Auto teilen, von unseren eigenen Leuten, es kannibalisiert unser Geschäft und so. Und ich erinnere mich an eine Geschichte, da saß mit einer Frau beim Italiener abends und da saß so ein Pärchen hinter mir und hat gesagt, boah, schau dir mal, wie abgefahren es ist. Du kannst da irgendwie auf einer App das Auto buchen und dann öffnen und losfahren und irgendwann dahin fahren. Und dieses Moment, wo man irgendwie merkt, man schafft ein Produkt, was das Leben des Alltäglichen von Menschen betrifft, das war ein unfassbar befriedigendes Erlebnis. Weit mehr wie der Exit. Und klar, Gesamtbewertung war irgendwie 450 Millionen, super, ja. Aber ich glaube, wir haben mehr so drüber nachgedacht, was machen wir jetzt eigentlich und wie gehen wir jetzt da mit diesen unglaublichen Chancen weiter um. Und bis jetzt eigentlich ganz gut gelaufen seitdem, ja.
Ich glaube, wir haben uns jetzt schon das eine noch mal ein bisschen gesprochen und wenn man mit dir redet, dann wird relativ schnell klar, du bist wirklich so ein App-Nerd. Also du kennst dich mit der Konstruktion von Apps, wie die Apps aussehen müssen, sehr, sehr tief aus. Das muss ja nicht unbedingt immer so sein. Also man muss jetzt vorstellen bei einem großen Konzern, aber du bist selber sehr, sehr tief drin in diesen, ja auch in der Frage, wie muss das aussehen, was muss das für eine Usability haben. War das von Anfang an so? Ist das einfach gottgegebenes Talent oder hast du dich da reingefressen oder wer hat dir dabei geholfen?
Nee, das ist, also wir sind ja so, mein Vater sagt das immer so ganz zynisch, wir sind eine Automietung, wir sind ein IT-Unternehmen mit einer angeschlossenen Automietung. Mein Vater ist Entwickler, hat schon Ende der 70er Jahre, Anfang der 80er Jahre COBOL-Routinen bei uns aufgesetzt, Betriebssysteme auf Basis vom Linux-Kernel gemacht, erste kleine Serverinfrastrukturen Anfang der 80er Jahre, also IT, das war schon immer Kern unserer DNA. Und die Liebe zum Produkt natürlich auch. Und eine App ist ja nichts anderes im Prinzip wie ganz viel IT natürlich, aber auch vor allen Dingen das Schaufenster eines Unternehmens. Und das muss man mit ganz viel Liebe dekorieren. Und ich glaube, es gibt da ganz wenige, das machen ganz viele, glaube ich, Vorstände falsch, die noch nie in ihrem Leben überhaupt auf ihrer eigenen Webseite waren und sich das angeschaut haben. Und mir versetzt es einfach physische Schmerzen, wenn so ein Dead-End-Prozess passiert oder wenn du so in einen Circular Loop reinkommst und der Kunde einfach das Produkt nicht bedienen kann. Das setzt mir physische Schmerzen zu. Und wenn das nicht passt und wenn das Produkt nicht passt, dann ist alles andere sekundär.
Okay, aber das ist ja schon wirklich eine ungewöhnliche Situation, dass jemand wie du so tief da sich reinbeugt und auch die Zeit nimmt. Also wie viele Stunden am Tag verbringst du damit so?
Boah, wir haben natürlich ein Wahnsinnsteam, ja, also das darf man nicht vergessen und die auch mit einer totalen Begeisterung und Besessenheit dahinter sind. Ich werde das nie vergessen, wir haben so den ersten Beta-Launch der App im September gehabt, 2018 und das war halt eine einzige Shitshow. Also wir hatten da irgendwie 100.000 € Umsatz am Tag verloren, das war ein einziges Desaster. Und dann hat mir der Entwicklungsleiter, der Werner, das ist ein Entwickler aus Niederbayern, nachts um 5 nach der 8. All-Night-Session irgendwann geschrieben, pass auf Alex, es mag zwar dein Name an der Tür stehen, aber das ist immer noch meine App. Und diese Form der Identifikation mit den Mitarbeitern, das macht natürlich unfassbar viel Spaß, mit denen zu arbeiten. Aber zusammen mit meinem Bruder, der ist ja auch hier im Raum, das macht uns ganz, ganz große Freude, mit denen zu arbeiten, ja.
Okay, wie kann das denn sein, dass ihr das damals verkauft habt, also an BMW, eure Anteile an dem Drive Now, und dann mehr oder weniger euch umgedreht habt und jetzt eure eigene App, die ja noch viel mehr kann, als was damals Drive Now konnte, haben Sie da eine Lücke offen gelassen oder habt ihr es bewusst rausverhandelt oder weil ihr wusstet, wir wollen das viel größer selber aufziehen oder wie muss man sich das vorstellen?
Also da muss man mal verstehen, also ich glaube, so einer der größten Erfolge, die wir mit Drive Now hatten, war, dass wir der Welt irgendwie verklickert haben, dass Carsharing irgendwas Neues ist. Ja? Das ist ja eigentlich unser totales Kerngeschäft, das ist Autovermietung. Ich miete halt ein Auto auf Zeit und versuche halt den Yield, also den Preis pro Minute dieses Fahrzeug zu optimieren. Und wenn ich jetzt ein Wettbewerbsverbot bekommen hätte von BMW, dann wäre es so ein bisschen so gewesen, dass ich mein eigenes Kerngeschäft einstellen könnte. Also es ist im Prinzip keine Option gewesen. Und was wir festgestellt haben, so in der ganzen Überlegung, was machen wir strategisch weiter, ist uns halt aufgefallen, dass wir ganz viele der Zutaten, die wir eigentlich ja so haben, eigentlich nur anders miteinander verbinden müssen, um eben noch ein viel cooleres Produkt zu machen. Ja? Und wir haben das quasi, unser Ziel war immer, dass wir die Grenze zwischen Automietung und Carsharing eben aufheben. Ja? Wir hatten unglaubliche Vorteile. Also zum Beispiel, wir haben eine Flotte von knapp 320.000 Autos, die ganzen Freefloater in Deutschland zusammen haben irgendwie 7.000 Autos. Und wir haben halt festgestellt, dass die Nähe des Autos zum Kunden so einer der Haupt-Conversion-Treiber ist. Also je näher ich beim Kunden bin, je näher das Auto beim Kunden ist, desto höher ist die Conversion für diese Buchungshäufigkeit. Ja? Das heißt, da habe ich schon mal einen riesigen Vorteil, was allein die Content-Qualität betrifft. Das Zweite ist, ich habe natürlich eine Kundenbasis, der vollkommen agnostisch ist, ob ich jetzt zur Station laufe oder mir das Auto eben auf der Straße abhole. Das heißt, ich kann mir Kundenakquisekosten in dramatischen Umfang sparen. Ich habe eine IT, ob die IT jetzt ein Auto auf der Straße befeuert oder ein Auto, was in der Station steht, befeuert, ist vollkommen egal. Also uns kam in Summe eigentlich die Idee, dass wir eigentlich ganz viele der Zutaten haben, wir müssen sie eben nur cleverer miteinander verbinden und dann haben wir eben diese App gebaut, die ganz gut angelaufen ist. Ja.
Sag mal vielleicht ein paar Worte zu gut angelaufen, weil auch da hattest du mir schon mal, als wir uns vor ein paar Monaten getroffen haben, erzählt, was da für Dimensionen hinter sind. Und das ist ja gigantisch. Also ich glaube, wenn man so auf so eine App drauf guckt, wenn man sich die runterlädt als Nutzer, dann hat man ja keine Ahnung, was dahinter passiert. Das ist immer so ein bisschen überraschend. Manchmal gibt es ja Firmen, die sind Milliarden wert, aber die haben nur eine App. bei euch ist es gefühlt auch so ein bisschen so. Also diese App ist mittlerweile wahnsinnig viel Geld wert, weil da so viel drin passiert. Erzähl mal so ein paar Eckdaten zur App.
Ja, also ich glaube, das vorrangige Ziel, was wir hier hatten, war ja die Anzahl der Buchungen für unser Kerngeschäft zu optimieren. Also das war die oberste Priorität. Es ist zwar toll, dass wir alle Mobilitätsprodukte haben, aber der Hauptfokus war natürlich die Maximierung des Umsatzvolumens für die Rent-A-Car-App. Da konnten wir die Anzahl der Rent-A-Car-Buchungen um knapp 350% steigern. Die App-Downloads machen wir so ungefähr 1 Million Downloads, so ungefähr in der Größenordnung. Und um es vielleicht so ein bisschen zu relativieren, wir machen so knapp 1,7, 1,8 Millionen Euro Umsatz mit der App am Tag.
Am Tag?
Am Tag, ja.
Wow, wow. Also das ist dann schon im Jahr, ja, genau, hier. Also wir reden da dann von mehreren 100 Millionen logischerweise im Jahr. Das ist ja schon, wie viel Prozent vom Gesamtumsatz ist dann die App mittlerweile?
Wir machen 3 Milliarden Umsatz, ja.
Also schon spürbarer Anteil mittlerweile am Gesamtumsatz des Konzerns ist jetzt die App. Also da würde man schon sagen, Transformation schon in vollem Gange und auch schon echt ganz gut unterwegs.
Ja, wobei wir da ehrlich gesagt erst so richtig am Anfang unserer Reise sind. Denn das Erste, was wir gemacht haben, ist ja nichts was Neues, wie ich vorhin gesagt habe, sondern wir haben im Prinzip unser Kernprodukt digitalisiert, das ist unsere Autovermietung. Ja, dass du eben nicht mehr das Auto irgendwie bei einer Dame am Schalter abholen musst, sondern dass du in der Lage bist, das Auto mit der App zu öffnen, die Autos an der Straße abzuholen, nicht mehr an der Station abzuholen. Das war der allererste Schritt. Ja? Und das werden wir noch viel, viel konsequenter im nächsten Jahr machen. Und der zweite ganz wichtige Schritt ist, weil wir eben verstanden haben, dass mit den arrondierenden Geschäftsmodellen, vor allen Dingen mit Ride-Hailing, auf Basis von Unit Economics halt sehr, sehr schwer Geld zu verdienen ist, aber der Kunde halt danach sucht, ja, haben wir weitere Partner angeschlossen. Das heißt, wir haben eine große Integrationsschicht gebaut, wo wir 1500 Partnern über 1,5 Millionen Fahrern angeschlossen haben, wo wir selbst nicht der Operator sind, sondern im Prinzip vermitteln und auf einem Kommissionsdeal arbeiten, was für uns den ganz großen Vorteil hat, dass wir nicht das wirtschaftliche Risiko von dieser Geschichte tragen und nicht eben in das Risiko von Milliardenverlusten dort gehen, sondern unseren Kunden eigentlich das größte Ride-Hailing-Angebot weltweit zur Verfügung stellen können und dann so ein bisschen, wir nennen das in aller Bescheidenheit unser ganz kleines Six-Flywheel zu machen, dass wir sagen, wir haben wahnsinnig viel Content über die eigenen Autos, diesen viel Content stellen wir wahnsinnig viel Kunden zur Verfügung, dadurch, dass ich wahnsinnig viele Kunden habe, durch weiteren Content reinfeuern und diesen weiteren Content versuche ich über mehr Kunden zu geben und das versuchen wir in so einem 365-Grad-Circle die ganze Zeit weiter zu spinnen.
Also wir reden ja bei uns sehr viel über Marketing und ich finde, was du da gerade so ein bisschen andeutest, ist schon revolutionär, weil im Marketing war ja ganz viele Jahre die Rede von Funnel-Marketing. Man versucht einen Menschen oder mehrere Menschen irgendwie einen Trichter reinzubekommen und am Ende kommen ein paar Kunden unten raus. Und das neue Modell ist jetzt, was du gerade Flywheel nennst, ist ja auch so ein Buzzword, zumindest im Marketing, aber bei euch kann man es ja wirklich live erleben, wie es gelingen kann, so ein Flywheel zu bauen. Hast du das bei Amazon abgeguckt? Weil da heißt es ja immer so, Amazon ist der Vorreiter, die auch ihre Kunden von einem Geschäftsmodell quasi ins nächste rübergeben und nie den Kunden verlieren, ständig neue Ideen haben, wie sie Kundenzugang monetarisieren können. Ja. Ist bewusst so diese Amazon-Logik angewandt auf eure Firma?
Exakt. Wir haben nur kopiert, also wir können auch nur kopieren, also wir haben selber keine guten kreativen Ideen. Und es ist tatsächlich so, weil der normale Rent-A-Car-Kunde bucht vielleicht sein Auto 1-2 Mal im Jahr, wenn er da im Urlaub mit seiner Familie in Mallorca fliegt. Der Sharing-Kunde wiederum, der bucht so 3-4 Mal die Woche und der Taxikunde halt auch mehrere Male pro Woche. Ja? Das heißt, ich schaffe deutlich mehr Kundenkontaktpunkte entlang der Reise und dem Typen jetzt dann nochmal einen Mietwagen reinzusingen, weil er jetzt am Wochenende zu seiner ungeliebten Schwiegermutter fahren muss, das ist natürlich dann wesentlich einfacher, ja.
Also das heißt, ich glaube, ein Learning kann sein, wenn man Digitalisierung richtig machen will, sich zu fragen, wie kann ich denn mit meinem bestehenden Modell Flywheel-Effekte erzeugen? Ihr habt es jetzt vorbildlich hinbekommen.
Ja, in unserem ganz bescheidenen Ausmaß, also das muss man auch wieder relativierend dazu sagen. Also wir sind da auch erst am Anfang unserer Reise, was wir erreichen wollen, ja.
Also bescheidenes Ausmaß heißt jetzt mittlerweile 4 Milliarden Größenordnung Market Cap. Jetzt sagst du bescheiden, das ist natürlich schon massiv. Dennoch, wenn man jetzt in der Tat so Uber oder so anguckt, die jetzt ja auch mit vielen ähnlichen Themen unterwegs sind, die sind jetzt nach wie vor trotz aller Kritik 60, 70 Milliarden Market Cap. Wie kann das sein? Machen die was richtig, was ihr nicht richtig macht? Sehen die was, sehen da Investoren was ihr nicht anbieten könnt?
Du willst wirklich eine Antwort zu Uber haben, gell? Ja, also ich glaube, das muss man ein bisschen differenziert betrachten. Also wenn man Uber auf der einen Seite als Company seht, als Produkt seht, ist es unfassbar faszinierend, was die Jungs gemacht haben. Ich finde das Produkt mega, ich finde die Skalierbarkeit, die Ausrollen von dem ganzen Thema finde ich unfassbar, wirklich unfassbar und da habe ich allergrößten Respekt vor. Die zweite Dimension ist aber Bewertung und die Economics von dem Teil und also ich als Außenstehender, ich kann es ja nur beurteilen, was halt so öffentlich verfügbar ist es schon ziemlich bedenklich. Also wenn du nach 10 Jahren immer noch defizitär bist, ein guter israelischer Investorfreund hat mir immer gesagt, pass auf, wenn du der Marktführer bist und nach 10 Jahren immer noch Geld verbrennst, was soll denn passieren, dass du irgendwann mal Geld verdienst? Und das ist auch hier der Fall. Ich glaube, im zweiten Quartal 2019 haben die 5 Milliarden Verlust gemacht, im Gesamtjahr 2019, ich glaube 7 Milliarden, das ist mehr wie Amazon in den gesamten 7 Jahren, bis sie überhaupt mal zum Break-Even gekommen sind. Ja. Und das ist schon ziemlich krass, muss man ehrlich sagen. Und wenn man sagt, ich habe irgendwo mal in meinen Grundkenntnissen eine BWL gelernt, am Ende des Tages muss man irgendwie Geld verdienen. Ja. Und wenn du halt defizitär bist, gibt es halt irgendwie 2 Möglichkeiten. Entweder der Preis muss hoch oder die Kosten müssen runter. Ja. Und Preis hoch ist halt im Uber-Modell sehr schwierig, denn ich trete halt an gegen Lyft, Didi, Ola, bin ich was alles und Taxi. Ja. Da ist ziemlich wenig Spielraum und muss man auch der Fairness halten. Die Skalierbarkeit ist ja auch deswegen erfolgt, weil es eben so unfassbar billig ist, ja, das Produkt. Also auf der Preisseite, glaube ich, sind wenig Hoffnungen und auf der Kostenseite noch weniger Hoffnungen, denn 80% der gesamten Kostenbasis sind halt die Fahrer, die jetzt schon zu Minimum Wage fahren von 10 bis $11. 60% der Uber-Fahrer verlassen Uber nach Jahr 1, weil sie einfach kein ökonomisches rentables Modell mehr haben. So, und wenn 80% diese Kostenbasis schon fix ist, ja, wo soll denn das Ganze dann herkommen? Und da stellt sich mich die Frage, also deswegen sind wir halt ganz konkret da nicht eingestiegen. Ich habe nie verstanden, wie es funktionieren soll.
Aber sagen wir mal so, Preisdynamik ist bei euch ja auch ein Thema, mit dem ihr viel spielt. Also damit kennst du dich gut aus. Wenn man jetzt so ein bisschen über euch liest, dann sieht man, in eurer App gibt es mittlerweile Autos für weniger Geld zu leihen, als wenn man jetzt beim Lawrence, der ja gerade hier war, und hier ist ja auch bei euch angeschlossen, wenn man dann einen Roller leiht. Also der Roller ist teurer als das Auto. Wie kann das denn sein bei euch?
Oliver, kannst du mich hören?
Natürlich immer das richtige Auto zum richtigen Zeitpunkt an den richtigen Kunden bringen. Das ist so einfach, wie es irgendwie klingt. Ja? Aber so absurd ist es gar nicht. Und das ist, glaube ich, einer der Gründe, warum die Carsharing-Unternehmen überhaupt noch erfolgreich gewesen sind bis jetzt. Ist halt, weil kein großer Automieter in den Markt übergekommen ist. Und wenn man die Realität mal nimmt, der durchschnittliche Preis eines Mietwagens pro Tag ist halt 70 € momentan. Das kannst du im Internet nachschauen. Und wenn du das jetzt auf 24 Stunden durchdeklinierst, sind es halt 4 Cent die Minute. Und ein Automieter schafft halt mit 4 Cent die Minute das Geschäft profitabel zu betreiben. Und ich glaube, das sehe ich so als ganz große Chance. Gar nicht so sehr, dass wir mehr Gewinn machen und mehr Marktanteile schaffen, sondern vis-à-vis dem größten Problem, was wir eigentlich lösen müssen, dass es zu viele Autos auf der Straße gibt. Ja? Weil jeder Konsument, und das rechnet sich halt keiner durch, und das ist eine Zahl vom ADAC, also wenn du halt einen Golf dir kaufst, ja, dann schmeißt jede Minute, wo du mit dem Ding fährst, 80 Cent da oben ein. Ja? Weil es kostet die Minute in deinem eigenen privaten Pkw. Und unser Ziel muss ja sein, wenn wir 1 Milliarde Autos haben da draußen mit über 7 Milliarden Stunden, die wir im Stau stehen, in Berlin stehen wir irgendwie 150 Stunden im Jahr im Stau, müssen wir schauen, dass wir weniger Autos auf die Straße bekommen. Und das sehe ich unseren gesellschaftlichen Auftrag auch darin, dass wir das versuchen, durch intelligente Modelle zu schaffen, dass die Leute eben weniger Autos brauchen.
Wenn man jetzt mit dir spricht, jetzt geht schon die Musik so ein bisschen an, dann trotzdem eine Frage möchte ich noch stellen, und zwar E-Autos oder Elektromobilität. Da, glaube ich, hast du eine ganz eigene Meinung zu, und du siehst auch in den Zahlen bei euch nicht, dass das Thema so groß ist, wie das vermeintlich jetzt in der Presse wahrgenommen wird.
Ja, also das Klimapaket der Bundesregierung zielt ja darauf ab, dass wir rund 450 Millionen CO2-Tonnen jetzt einsparen. Um das Klimapaket von Paris zu erreichen, brauchen wir knapp 900 Millionen CO2-Einsparungen. Das bedeutet, dass wir bis 2035 35 Millionen E-Autos auf die Straße bringen. Das sind im Übrigen 34 Millionen mehr wie heute. Und dann haben wir auch nur die Hälfte des Problems gelöst, denn das Grundproblem ist ja die Energiezufuhr für diese Fahrzeuge. Wenn ich also den Kohleausstieg bis 2035 mir anschaue, dann wird es halt nichts mit der sauberen E-Mobilität, die auf den deutschen Straßen rumfährt. Und da müssen wir als Industrie, aber auch der Gesetzgeber deutlich mehr machen, wenn wir das wirklich ernst meinen mit den Veränderungen des Klimawandels.
Aber VW zum Beispiel, ne, alle gehen jetzt Richtung, also da gibt es ja die Strategie, den ganz großen Wechsel. Kannst du das nachvollziehen? Ich meine, du bist ja der größte Kunde bei VW oder bei vielen großen Automobilkonzernen. Als Sixt kauft er ja Hunderttausende von Autos. Also wenn du da siehst, was die da gerade machen, bei Audi, bei allen Konzernmarken eigentlich, machst du dir Sorgen?
Nee, also ich finde das wirklich bewundernswert, was Herr Thies da gemacht hat, und auf mehreren Dimensionen, also die Weitsicht, das als Chance auch zu begreifen, nach vorne zu kommen, und vor allen Dingen, was ich jetzt beeindruckend finde, er hat dem ganzen Unternehmen eine ganz neue Form der Identität wiedergegeben. Nach den Verfehlnissen der Vergangenheit des Dieselskandals ist eben eine totale Aufbruchsstimmung in diesem VW-Konzern zu spüren, und das finde ich wahnsinnig beeindruckend, diese Leistung, diesem Riesenapparat wieder eine neue Vision, eine neue Identität zu geben.
Wie viele E-Autos habt ihr prozentual in der Flotte gerade? Wie viel Prozent?
Sage ich nicht.
Okay, aber einstellig.
Wenig. Das Problem ist, wir kriegen keinen Zugang zu den Fahrzeugen. Es sind noch viel zu wenig in der Produktion. Wir würden gerne viel mehr kaufen. Und das größte betriebswirtschaftliche Risiko für 2 Restwerte managen müssen. Also die Restwerte ist für uns die entscheidendste Größe, zu was verkauft das Auto irgendwann mal wieder. Man muss das Auto als Restwert betrachten, aber dann auch die Batteriezelle als Restwert betrachten. Und ich habe so meinen seriösen Zweifel, auch wenn man die Tesla-Geschäftsmodelle sich anschaut, ja, ob in 3 Jahren der Restwert eines Teslas, wenn ich eine neue Batteriezelltechnologie habe, eine neue Antriebstechnologie ist, noch vielleicht bei 50% liegt, wenn er halt bei 0% liegt, dann sitzen wir auf der größten Bombe, die da überhaupt je gelauncht wurde. Ja.
Alles klar, Alex, die Band macht hier schon ein bisschen Lärm oder Musik. Wir hören auf, wir haben gerade ausgemacht, das war nur der Appetizer. Wir sprechen nochmal ausführlich länger, dann auch beim OMR Podcast zu hören. Ich hoffe, euch hat der Appetizer hier gefallen. Beeindruckende Geschichte. Vielen, vielen Dank, Alex.
Thank you so much. I hope you very much enjoyed that. We are going to have a very, very, very short break. Kind of a bio break, if anything. So please run off to the bathroom. Maybe grab a cup of coffee. I'm not even sure if we have time for that. The Good Beats are going to play some good beats in the meantime. And then we're going to be back and we're going to find out who is challenging Tesla in the race to electric car. I'm looking forward to it. See you in a second.
Hey Oliver,
welcome back. Come on, sit down. We're going to start again. Thank you so much, The Good Beats. I really enjoyed that. That was fabulous. Now, we are a globally connected conference in a globally connected world. And because of the coronavirus, we've had to take some precautions. So our next speaker, who is in China right now, was not able to join us in Flesh and Blood, thanks to all of the travel restrictions at the moment. So they are joining us via Zoom, and they are challenging Tesla in the race to the electric car. So we're going to find out how that is going. I'm really looking forward to this one. This is going to be a lot of fun. The company I'm talking about is Byton. They have grown from 15 employees to 1,800 employees in just 4 years. That's hypergrowth in my book. Must be incredible to be on that rocket ship at the moment. We're going to find out what some of the behind the scenes are like. And I hear, according to their founder, that there are a lot of near-death experiences, none of which hopefully have to do with the coronavirus, but we'll find out soon. Now, since the CEO and co-founder is going to be joining us up on Zoom, we do have someone who's here in Germany and who's going to be joining us in Flesh and Blood as well. His name is Andreas Schaaf. He's the CCO, but first we're going to have the CEO and co-founder up here on stage. His name is Daniel Kiergaard. Give it up for Daniel!
Hello to Bielefeld from Hong Kong. I'm Daniel. It's really a pity I can't be there with you today. I was really looking very much forward to this, but unfortunately, due to the travel restrictions related to the coronavirus, I couldn't make it in person. But at least want to use the chance to say a few words in the beginning, and then I will hand over to my colleague Andreas, who will speak to you live on stage. Yeah, 4 years ago, I founded Byton, and that was somehow a crazy thing. A lot of people thought I was crazy. And together with a few friends, when we started that, the one exciting idea and moment which we had was to really bring a kind of an iPhone moment to a car, to really change the experience in the car, to bring the newest technology in and build something like a smart device on wheels. And this was something which really we have been keeping until right now, and which you can see in our final product. And myself, being a German from Munich originally and having spent more than 20 years of my life in China, it was very meaningful to set up Byton as a truly global startup. And we are really trying to bring together the best of different places of the world. So like kind of German engineering, the Silicon Valley technology part, and also the best of China with the smart manufacturing and other advantages. And we see ourselves really as a truly global startup, and this is also something I'm really proud about. Yeah, and as you all know, I mean, these are dramatic times of change, not only for the automotive industry, where you see really the traditional industry merging with the technology side, but at the same time, of course, we see the dramatic challenge for the climate side. And if I think about my own kids, that's very dramatic to think about what kind of world they will be living in. And this is also something we want to drive from Byton, to really make the future better with a great electric car, make sure the next generation, our kids, they can really drive in a world with clean and emission-free mobility. And that's what we are standing for. Yeah, so as I can't be on site, if you would like to know more about Byton or collaborate with us, please talk to some of my colleagues on site. And with that, I look forward to have a chance to talk to you next time. And I'd like to hand over to my colleague Andreas, who will talk to you live on stage. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day in Bielefeld. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Now, to join us in Flesh and Blood, the CCO of Byton, Andreas Schaaf.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. It's great to be Love the place, and it's also good to be not in China these days. So, but that's a little side note. So when we started the company in Byton 3 years ago, we actually exactly knew what we didn't want to do. I think we didn't want to develop another car. We didn't want to develop another electric vehicle, because we thought that there's really no reason for another car or another electric vehicle. There are plenty of those vehicles out there. But actually what we really knew is that we wanted to develop something entirely different. Something which is not existing today in the car industry. And this is one of the first sketches and renderings that we had. And I think the first thing you see on the screen is, well, the whole dashboard looks very different to what you are used to in your own car. Or perhaps you don't have an own car. But it looks really very, very different. And the reason for it is the whole car almost exists out of a phenomenal, gigantic screen. And this is really the center of the whole philosophy of Byton. We don't think that we are necessarily a car company. We are certainly an electric vehicle company. But I think that essentially we are really a company that is going to create an entirely new digital experience inside the car, similar to what has happened with the introduction of the first iPhone. We are 100% sure we are going to create an entirely new space and category in the automotive industry. So, this is the first rendering and drawings. This is how the product looks like today in reality. This is the production version of the first Byton M-Byte. And what you see immediately here is it's very clear, it's very lean, yeah? It's certainly a very beautiful dashboard, but of course, most importantly, it's a huge, gigantic screen. So, this screen now gives us plenty of opportunities. If you sit in this car, you have a 48-inch screen in front of you with almost unlimited opportunities in terms of digital experience. So, and we are moving from being a classical car company, developing of cars, manufacturing of cars, selling cars, to really a digital company. 1/3 of our manpower, of human resources, is in the digital space. So you can imagine companies like BMW, Mercedes, Audi. If you could imagine that 1/3 of their employees of over 100,000 would work in the digital field to basically come up with the most intuitive and easy to understand digital experience inside the car, not possible. So this is possible if you create a company really from scratch. And just to give you a little bit of an insight of what you can do with the car and how it feels, because it's very difficult to talk about it, you really need to see it, I brought along a little movie. I think that was a good illustration of that a car can really change into something different, what we call your digital living room. Yeah, it is an entirely new category of product, and if you ask my son or my daughter what's the coolest brand on earth in the car industry, they would most likely tell you it's a Byton, and not because I really punish them if they don't tell it, because they really think it is true, and I think that just gives you the power of, you know, like how much this car will basically really change the entire landscape. So if you look at it, it's not only the car, we have plenty of business opportunities. It's the platform, of course. It is the product. It's the digital experience that we are creating with plenty of partners. It is definitely our own system that we developed in terms of security and data transfer. And last but not least, it's really the whole business model that we are tapping into a data-driven revenue streams going forward, which makes the company so unbelievable interesting. And just that you would see that this is not only just PowerPoint presentations. I think the good thing is I also brought along a movie that shows that these cars are really getting into production. This is our Nanjing plant, which we have built in 18 months in China, 2 hours away from Shanghai. It's the most modern automotive manufacturing plant with a capacity of over 300,000 cars that we are able to produce in this plant. And we actually started our trial production the last month. You see that from everything from welding, stamping, assembly, painting, this is the state of the art in the automotive industry. We have everything, all our R&D center on site. And again, this plant has been built in less than 2 years' time with an investment of over $1 billion. And we are ready to produce our cars. And we expect the cars to be launched end of the year in China and then consequently next year in Europe and the United States. So this is how the car looks like. I think you see this is an amazing, beautiful looking car. The design has been done in Germany, in Munich, in our design center. A very distinctive front face, which is very nice because seriously, I think a lot of electric cars have a very boring front face, but this one really has a very unique front face. And we worked with a lot of design elements which will distinguish our brand from others. You see those connecting lines that basically get illuminated in different colors, different charging scenarios, and a very, very high market, upmarket interior as well, plus the whole digital screen content. 2 variants, 72 and 95 kilowatts, so that gives you a sufficient range of up to 460 kilometers on a one single charge. I think it's pretty impressive and absolutely sufficient. And the good thing is that you charge the car approximately in 10 minutes, and that gives you another 100 kilometers. So in total, if you want to really charge the car, it takes you around 35 minutes on a fast charging motor. So you see, you can really use this car not only as a second car in household, I think you can really use it as a single car. And last but not least, it is the advantages of really manufacturing in China. I think they are very prominent if you look at the entry price positioning. This car is an amazing quality. It is really German engineering. It's designed in Munich, and the whole digital experience of this car has been developed in Santa Clara in our Silicon Valley office, but the manufacturing hub is in China. And because of this, we are able to really offer this product in the United States and in Europe for a really attractive price positioning. If you compare this, I think, to the German players, most likely they would be sitting around 75 to 80,000 euros. So you see that this is a phenomenal price for the product with an absolutely mind-blowing interior concept. So all in all, I think that we will create an absolutely killer product that we are super excited to launch it this year. We will bring it to Europe next year. We are currently developing our whole distribution network in Europe and the United States. The United States will also be launched next year, and I'm pretty sure that you will hear a lot about Byton in the future. I think we will be a game changer. I think we will have a phenomenal product, and certainly a product which will be considered as a true alternative to the dominant player in the electric vehicle space, which is Tesla. And I'm pretty confident that a lot of people are waiting for this product to become an owner or a driver or user of Byton in future. So this is what I want to share with you today. It was a great pleasure to be here and to have Daniel Kirchert for a quick introduction from Hong Kong. He would have loved to be here, but unfortunately we are a little locked in China these days and can't really leave the country. So I hope that I was able to spread this excitement with you here today. And as again, I'm very open and looking forward for much more discussion with you in the pause and during the day. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. I hope you do very well, because we as humans do well as well when electric cars get adopted. Now, we are going to be talking about entrepreneurship in times of global challenge. And we're going to have a panel up here on stage. And they're a panel of change makers. And we're going to ask them the question, what does responsibility mean for you? Now, when I was thinking about this question for myself, an image kept popping into my head, something that I experienced not too long ago. I was in Yosemite Valley, and when going through Yosemite Valley, I saw vast swaths of land burned to the ground, just dead tree after dead tree after dead tree. And when I asked one of the park rangers what's going on here, they said that initially when they started managing the park, they would put out these fires, and the dead leaves and dead branches would pile up until a fire would come in and would be completely unstoppable, would create this mega fire that would burn down the trees that were able to withstand the fires for thousands of years. All because of our good intentions, but these side effects that our intentions have, sometimes can be very, very negative. So for me, that really stuck with me, and it really made me feel that it's our responsibility to think really beyond just our first, what's this going to solve? What are we doing? So really think through our actions and our inactions as well. Well, that's what it means for me, but what does it mean for our change makers? We're going to find out soon. Now, I got you to install, or not install Slido, but go to Slido in your web browser earlier today. If you haven't gone to Slido yet, go to sli.do in your web browser, type in Hinterland 2020, and you'll be able to ask questions to our panelists up here on stage. So if you haven't done that yet, go to sli.do and type in Hinterland 2020, and you'll be able to ask some questions. Now, our panel host, you've seen him already. He is the one and only Sebastian Borak. Give it up for our amazing panel! I'm really enjoying it so far.
So you're going to move here soon, right?
Sorry?
You're going to move here?
I might. I'll definitely be here more often. Taking the train over here too.
All right. So I'm super grateful that we can now discuss a little bit about responsibility, global challenges we have. And I'm really, really happy to bring really impressive people on stage that are doing a lot about the future. And please give a round of applause for this amazing panel, Brigitte Mohn, Ferry Heilemann, and Sebastian Johnston. All right. So, really happy to have you here. So you're all going to be very excited what they have to say, because they provide clear solutions. But before I want to talk about solutions, I want to ask every one of you a quick question. What do you think is the current biggest pressing challenge in the world? Brigitte, you want to start?
Definitely climate change and the awareness that we have to re-engineer economy, value change, and getting the next society into the loop.
And Ferry?
So on the topic, I also agree that the climate crisis is the biggest challenge, and actually the behavioral change that we need in order to cope with this crisis, I think that is in detail kind of the biggest challenge.
Okay.
For me, it's fairness. Lacking fairness between,
okay.
between generations, countries, business and consumers. Lack of fairness, I would say.
That's a good point. Thank you for giving a quick update. I want to address a point quite quickly because we're going to have questions from the audience, and I have a bunch of questions. But let's talk about Greta. I want to talk about Greta because Brigitte, you just met her in Davos. How was it? She's polarizing. What is your view on Greta, and why do you think she creates so much conflict in different opinions? Who wants to start?
I met her and she was amazing. I think she's one of, I have two children and one of them is 15. And if it would be my child, I would be extremely proud, standing in front of millions of people saying, we have all the scientists in the world, all the studies, please be aware of that we have to do something about the next generations and the responsibility we're facing for this planet. And she experienced a lot of hatred, a lot of disbelief, and she's not giving up. She's extremely brave and courageous, saying we stand up even though we don't have a vote, we don't have a voice, but we're fighting for what we believe has to be done. And I think it's amazing.
Why do you think she's polarizing so much? What are the, why? She's a young girl, she has a clear message, makes sense. Why do people think she could have something against her?
Because I think we don't trust young people that they can think, that they're reflective, that they can take their own fate into their hands. And we just see them as competition and barriers in our daily business. And she doesn't have to be right in all the things. I think it's incredible that 11,000 scientists wrote a letter saying she's right, and we still don't believe that she's right. She doesn't have to be right. I think it's on us to support her and the next generations.
Ferry, I mean, you started Leaders for Climate Action. We talk about this in a second. What role did Greta play for you?
So I think she definitely played a very important role in making the whole topic of the climate crisis more global, more relevant, and pushed it more into the mainstream media. And that was very, very valuable, I think, over the last one and a half years. And why she's polarizing so much, I think she's really putting the truth out there. She's really saying as it is. And the problem is that the truth means that we all need to radically change.
Take a cold shower.
Sorry?
We all have to start taking cold showers, right? Out of the comfort zone.
Exactly. We will need to change the way we are doing things, the way we are living, and this is not comfortable. We are all in our comfort zone, and she kind of shows us, hey, your comfort zone is shit. Your comfort zone destroys the planet, and you can't say that you need to move out. You need to think differently, you need to act differently in order to keep the whole planet kind of stable.
Thank you. Sebastian, what do you think?
She's offensive, and she's right about this for a reason. Because she basically describes what will happen to her generation, to people that caused change, to the negative side, unfortunately, but will not happen to survive this, statistically, right? I mean, she asked, there was a climate researcher in Davos asking the audience who will actually survive the climate change. And nobody was able to raise his hand or her hand.
Yeah.
Either for age or for surviving. So she's 100% right, and people feel offended because we made mistakes, and we make mistakes. And that's usually the moment you feel offended, when you acknowledge that someone is right. You are touched emotionally, and that's her entire strategy. And that's what I love about her. And it's the only way to be successful, to my opinion. To polarize and offend. Obviously, she's still lovely doing this, but touching
basically emotions and minds is the most effective tool she could use.
Yeah, good point. Big problems, big opportunity. What can entrepreneurship do? What is the role of entrepreneurship in changing things? I mean, Brigitte, you're an investor in social entrepreneurship, impact-driven. Long before I thought about it, thanks to you, I started thinking about it. Now, it's not a side effect, it's the core strategy. But what kind of entrepreneurship activity should we support? Or what do you think does entrepreneurship play in this game? Who wants to?
Go ahead. Yeah, so I think that we definitely need new technology. We need technological innovation in order to move out of this crisis. I also definitely think it's not the sole solution. I would definitely not just bet on technology and continue business as usual. I think that would be the biggest mistake we could make. I think we definitely have to change. At the same time, we have to innovate heavily in order to find new ways to make our lives sustainable. And entrepreneurs obviously always play a very important and vital role in finding new solutions and developing new technologies. And therefore, we should invest much more into climate tech, green tech, sustainability impact companies that are tackling this problem that we're currently having. Yeah? And I also see, for example, I'm a venture partner at Earlybird, and we also created a climate tech practice there. So one of the focus areas now is climate tech. And we've already seen more than 300 deals in the last 6 months. Most of them are pretty early, so it's still a very young kind of idea. But I see more and more talent that is now flowing into the climate tech, and people that have formerly been working with McKinsey, they now actually want to work on something where they can really have impact.
Yeah, that's a great news. I mean, Brigitte, you have been, before they put the clause in, you already invested into social entrepreneurs. How do you find them, and what makes your investment? When do you invest in what kind of businesses and people?
I mean, we had many families around Germany and around the world who were thinking about sustainability. I mean, how can we drive an economy that's more sustainable and not fast food, fast fashion, fast driving, and using all the resources we're having on this planet? And I think entrepreneurs are getting out of the comfort zone, trying to find new solutions to existing problems. And the problem is building something that lasts longer than the life cycle we're defining right now. I think the whole topic of the circular economy and finding new solutions to value chains, I think that was driving me for many years now, and we as a family group, we invested into a holding where we support sustainable young startups around Israel. Israel is one of our biggest partners, and India and some other countries, especially the Scandinavian countries. We're looking now for innovative startups who are driving sustainability and supporting the SDGs. And that's with the World Economic Forum and the Schwab Foundation and some universities. And I think we build ecosystems right now around the globe, finding these solutions, introducing them to the current economy and saying to the governments, we find these solutions, so we get on an eye level in a different way, dialogue.
So, Sebastian, you are driven by, let's say, an impact, a purpose. Mm-hmm. I think when I met you, not meet you, when I saw your company, I first learned about microplastic. I didn't even know what microplastic is. I'm sure it's little plastic pieces and it's not good. I didn't know how severe the problem is. And I was impressed that you took this as an opportunity, not as a threat. Maybe you can talk a little bit what drives you and what kind of company you have built.
Maybe first to answer the question you posed before, I believe the only companies that will survive in future will be sustainable companies with a sustainable purpose. This is the only way to motivate people and to build up business models at the end of the day. And we kind of found out that entire industries, for example, the consumer goods industry is a little,
biased by either cheap raw ingredients or the petrochemical industry or budget or dumping prices and so forth. And we basically identified the situation and said we will build up a consumer goods company based on sustainability and nature or organic. We just defined, to be honest, overarching goals, which are cruelty-free, vegan, non-GMO, no microplastics, no mineral oil derivatives, recyclable, reusable, and recycled packaging, and so forth. And based on this situation, we started to work. Then we did lots of job interviews with former FMCG senior executives, employees, and we were just asking, why did you use microplastics the last 20, 30 years? And the biggest problem was, or is, they all said, I don't know. And this was the moment we said, okay, we are on the right way, because the studies, the academic studies basically globally say there is no purpose for microplastics in consumer products. It makes no sense, apart from the fact that it makes like a little polishing effect, but you can get this effect with any other ingredient as well. The studies that exist are that it is about to be one of the biggest cancer threats on Earth. So we said, okay, this entire industry does not seem to be very sustainable, and we try to do different. That's the entire story.
So what does the big companies like Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, Unilever say when you talk to them?
We don't talk to them anymore.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay.
We do our own thing.
So now let's see, the good thing is I know you're in the board of many SME companies, more traditional companies. But let's assume you now you're advising the CEO of Unilever. He's really saying, hey, what can I do? What should I do? What would you suggest?
The 17 sustainability goals of the United Nations needs to be the core of every company, inhaled by every single team member and employee or researcher or stakeholder, and also be represented by everyone. That's the first basically suggestion. The second suggestion I would like to make is no bullshit. Because the bigger companies get, the higher the degree or percentage of bullshit discussions, waste of time, covering my ass, politics and so forth. And it basically is a result of protecting the history or legacy, and you don't necessarily reinvent yourself every single day, and especially not in the sustainability context. And I would say the basic recommendations would be create purpose and inhale sustainability goals.
Okay. I mean, this is a key, it's a difficult question because having a startup, it's an opportunity because you can just start it from scratch. But you told me once a lot of companies, they don't even know, how to fix it. And, but still they are an employer of many people. They I don't know, they're big and but we need to change them somehow. And the question is, how could this be done? Because I mean, when you told me microplastic, you spoke to one Unilever CEO or something and said, I don't know how to get it out of the system.
Yeah.
So is there no way? I mean, should we just tolerate this? Because if you would run it, tomorrow you will be owning Unilever. What would you do? Or what can we do? Maybe it's a question to everyone, because I think a lot of people understand and they want to do, but they go home and they say, how should I do this? I mean, I run out of business maybe.
I think the greatest option is we have so many startups who are going into microplastic other solutions around the world. They don't know each other, so we need a transparent platform where these big companies can meet these young entrepreneurs, talk to them and pitch for new solutions. We need like a collected investment strategy for the industry, and I think it's doable. I mean, we know that these startups are around, we know that innovation is around, and that's basically what we try to do now in Israel and some other regions. And Maurizio from H-Farm, he is here, he sees many startups around the world who are going into this direction. It's mission-driven, it's not a soft factor, it's not being good to whatever the people and not knowing what to do. I think it's hardcore business, and they are underfinanced right now. They don't get the same access to the capital markets, and we have to change the investment patterns, and that's what we need. And we need the big guys as partners, not as competitors or even worse, as enemies. And I think that's what we, with the young entrepreneurs, have to basically teach them, that we are interesting.
So that's now I get to you, Ferry, because I mean, you just started Freight Hub. It's basically a logistic company, and we all know that the big ships produce a lot of CO2. And I'm sure you want to change it and make it better, but you're faced with an existing industry. And how do you go about it? Let's say you would be the owner of, I don't know, a large ship owner. What would you do?
You mean what I would do if I would
maybe
be
you can say what Freight Hub does a little bit, and you know, how can you actually make sure that you are sustainable and you also change the industry, not only disrupt it, and how can you combine disruption with change? I would be interested to learn.
Complex question.
Yes, I know.
So maybe just in one sentence, Freight Hub is a digital freight forwarding business. So that means we created a platform that gives companies the opportunity to move their freight globally via ocean, via air, via rail from A to B. So obviously logistics is a big part of the problem in terms of climate crisis. Yeah? And what we do about this and how we try to be better than others in the industry is 2 levels. First of all, I mean, we as Freight Hub don't own any assets. Yeah? We are close to 300 people now, and we as a company are climate neutral since inception. So since foundation. And how do we do it? We measure our footprint, we reduce our footprint wherever we can. This goes through the electricity that we use, the nutrition, so we buy local, organic, mostly plant-based food for our employees, and especially also the travel policy. We try to reduce mobility, don't do any inland flights, use Zoom conference and Google Hangouts in order to communicate instead of doing everything in person. That's kind of, and the rest, whatever we cannot reduce, we compensate. Yeah? So that's our company level. Then the second question is our product. And that means moving containers or goods from A to B. And that's obviously a much bigger question and has also more complexity because we don't own the assets. So we can't decide exactly. But we do have technology in place, and the very first step is to make it transparent what transport mode and what transport method is emitting how much CO2. Yeah? Okay. That very simple calculation to tell you, okay, if you move your goods from Shanghai to Munich via air freight versus ocean freight, you will emit 40 times the CO2 if you use air instead of ocean. Yeah? Cool. The ocean, like the container ships, have a very bad image. The worst thing for the planet is air freight and flying. Yeah, because it costs much more energy per kilogram of weight that you're moving, actually. Okay. And so we're bringing transparency into this market, showing our customers, hey, if you choose this method, you're 10% better than if you choose the other method. For example, in the last mile, moving goods from the port of Hamburg to Bielefeld, do you take the train or do you take the truck? Obviously, the train emits less than the truck. Yeah? So those are small things that we're doing in order to create awareness. And second, we're also offering our customers to compensate their emissions that they are creating. I mean, at the moment, it's inevitable, right? Companies that import stuff from China, they can either decide, either they continue to import and they will definitely emit CO2 if they import, or they go out of business. Going out of business isn't an option, so we will definitely emit at the moment. But we do need to optimize, and we can already save easily 10, 20, 30% if you optimize and then compensate for the meantime until we invent new technologies that allow us to move goods ultimately without carbon emissions.
Okay. So I want to stick with you for a second. Your motivation, maybe you can talk a little bit about Leaders for Climate Action, what it is, what your goals are, how far you got, and when is it done or reached?
Yeah, so Leaders for Climate Action is an initiative that I co-founded 10 months ago with a couple of fellow entrepreneurs from the digital scene. And we're basically uniting mostly digital entrepreneurs and invite them to take more climate action. The vision is to turn the whole digital economy in Germany, Europe, and later this year also in the US, first climate neutral in the next 1 to 2 years, and after that actually push it towards zero emissions, which will be more complex, which will probably take rather 5 to 10 years. And we've seen, like, we actually got a very, very positive resonance. So by now we already have more than 320 entrepreneurs that pledged to become climate neutral personally, so with their personal footprint, their vacation flights, their food consumption, their cars, and so on. And on the other hand, also climate neutrality for their companies. And that, of course, is a bigger impact, because if you take into account all the employees of all the members, it's already more than 220,000 employees that are basically part of this movement. And so far, we've already, or these companies have compensated CO2 for more than 1.5 million euros. But again, the first priority is not to compensate. The first priority is to reduce your emissions, and then what you can't reduce, you need to compensate. Yeah. So this is roughly the initiative. The second part, besides the climate action that we are doing in our circle of influence, the second part is putting pressure on politicians and saying, hey, look, all like the new industry, the forward-thinking people, the progressive industry, the digital industry, we want a price on CO2, a price on carbon, and a higher price than what we have right now. Yeah? Basically a price that leads to a reduction of emissions and not just a price that is there for window dressing and that doesn't do anything. So that's the initiative in very short, and the goal is indeed just to create the biggest impact in order to combat climate change.
Yeah. So now Slido comes up. In fact, we only have 3 minutes left and we have a lot of ideas already. I mean, in the end, it's always how to get started, right? I saw you on stage 5 years ago. Yeah. And I was wondering, what is he talking about? He should talk about his startup, and you start talking about not eating meat and what's going on. Now I understand, but obviously it takes time for people to get going, and nobody understands what can I do. And so because we are sitting here, we want to change things. There's a room full of people having great opportunities, resources. How can everybody start to make a little step in the right direction? Because somehow I want to solve this conflict. We need to do something, and everybody says, I don't know how, and so what. What can we do?
I think be concrete. I mean, join the group. We built a lot of groups like GITA, who's doing SDG startups around the world now. Uplink, who is a big platform around the SDGs where you can join innovative groups. You can start at home not using plastic anymore. It's pretty simple. Yeah. There are so many different initiatives around this whole matter where I can think everybody can contribute. There are so many apps on in the App Store, how you can track your footprint. Everybody can do something. You just have to
I have a very pragmatic idea because of running out of time. Why don't we do something like, I mean, that everybody starts kind of measuring what is your personal CO2 emission to get first understand how much CO2 you actually produce. I mean, is this something?
So for all the entrepreneurs that sign up for Leaders for Climate Action, part of the sign-up funnel is that you have to measure your own personal footprint with the WWF footprint calculator. Takes literally 7 minutes to do that, and then you know, okay, I'm actually emitting 20 tons, or whatever it might be.
I would really like to know from the audience, maybe you can just raise your hand if you know your carbon, your CO2 emission. how many tons CO2 you actually produce. I see one person here. That's good.
So I can
one person.
I can give you
Congrats.
a few numbers on this. So the average German is emitting around 11 tons. I bet this group here is doing on average probably 30 tons. Because the biggest lever for all of us here is not your food, it's not your car, but it's actually flying. One flight from Frankfurt to San Francisco and back in eco, not in business, is 4.7 tons of CO2. So if you do one flight to the West Coast and back, you already did 50% of the average German's emission.
Ferry, because the music is playing and I've a great idea. Give me 1 second. Sorry for disrupting the timetable. But I want to know how many of you are interested, just curious to know how much CO2 you personally create. It's quite a lot. It's quite interesting. I have 16 tons, by the way. How much do you have?
9.5.
Yeah, and you're the pro. I just started. So I pledge. Why don't where can everybody check? And I really want to make a kind of a symbolic act. We won't change the world today, but I think everyone can at least understand what kind of CO2 emission he or she has. And I want everyone to stand up who is going to check, it takes 5 minutes, his CO2 emission as a first starting point. So pretty much like if you're a little bit overweight, you put yourself on the weighing, and who is willing to check his personal CO2? Just stand up quickly. Stand up. Who's willing to measure it? Wow, that's good. Hey, that's commitment. I really, I mean, that's some music, right? Now we get going. Where can we do this? At the
WWF footprint calculator, for example.
And it would be really good. We sent you the link so you can do it. And it's a small step, but once you know, you can change things. And it's a lot of fun, by the way. It's like a game. Okay, then I want to thank you, everyone, and for your time being here and hopefully inspiring a lot of people that Hinterland becomes the platform for innovation and shaping our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. I'm looking forward to downloading the app and seeing what my own footprint is. Thank you, that was really great. I liked that we got some practical advice of how we can measure what we're producing ourselves. Now, everybody has their own way of kind of dealing with their own responsibilities, with the responsibility that we have towards our planet. A little bit earlier, Lawrence shared that he went vegan. One of our next speakers, instead of going vegan, she actually went hunting. Specifically for animals that are disrupting an environment. That's her way of contributing. Of course, you asked some great questions on Slido. You will be able to ask that again. So if you want to hear more about that, you can totally go ahead and ask that. Now, I would like to know who is mainly focused on B2B here. Can I get a raise of hands? Quite a few of you. Yeah, I'd say like at least half. So we have some amazing B2B marketing secrets that are going to be spilled up here on stage. We actually have the godfather of online marketing. He's also the co-founder of Rocket Internet. And together with his colleague at Rocket Internet, they were completely unstoppable. They're both going to be up here on stage. Nowadays, he is working as a founding partner of Project A Ventures, and she is the global head of media at Montblanc in Deutschland. Please give it up for the one and only Florian Heinemann and Maria Gräfin von Schill-Blessen.
Are we on? Hallo, hallo? Ja, we on.
Passt, super.
Ja. Fängst du?
Ja.
Okay. Good.
Super, dass wir da sind und zum Thema
Wir sprechen
B2B.
Englisch, ne?
Sorry. Yeah, we talk English. So for B2B, Florian and I are going to talk a bit about our experience. And we've seen in the past a lot of trends which are coming over from B2C to B2B marketing. And Florian, I think you want to give a first overview of the key insights you've been watching.
I think what's a key insight for us, and I think that is something we want to talk about. I mean, there's a couple of aspects we wanted to touch, but that digital marketing has become increasingly relevant also for the B2B sector. And I think especially for the Mittelstand companies here in Bielefeld and Ostwestfalen, it becomes increasingly relevant. Why do we see that? What we notice is that with a lot of ventures that we work with, Project A is a venture fund and we invest mainly into B2B companies, that even more complex and more expensive buying decisions are now triggered by digital customer journeys. So it's possible now to influence even 100,000 or more buying decisions heavily by basically approaching also B2B audiences. And what we want to talk about in the next few minutes is what are the learnings that you can transfer from the B2C world, that's where we're both from, to the B2B sector, and to give you a little bit of overview what the tactics are, what the organization is, how to measure things. And just to put this in perspective, I don't know who follows closely what something like Google, Facebook, Amazon is worth in terms of valuation or stock price. And those are among the top 5 most valuable companies in the world, starting at like 500 billion valuation, going up to more than 1 trillion basically, or eine Billion as you would say in German. And the current leading platform in that sector is probably LinkedIn as a lead gen mechanism for B2B leads, and they're just at a valuation of 26 billion. And so when they were bought by Microsoft 2 years ago. So what we are thinking, or what will very likely happen, that if you have a similar role of certain platforms in the B2B space in influencing customer journeys, there will be a lot of room for new companies and new platforms to kind of put themselves in the middle between companies like you and your potential consumers. And I think the international aspect of this is very fascinating. And I think one learning that we both had also from the B2C space is that if you really want to be superior in the knowledge that you develop in digital marketing, you have to be an early adopter. Being a follower in digital marketing does not work so well. You always want to be on the forefront. So what we can only urge you to take this topic very seriously and dive into it and build up your own B2B marketing capability also in-house. And I think what we want to talk about now, you're working for a very traditional luxury brand, Mont Blanc, which is part of Richemont.
Exactly.
And Richemont's like the number 2 luxury brand behind LVMH. And you are engaging quite a lot also into B2B marketing. Can you describe a little bit what somebody like Mont Blanc or Richemont is already doing in B2B marketing, and what tools are you using and what channels?
Yeah, so we have segmented our channel strategy, our communication and media strategy now across markets, across audience, and also across products. Since we come from a very diverse product background, we don't only have the pens, which we're most known for, but we also have watches, leather goods. We have, I would say, even different channels based on the target audience from generation Y to Z. So now we have segmented our strategy into awareness and into performance marketing. And it used to be the case that 80% of our budget was being invested into digital and only 20% into offline. And now the trend is changing, so actually we are now pushing it for up to 80% offline investment. As we've seen, performance marketing, digital marketing is a very good revenue driver, very conversion focused. But for long-term brand building, for example, you want to reach a certain number on studies, you want to generate brand uplift studies, this works better when you focus stronger onto offline, onto cinema, TV, out of home. And the beauty today is that these channels are interconnected. So you have the offline advertisement with programmatic out of home, for example, Or you have TV as addressable TV, which is also highly targeted. So we have segmented our approach and are also working on marketing automation projects to really ensure we have always the upper funnel viewed, but we also at the same time have an always on conversion leverage and are generating leads to be relevant.
Can you talk a little bit about what you did specifically in the B2B sector to address other companies using your products, not on a consumer side of things, but basically as a B2B channel as well?
Yeah. So we have our corporate gift department. So when you look at corporate deals such as Lufthansa, for example, we have done an analysis to see on which social media channel is our audience currently based. And we have seen as the best performing channel LinkedIn. So this is good for lead generation and also to drive sales conversions. It was a very strong B2B tool in my eyes. Yeah.
And I think that's one key learning also in the B2B space. Generating leads via LinkedIn is something that works really, really well. And not only in smaller SaaS environments, but also for tickets that are really high up. And what has been the best practice, I think, for companies in that space, and I think that is something that also a machine construction company could do, or an electrical engineering or chemical company could do, is generating leads via LinkedIn. Also Zing is quite relevant still. I mean, people often say Zing is, second to LinkedIn by far distance, and especially in a German context, that's not necessarily true.
And it's a very precise targeting also.
Absolutely.
Which is great.
So LinkedIn offers very good, Zing offers very precise targeting as well. And what we noticed, and I think that is something that you guys can definitely think about, is how to generate those. We'll talk about that in a minute, how that works exactly. And then process the leads that you generate digitally, process those leads in a traditional sales kind of process. And I think what you see in the power of digital marketing, if you really want to use it in the best possible way, that this connection between marketing, lead gen on the digital side, and traditional sales, that this kind of working together is definitely something that is a key aspect. And what we notice is that it's definitely possible with white papers and webinars and things like that, that you can generate very qualified leads already online, and then you process those leads via telesales or field sales. And that is definitely something you can do for whatever, and you can do it also internationally. And that is, I think, also a very interesting aspect, that you can do that in Eastern Europe, you can do it in Asia, you can do it in South America, and it all basically works in a similar kind of fashion. And I think that is a very fascinating thought, and I can only urge you to look at the targeting possibilities and targeting options yourself. Can you describe a little bit what you guys use specifically to generate leads? I mean, how do you generate leads on LinkedIn? How does it work? Just to give the audience a little bit better perspective.
Yeah. So to break the silos between marketing and sales, we're using data onboarding. So we don't only have the marketing generated leads, let's say CRM audience, but we also have the sales audience, which we can leverage and from which we can build lookalikes. So you can't do a direct-to-direct consumer communication, but you can upload data and build lookalikes. At least in Germany, the law is pretty strict. In other markets, it's still okayish, like in the US, for example. And then I would always suggest to have one awareness upper funnel communication layer on LinkedIn to fuel the upper funnel, to have actual leads you can retarget. And then at the same time, you can go as granular as, for example, job title, city, industry specifications. If you're, for example, in, company generation builder or machine learnings, whatever is relevant to you, you can choose the right characteristics and do very precise targeting. So you always, I think, need to focus on both ends, the upper end and always the conversion always on end as well.
And what do you do with the leads? I mean, like specifically in your case, you generate addresses of people that are potentially interested. What happens next? I mean, how do you transfer it in a kind of sales process following after that? How does it typically work?
Yeah, so we have onboarded Salesforce and connected this also with the advertisement tool. So we have now identified consumer touch points across markets, across product bases, and also across the different channels from which we generated these leads. So first, when you've seen a video, you're then being retargeted with a static product-based asset, because we assume you already know the brand, you're already closer down the funnel, so we can retarget you straight with a very direct and static message. in the end, what you, I think, need to do, especially also in B2B, is to have storytelling. And storytelling is mainly working over video content. So you can't forget about the likes of YouTube or Facebook video advertisement. But in our case of LinkedIn, we focus strongly on the static assets because people are on the go, very business driven, and have a much shorter purchase journey. So the retargeting happens then across the different touch points we have identified on channel level, and we know exactly how much we want to invest, what is the value per lead on average we can generate, and what is the ROI we are setting on a channel basis.
And I think that is a key learning also in the B2B sector, that video is the thing. Yeah? I mean, if you want to do successful B2B marketing, also B2C marketing, you need to show or achieve the right levels of engagement. And that is the thing in 2020. The only way to achieve good engagement, at least in the upper funnel, is video. So even if you are a B2B company and you think you need to specify and communicate everything in very detailed and substantial text, that's okay in the final step or the next step, but the initial step should always happen on video. And I think the key thing why that is, all the algorithms, no matter whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook or any Asian social network, they all show your ads or your content based on the level of engagement you're able to achieve. And the lower your level of engagement, the more you have to pay or the less reach you get. Yeah? So no matter what you do, you need to achieve relatively high levels of engagement, and the only way you can do that is by using video. Yeah? And obviously that's easier for Richemont than it is for a machine construction company, but it doesn't matter. That's what you need to achieve. And I think one other learning there to achieve high engagement, and that is probably not that easy for the more reluctant and introvert Bielefeld Mittelstand company, is communication should be personified. What do we mean by that? It's often not the company that communicates on these networks, but it's actually the entrepreneur, or it's people working for the company that are basically being brand ambassadors and that are trying to position the company outside, in the outside world on social networks. And that is a key learning. It's much easier to achieve a high level of engagement for people than it is for companies. Because people steer more emotions, and the higher engagement you get, the easier it is to spread your content. And what's actually should give you a thought is even Richemont, which is like high-end luxury and everything needs to be on brand and everything needs to be 100% specific in communication. You also work with brand ambassadors. You are one of them for Montblanc. So can you talk a little bit about how you choose the people that are able to speak for the company? How many, like what degrees of freedom you have? And think about it, this is a luxury brand. This is like no bullshit Primark, whatever, but this is a luxury brand that basically lets employees, not the entrepreneur, speak for themselves. How do you select the people? What can you do? What kind of freedom do you have? Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think you need to first identify which are the attributes you want your company to be associated with, and maybe also look into the future, 10 years from now, where do you want to position yourselves? And once you've identified these, you also know who in your company is best to represent these values. So this does not necessarily need to be the CEO or the VP. You can also choose within your company people who are standing up for these values. And we have, for example, done some management trainings on LinkedIn, so to have a regularly updating procedure on company updates, on Richemont-based updates, also updates from other maisons such as Cartier. So there has been a strategy implemented for the management, but still I think it's vital. You have so many really interesting and purpose-driven roles in your company, so it doesn't really need to be the C-level. You have to be, I think, give trust to enable other employees which are not on the management level to speak up for your brand. This is very crucial.
And I think that is something that you have to allow as a company. Let people speak in an authentic way for their company. And even if it's only 90% on brand,
that is what drives engagement. And I think that is what a key problem is. I mean, you see that with Siemens right now, Joe Keser, yeah? Everybody criticizes him for, you know, speaking and things that he shouldn't speak about or whatever. Or look at Elon Musk, yeah? I mean, there's so much stuff that he probably shouldn't say, but one has to admit that there's definitely Elon Musk's social media communication has been net hyper positive for Tesla as a brand. And I think that's what you need to understand, and that's what you need to allow. And I'm fully aware that this is difficult for companies, especially here, that don't really want to talk about the people behind it. But I think that's why it's key to also take your employees.
And you're polarizing, and whenever you're polarizing, you are generating value, and I think you need to accept a certain level of risk to also enable others to stand up.
And you might argue, well, this is not substantial, or I don't control it. And actually, it's the same mechanisms, to be honest, that drive the rise of extremist parties like the AfD, etc. Yeah? So it's the same mechanisms. But we will not make that go away. I think we have to live with it in a positive way. One great example, I think, of this kind of communication is Fiesmann. Yeah? Also not really in Ostwestfalen, but like similar kind of region. I can really urge you to follow the video-based communication of Fiesmann. I think they're doing it really well. Also let the Fiesmann family play a major role in their communication, but also regular employees. And they try to make Allensdorf a great place to live. And one aspect where that is also key, and I think that is also something that a lot of you guys are struggling with, and I think that can help you, is employer branding. Yeah? All of you want to attract the digital talent out there, and the digital talent that you want to attract is probably something between 23 and 35 years old, or 40 years old. I'm 44, you don't want to attract me anymore. I will not bring you to the next digital kind of sphere. So you need to attract young Gen Z talent, and they are exactly the ones that are open for this type of communication, and they want to see this. Yeah? They want to see authentic companies and authentic owners of companies they want to work for. Yeah? And so that's another aspect, I think, that is critical here. Can you talk a little bit about the organization that you guys choose? I mean, because that's also one thing. For a lot of you guys, marketing is something you can outsource to agencies. And in the digital world, that doesn't work. If you want to communicate in an authentic way, you have to have this capability in-house. Can you describe a little bit how you guys are doing it? And what's your view?
It's a very interesting topic because at the moment we see a lot of niche positions developing. So you have the SEO, SEA, display analyst, marketing analyst, etc. And to me, the job description of a marketeer has changed. It goes like more and more into the direction of data scientists, into mathematics. You need people who are able to analyze your business setup super quickly, and you can challenge the status quo. And this is not so much anymore about someone who's fitting the brand and has studied fashion. It's about someone who is really can go deeply into the numbers and can question the organization. So for my team, for example, it consists out of display, SEA, marketing analyst, and now I'm currently recruiting 2 more SEA managers, because it's still for us the channel with the highest ROI. And the organization setup is really, really in the change. And I'm very curious to see what kind of positions we're going to need in the future.
So I think one key learning, or several key learnings, if you want to be successful in digital marketing, you very likely have to do that in-house, at least to a certain degree. The other key learning, specialization. Yeah? So you have people by channel. So there's no such thing as the digital marketing specialist. There's people specialized on Google, people specialized on Facebook, Instagram, people specialized on another channel, affiliate or corporations. But there's very hardly people that know everything. And I think that's what you need to deal with. And the other thing is that probably in the future, maximum a third of the people working for you in a marketing department will actually be traditional type marketing people focusing on content and brand. The rest is more technical people, because all of this is rather technical. In order to operate a program like you guys do, you probably need 5, 6, 7 different systems interacting, and you need to put that into a data warehouse that you ideally own, otherwise it will not work. So you need technical people as well. And so what is marketing in the digital sphere has completely changed to much more, as you said, technical and data-driven kind of approach, and to a much more in-house kind of approach. So all of the leading digital marketing companies today, whether it's Zalando, Netflix, About You, they hardly outsource anything in terms of their marketing. And I think that is a key thing. You cannot just give it to Group M or Omnicom or whatever. They can do certain things for you, but you need an in-house architect understanding all this, somebody like you, basically, doing that.
Also someone who understands the omni-channel strategy.
Yeah.
When you start to in-house, I think you start to realize you have the people who are able to understand the complete business, and the question is, how much can you expect from your media creative agency to do the complete job for you, and to also consider not only the digital revenue streams, but also the offline customer service, wholesale. And here it's really vital to start in-housing, in my view, as much as you can.
So before we get to the founders as an additional target group, just one last message. I think why you should take this very seriously, because the key learning from B2C is who owns the customer has a chance to survive. If you don't own the customer relationship, your margin will decrease. And that's what happened to most of the retailers. And that's what we also see today in investing. If you are not able to acquire customers efficiently and maintain the customer relationship, but you always need to repurchase them via Google or Facebook or Amazon, the likelihood that you have a sustainable business is very low. And we are 100% convinced that a similar thing will happen in B2B. The only question is, who owns the customer in B2B? That's still an open question. I mean, in certain degrees, Google will also own the customer in B2B, maybe LinkedIn, but the tendency will be also that there will be platforms of whatever sort owning customer relationships, and you, as any kind of person offering products or services, will have to be able to own the customer relationship yourself. Otherwise, your margin over time will very likely decrease. And that has happened to a lot of B2C businesses. That's why hardly any retailer, apart from Otto, of size, is still alive and kicking. And even Otto has a very hard time against somebody like Amazon. And if you want to prevent that, maintaining customer relationship is key. But since we also have a lot of founders here, we want to provide some more tips also to them. So if you are a founder, Maria, which you have been in an entrepreneurial context, and you start with your company, what's the first things you do in your marketing mix?
So I'd first check on the inbound and outbound marketing channels to see that you not only have the paid strategy in place, but you also have the unpaid strategy in place, and you have someone looking after your PR, your CRM systems. Then I would ensure to have the right BI tools to be able to really make usage of the data, to be very granular in terms of targeting. I would also firstly focus on the low-hanging fruits, such as affiliate marketing, SEA, and really ensure you have the always-on conversion focus, and then make the right decisions. I mean, you want to generate leads, you want to generate value, so you always at the same time have to have a video asset live, you have to be able to do storytelling and to emotionally connect with the user. And I think this is super important for several departments to play hand in hand, to have the PR manager working very closely with perhaps a paid media manager or display manager to ensure you have the correct marketing communication strategy.
So I think that's one of the key learnings we also make ourselves. Start with the lower funnel first. If you don't convert lower funnel measures as a founder with an early stage company, there's no reason to do TV advertising or large YouTube stuff or out of home. If you're not converting people that are in the lower funnel, so people that are searching for something, there's no need to do that. And starting to invest in in-house capability yourself. And that's also, I think, we hardly have seen any B2C startup being successful that has not had a strong in-house marketing competence. And maybe one learning I would like to add, what we also see is if you want to achieve a data-driven organization in the end, you have to start investing into things like a data warehouse, etc., quite early. And people always ask me, do I really need to build a data warehouse? I'm just making 500,000 euros of revenue. Can I do it just with an Excel sheet? And that's true. You can run a company with 500,000 euros even without an Excel sheet. But what we noticed, if you don't invest into data warehouse-like infrastructures and people that are providing reports and analyses from early on, it's very hard to switch the culture of an organization. And so I think that's why I think it makes a lot of sense to do that.
It also becomes more complex later on when you're onboarding several tools, when you haven't identified if you're working on a platform strategy, which tools to be used. And like for us, I think one of the key things I implemented when I started at Mont Blanc, and I come from like the Amazon Rocket Internet based world, which is very much about data warehouses, onboarded also BI tools and data visualization tools such as Tableau to give everyone in the organization access to the data and to act based on that. Because if you only have 2 or 3 people sitting on the data, that's not enough to make the right decision. Yeah.
And I think that's also one key thing I think one can also see in your career. I mean, you started kind of in this digital sphere, startup sphere, and you switched to a very traditional company. And let's probably finish with that, because I think that's also very interesting here, the whole topic of digital transformation. And I think your personal story is kind of a digital transformation story as well, because you come from a very digital background, and now you're helping a very traditional company. Can you describe a little bit what Richemont, which I mean basically lives from the luxury brands, what are you guys doing to drive digital transformation? Is there something that companies here could learn from it?
Yeah, so I think digital transformation obviously is necessary, or we call it often business transformation. And you need to identify the key pillars which are the most strategic in your company to digitally transform first. So this could be via acquisition-based transformation, it could be cultural-based transformation. I think for me the organization is the most important to have on board. So I'm heading internally the Digital Transformation Task Force, which consists of people from several departments. So I have someone from finance, from IT, from HR, also from the other maisons such as Cartier, to ensure we're up to date and we can match also the latest developments, especially in the e-commerce scene. And we have done one acquisition on the Richemont side for Yoox Net-a-Porter, which is great for us to also leverage their tech stack and their learnings. They're a super performance-driven company, only do ABC tests before they launch anything.
Can we just talk about that a little bit, because I think that's very interesting.
Yeah.
A very traditional luxury house bought like a state-of-the-art e-commerce company. Yeah. So you're not only transforming internally, but you actually do strategic acquisitions.
Yeah.
In that case, I don't know who knows Yoox Net-a-Porter. I mean, there's some of the target group is sitting in the audience, but it has been a very expensive company. I mean, that has been like a $2 billion acquisition. Yeah, so not cheap. But Richemont took the decision to make this acquisition because they say, okay, this kind of knowledge, yes, we could also try to build it in-house, but they decided to say, okay, it's probably quicker, faster, and essentially cheaper in the end if we acquire this knowledge. And to my understanding, at least, it has been an acquisition you guys have been very happy with. Yeah. So, and that is something that I often see with Mittelstand companies. They always say, oh, these startups, they're just 10 people. They want to have 20 million valuation for 10 people. That's true. Yeah. In this case, it has been a little different, I know. But it's, you always have to think about what this knowledge that you might acquire, put on your platform, how much value that could generate. And I think that's the right perspective here. It's not only, and that is something that the two worlds have a very difficult time. If you look at the very EBIT based and how much profit does a company make and how much turnover does it make, that's kind of the world that's very prominent here. But actually valuing kind of digital competence and putting a price tag onto that, that is something that the companies from the region often have a very hard time. And
the human capital also behind.
Yeah.
You know, you can't attract this talent as a very traditional company in the next 1 to 2 years. So it's also a transformation process. So the acquisition gave us the power to already have this talent and the knowledge in-house right away.
Yeah. So we're actually out of time, but do we still have, can we still answer the questions that we get here? Yeah? Who's kind of the master of ceremony here? I think if nobody stops us, we would just answer some of the questions. Can you actually see the questions? Yeah.
I can start for the AI solutions.
So just the question.
The question is,
there's a question.
do you use AI solutions already? So we use AI solutions for brand awareness tracking and also for brand perception. Because for me, one of the key things when I came on board is the target audience you think is relevant or the most relevant to your company. Is this really true? Is it 100% identified? Or are you actually talking to someone else than you think you would? So we have done some analysis on the AI-based analysis for China, for example, which was very interesting, where we've seen a very different brand perception of Mont Blanc than we've seen in Europe, which is much more fashionable, much more product agnostic, and by that we have also adapted our targeting and media communication strategy.
I think just one quick comment there. What we experience, at least in most cases, and also if you look at established companies, using the actual AI, that's not the real bottleneck. The real bottleneck in most cases is, do you have the data in a format collected where you can actually apply the AI? And I think that is, especially for legacy organizations, the biggest step. I mean, the legacy organizations I at least know, we have like 13 different data warehouses. They don't talk to each other, and then the best AI solution cannot solve that. So I think in a startup environment, it's fairly easy to use it because we have simple data structures. But there, the value of AI is fairly limited. But the difficult thing is often collecting the data in the right kind of way. What's a good thing is, and I think that is something everybody should have on their radar screen, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft are pushing very, very hard, obviously in their self-interest, to make the accessibility of AI and AI-based tools basically very public. And that is great. So, and that is something that a marketing department that you hopefully build now internally could also do. Place somebody young there that gets to know and gets basically to play around with the tools that are already available in Amazon Redshift or in the Google BI suite. There's lots of free tools.
Also for attribution modeling can be very relevant. If you want to match your online to offline conversions, for example, this is also an area where we are using it.
So what do you think about AR and VR in marketing? Probably AR, especially AR, we are like already in the middle of it. I mean, if you look at what Facebook is doing on Instagram with all the filters where you look like a mouse, and also in Asia and all this kind of stuff. Especially Facebook and Instagram are heavily driving this. And also Snap, obviously. Snapchat, I mean, Snap has been probably the earliest, and then TikTok are heavy drivers of AR use in the mass market. And so the likelihood that it will play a major role in B2C marketing very soon is very high. In the B2B context, I find it also extremely interesting, not so much for customer acquisition, but I think you can do a lot of cool stuff with VR in things like machine maintenance. I've seen a very cool thing from Rolls-Royce allowing kind of maintenance and also tutorials on how to use their turbines based on VR. So I think, especially in a more complex B2B environment, the whole VR spectrum can be extremely interesting to look at. But I would say in terms of marketing and customer acquisition, we are still early stages. I mean, there have not been very many relevant companies outside of Google and Facebook that have really pushed this, and Snapchat, that have really pushed this very far.
Where it becomes very interesting is also in the gaming industry.
Yeah, that's right.
When it goes even towards the purchase. So you have specific prices in some games, so you can sponsor these as a brand, and then even purchase the product in the gaming app, which is, I think, crazy, but very, very strong trend. Then you have, as you already said, the filters, so you can customize your filters as a brand, but I think this is also more very playful B2C activation.
Yeah, I think if you really want to understand what's state of the art there, gaming is probably the industry to look at. What key skills do you need to dominate marketing in the next 5 to 10 years? You would try to
I think we already touched base on this one, so especially I think in management it's vital to not only have the top level view on the key topics and key trends in the industry, but you also need to really understand your marketing toolkit, your channels. So you need to have background in data science, in mathematics, informatics, also super important. So I would say rather goes from the communication aspect towards a very data-driven skill set you would need.
And I think that's a difficult piece, because you still need storytelling, engagement driving, creative kind of stories.
Yeah.
Let's come to that in a minute, how that changes. But in addition, you need data skills and technical skills to inform the right kind of marketing stuff. And I think this kind of trade-off is very difficult to pursue for marketing departments, because from my experience, you either have data-driven marketing departments, like a booking.com, for example, is extremely data-driven, but the site and the creatives look very ugly. Or you have marketing departments producing beautiful stories, but they're not data-driven. And I think the difficult piece is really bringing the two worlds together, and I think the CMOs of the future, they will have to exactly do this. In my experience, I don't know about yours, is it's easier to get a quantitative guy to think a little more emotional and qualitative than getting somebody from an emotional kind of traditional agency background and teach them how to be number-driven. I think that's very difficult.
It's super difficult,
But obviously that's not a large-scale kind of study of it, but I think that's the two key skills. You need to be data-driven, tech-driven on the one hand side, so you need people for that, and you need storytelling engagement on the other, and you need a person on top that kind of balances between the two. So a very difficult task.
And also when you think about automation, maybe some part of the quantitative guy is going to be automated in a few years anyway, so maybe the trend will go more towards a creative, emotional person.
But I think one aspect, and I think that's key to understand, if you look at what's creativity today, if you look at Netflix, which is probably the most successful creative powerhouse over the last 5 to 10 years, yes, they're very creative, but they're not creative in a traditional agency kind of sense. So I think the time of the big idea that makes us all think alike for a certain moment because the creative has been so great, that time seems to be a little bit over. If you look at how Netflix is doing it, it's more about data-driven development of creativity. So if you look at how they create their series, it's all based on actual user behavior and then a steered type of creativity, not like this is my idea, either take it or leave it, but it's really trying to inform creativity by data. And I think that's a difficult piece here. And I guess this is to make us stop. Very nice way of doing that.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
We hope that was interesting, and have a good conference.
Thank you so much for that. I really enjoyed the question that you guys asked about VR and marketing. I cannot wait for a company that sells motion sickness pills to advertise in VR. I always get absolutely sick. I think that is the best way to reach your target market. Please do this and make my dream come true. Now we're going to shift gears a little bit. I want the corporates in the room to remember a little bit how much time, energy, and resources you put into moving from your own data centers to the cloud, because now Gartner is reporting that in just 5 years, 75% of all data is going to be processed on the edge. Now, what on earth is that going to mean for you? Does that mean that you're just going to be pushing resources off the edge, never to be seen again? Or are you going to get something out of this? We're going to find out really soon. We have an edge expert that's going to be up on stage. Her name is Dr. Vivian Dollinger, and she's also the CEO of ObjectBox. She's going to be telling us why computing is moving to the edge. Give it up for Vivian!
So, we all dream of a future transformed by data.
Imagine your car driving itself to repair before it even breaks down. Your fridge restocking itself while you're at work. All those nice little things. But there's also those, bigger impact things where you can reduce resource waste to an absolute minimum, making the world a better place for everyone. As with any dream, first you need to lay the groundwork. Typically, reality hits, and in a digitization project, that's the tech team. In order to make you implement all those great features and dreams, you need to solve the so-called hidden requirements, like, for example, making data available where needed, when needed. Easy to forget until you deal with the consequences. Typical hidden requirements for any of those great IoT projects include making the data available, having it when you need it, but also dealing with the data volumes, keeping your data secure, ensuring it is structured right from the beginning in a way you can make use of that data later. Also, as your project grows, is it scalable, or will cloud costs kill you? And this is like what we already heard, where edge computing comes into play. Edge computing is one big puzzle piece in solving those challenges. And edge computing simply means you keep data locally, store it on the device where data is produced and used. For example, on the machines in the factory floor, on the car, on the smartphone, or just in a smart home, the building. And today, it's still 90% of enterprise data being stored in the cloud. But this number will drop to just 25%, according to Gartner, in the next couple of years. And all this data will be stored on edge devices. Now, edge computing, this big new thing, is it really that new? No, it's not. Like in any other industry, the IT is living in circles. So basically, we've seen a computing paradigm shift from starting out centralized to decentralized, going back to the cloud, which is the centralized model, and now with edge computing, we're going back to a decentralized approach. Basically making all those small devices and restricted devices we all own and have around our houses smart again. Now, going from the cloud to the edge. In the cloud, you have big hardware that solves a ton of problems for you out of the box, and it's centralized, so all the information is stored here. The more you move into the edge, which typically then is called mist, the devices get smaller, are more limited, but your response times increase. So if you need to get a quick response, on the edge, the latency is really good. Basically, when you want to give autonomy to devices in a smart factory setting or on your smartphone, you need to go to the edge and to a decentralized approach. It has the advantage that you are not dependent on one central instance working, because in case of one device not working, there are tons of other devices still keeping up the system. Why is it happening now? There's a couple of reasons, but one thing that's enabling this big shift is that hardware is getting more capable while being small, and costs are decreasing. So it's easy for us to deploy a ton of small, smart hardware. And that's what's happening. And because this is happening all over the place, data volumes are increasing. on a super high speed, while also the variety of data we are gathering is exploding. But the big driver really are the use cases I mentioned at the beginning, because if we want to enable this new data-driven IoT world that makes life around the world so much easier for so many people, we need to deal with the groundwork. And there are a couple of requirements. One is bandwidth. Actually, if you think of a smart city setting, and I think you've all heard those great cases, you have all the people with their smartphones, you have all the data from the cameras and traffic intersections, all the cars that produce tons of data, etc. pp. It's far too much data for everyone to be sending it all to the cloud. So you really hit a hard bandwidth cap. And even 5G will not be solving that, because data volumes are increasing much farther than we are building that kind of network. The next thing is offline capability. Typically for any application, you want it to work offline. Good example with your mobile phone. Typically, whenever you are mobile, at some point you will be offline. You all have experienced it. Either it's a remote area or you're in the plane, and if you, for example, want to work on your emails, even though you might not send them out, but at least queue them or search information, you need the data on your device, otherwise it's not possible. So you typically get an always-on feeling by making your applications offline capable. Obviously, in autonomous driving, it's a necessity. Another important requirement is data security. Now, on the shop floor and typical factory environments, many companies are very sensitive with regards to that. They wouldn't want to send all their data to the cloud, where it's just adding another vulnerability. If you keep all your data in a closed environment, it's much easier to keep it secure. But if you think about that on a private level, if you have a smart home and everything is working beautifully, it knows when you come home, when your kids come home, who likes what type of music, etc. pp. Do you really want all that data in the cloud? No one needs it there. And as long as you keep data where it's produced and used, data ownership is clear. Speed. The speed of an application responding is getting more and more important. That's true in the factory setting, but much easier to grasp in autonomous driving. You wouldn't want to be sitting in a car that's driving itself, who cannot react because it's trying to connect to the cloud. It's unthinkable. It just doesn't work. So that's another reason why many applications have a need to move to the edge. And last, not least, cloud costs. Initially, I would have thought that wouldn't be so much of a topic, but depending on the type of solution you're doing, cloud costs can kill your business case. Some cases are not made for dealing with a couple of €100,000 per month of cloud costs. It's just, it depends on your case. So when your project scales, this often is something you need to deal with. To make it a bit more feasible, I brought a case we did together with Capture and SNCF. It's a pilot project, and it is a really great edge example because there's a necessity to move to the edge. First of all, because it's a mission-critical environment, so you need to reduce failure. And second, partly due to regulations. So in the railway setting, because as we all know, we all have smartphones, smart light bulbs, cameras everywhere, and we're living in a smart world. I would have actually expected railway operators to have smart tracks, smart trains, smart tunnels. Unfortunately, very often that's not yet the case. They are often not yet digital, which means they lack the data of what's going on, so they don't know yet. And that means for them higher operational costs, lower passenger security, and also unsatisfied customers, as I'm sure you've all experienced. So basically, that's why people come up with new solutions. And this is how we came into contact with one of those providers doing a first pilot for SNCF. Now imagine on the track tree, you have all those, like a server and people with smartphones. Those are sensors, basically a camera and a microphone. And those devices can already be smart enough to detect when the problem happens. Now, if they know, oops, we have a problem, it's of little use, right? So, data needs to be synchronized. All those people need to know in order to react and to make it a better experience. This means, because it depends on the case, for a mission-critical network in the railway, speed is of utmost importance, and that's why they basically also benchmark what we do against an alternative, and we were 13 times faster. Sounds great, but what does that mean? In fact, it feels like telling a joke and getting this reaction. No sound. But this is really, really painful. But it's even more painful if it means lower passenger safety, high penalty fees, or high repair costs. But the speed advantage translates even more into business value because memory and CPU are only available once. If the data persistence and synchronization, the underlying groundwork you need to do before you can live all those great IoT dreams, takes up that much, there's no space, there's no resource left to do all the features you really want to implement. And that's why it's important that the basic foundation of that IoT digitization projects are fast and efficient. Also, when you transfer data, it makes it different if you transfer 37,000 objects in a second or 400, because this translates into how many servers you need to empower your infrastructure. So in short, edge computing is resourceful. Think about it. All of you have a smartphone. It's a super capable device. What does that smartphone do when it's waiting for the cloud to respond? Nothing. But with all those billion devices out there in the world, it does matter to use these resources. And now I'm super happy to answer any questions. Okay, so I have a couple of questions here from Slido. What changes will we see in IoT with 5G? So I think 5G and edge computing really is something that's driving each other. And 5G has certain advantages, obviously the speed being one of them. But I think we will see a future that has a ton of data stored on the edge, and 5G with its speed enabling synchronizing parts of that data in a useful way across to a central server, a dashboard, or other devices. I actually believe we might be going much more into a decentralized approach than we currently are looking at with edge computing and a small cloud. Is edge computing supporting climate change? Okay. Well, edge computing is a shift in a computing paradigm. So basically, if you think about it, if you send all the data that you often do not need there to big central cloud instances that obviously take a ton of electricity and electronic support, etc., and store it there for no good use and no good reason, to then maybe send part of it back when you need it. There's a lot of waste along all of that change. So edge computing in an overall sense really is much, much more resourceful, and I think it will help to build a more sustainable world. Oh, how long does it take to migrate to an edge solution? As always in IT, it depends. It depends on how you're set up at the moment and what type of project you're facing with. It can be anything between a couple of weeks to a couple of months. Which use cases do you see for edge computing? Well, as I said, one is definitely any mission-critical setting, anything that needs speed, like if it's health-related, security-related, for example, autonomous driving, smart factories, the railway, smart homes. You don't want to not be able to enter your house with a, like whatever smart solution, because it's hosted in the cloud. It needs to work on the edge. It's very logical. How important is offline for edge computing? Well, offline capability is one of the big reasons. It doesn't matter if it's in the shop floor where you often don't have that great connectivity, in a parking slot, in a remote area, or even just in an elevator where you typically don't have connectivity. Today, and in many use cases, you want to be able to use the applications, and there are a lot of applications where it's actually a necessity. Isn't programming decentralized applications much more complicated than centralized? Yes, I think so. It is much more complicated. However, it's very worthwhile solving it. And that's also why our approach is basically to have a out-of-the-box solution as a developer tool that other developers can build upon. It's obviously not very useful to start building that groundwork and those basics again and again and again for every project, because it's time to market, it's costs, and very often also a lot of risks because it's non-trivial. Is data per second really better with edge computing? You have to protect data n times versus once if saved centrally. Data security, okay. Yeah, as always, it all depends, but generally speaking, if you keep sensitive data where it's produced, for example, all the private sensitive data on the smartphone would stay there, you decrease the vulnerability that is there during transfer, and you decrease the vulnerability of the data being stored in the cloud. And if you think about it, typically in many settings, on the smartphone, who would hack your smartphone? It might happen, but then it's one data point, as opposed to the cloud where someone might be really interested in hacking millions of customers' data. So that was the last question. I think I got a strong clue that the time is over. Thank you.
Thank you. I've really enjoyed that, and thank you for playing some music. Now, it is getting close to lunchtime, but it's not lunchtime yet. Although I am going to make you hungry a little bit, because we're going to be talking about food tech. And it is good to be in food tech at the moment. Over this last year, the investment in food tech has doubled up to 2.3 billion euros. And two of the biggest food tech investors are in Germany at the moment. So well done, Germany, for pushing the food tech sector forward. And it's not just the investors and the startups and the unicorns that are pushing food tech forward. It's also the established big brands that we all know and love that are pushing it forward as well. To kind of explore this sector, we're going to have a panel, little panel discussion, and that panel is going to be led by the head of live journalism at the Handelsblatt. Her name is Ina Karabas. Please give it up for Ina and the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm super stoked to be here today. It's quite an honor. I must say, I do a lot of conferences, but this one is very special. Not just because it's in Bielefeld, but also I'd like to say a big thank you very much to the organizers. Because believe me, I do see a lot of conferences, and you guys, I don't know if you hear me by now, but you do a great job. Thank you very much. So I'm going to switch into German, because the next panel will be in German. Ja, also ich freue mich, stelle mich ganz kurz vor. Mein Name ist Ina Karabas, ich bin Leiterin Journalismus Live und Technologieredakteurin beim Handelsblatt und freue mich sehr, gleich zwei sehr tolle Herrschaften aus der deutschen Wirtschaft auf der Bühne begrüßen zu dürfen. Und zwar ist da zunächst der Founding Partner von Cherry Ventures, Philipp Dames, und der Chef von Dr. Oetker, einer sehr bekannten Marke hier in Bielefeld, Dr. Albert Christmann. Herzlich willkommen. Kurze Frage. Ich habe mir überlegt, fange ich doch immer ganz kurz mit der Frage an, vielleicht für diejenigen, die es nicht wissen. Ihr seid bei Flaschenpost, ein Getränkelieferservice, investiert. Herr Christmann, Sie stecken hinter der Marke Durstexpress, einem Getränkelieferservice. Wer hätte das gedacht? Also Sie sind eigentlich im Wettbewerb miteinander. Wer wird denn dieses Wettrennen da gewinnen?
Ich glaube, der wird gewinnen, der die Verbraucherbedürfnisse am nachhaltigsten erfüllt und das am schnellsten auf die Reihe kriegt.
Okay, und das ist jetzt natürlich eine sehr politisch korrekte Antwort.
Ja, also wir freuen uns sehr über die Entwicklung von Flaschenpost. Die Firma steht sehr, sehr gut da, ist mittlerweile bedient 125 Städte in Deutschland und ist damit auch aktuell klar Marktführer, aber wir beobachten natürlich Durstexpress mit großem Respekt. Und ich schließe mich insofern an, als dass der Kunde den Service aktuell liebt. Und wenn das so bleibt, dann wird das Unternehmen gewinnen, was nachhaltig am Ende den Kunden am glücklichsten macht. Und ich glaube, da sind beide Firmen aktuell ganz gut unterwegs.
Das war genauso politisch korrekt. Trotzdem habe ich dieses kleine, wir sind da schon Marktführer, schon auch irgendwie noch vernommen. Deswegen, klar, ist klar, wir werden da vielleicht gleich nochmal drauf kommen. Unser Thema heute ist aber Leaders Unplugged, das sind Sie beide, das seid ihr beide. Und wir wollen aber über das Thema Winning in a Digital Ecosystem sprechen. Vielleicht sollten wir dann einmal zu Beginn darüber sprechen, was ist eigentlich ein digitales Ökosystem? Vielleicht wollen Sie anfangen.
Ich darf 2 Sätze ausholen. Wenn man sich mal bis zum Jahr 2000 die Entwicklung anschaut, dann waren die Wachstumstreiber immer Produktunternehmen. Dann kamen die Serviceunternehmen und Plattformunternehmen und das, was in der Zukunft sein wird, sind Unternehmen, die es schaffen, relevante Lösungen für den Verbraucher zu vernetzen. Und dieses Vernetzen von relevanten Lösungen, idealerweise mit Partnern, weil man alleine es gar nicht hinbekommt, das sind Ökosysteme. Zumindest in unserem Verständnis.
Okay. Was ist für dich ein Ökosystem?
Ökosystem heißt letzten Endes 1 + 1 ist 3. Ja, also nicht 2, sondern man hat irgendwas, was die Summe der Einzelteile verstärkt in ihrer Wirkung. Und das ist zum Beispiel in Berlin der Fall. In Berlin, sicherlich auch München zum Teil, aber Berlin als das große Ökosystem für Start-ups. Die Leute gehen nach Berlin, weil dort das Talent ist, weil der Zugang zu Kapital da ist und am Ende kann ich jedem Gründer raten, auch in einem Ökosystem zu gründen, weil ich dadurch einfach sehr, sehr viele Vorteile habe, wenn ich sozusagen irgendwo ganz alleine vor mich hin werke. Und das hat sich in der Tat in den letzten Jahren massiv geändert. Und in Deutschland haben wir mit Berlin, München 2 sehr starke für die Startup-Welt und ansonsten in Europa mit London, Stockholm und jetzt auch immer mehr Paris, noch ein paar weitere.
Wenn du jetzt sagst, für dich ist ein Ökosystem vor allen Dingen die Umgebung, also so sagen wir mal so wie in Berlin, ne? So wie viele Zulieferer gibt es da, wie viele Menschen gibt es auch da, die in so einem Startup arbeiten möchten. Fand ich es ganz interessant, dass Mark Zuckerberg neulich gesagt hat, dass er nie wieder im Silicon Valley gründen würde. Was sagt ihr dazu? Würdet ihr das unterschreiben, dass ihr auch sagt, so eine Monokultur, wie er das genannt hat, Silicon Valley ist es eigentlich nicht mehr?
Ja, also das Ganze kann auch im Gegenteil umschlagen. Was wir im Silicon Valley haben, ist ganz klar eine Bubble. Die Gehälter sind unheimlich in die Höhe geschossen. Es ist wahnsinnig schwer, auch als Firma Mitarbeiter zu halten. Es ist so eine Monokultur entstanden, die auch nicht unbedingt förderlich ist für ein Startup in der Entwicklung. Natürlich wird Silicon Valley weiter extrem wichtig bleiben für Startups weltweit. Es ist immer noch der Standort, wo das meiste Kapital ist, wo auch die erfolgreichsten Unternehmen sind. Aber was wir schon sehen, auch gerade mit Teams, die remote arbeiten, also auch von unterschiedlichen Orten, dass eigentlich der Ort immer weniger entscheidend wird. Ja, und man die Vorteile eines Ökosystems nutzen muss und auch nutzen kann, aber das nicht zwangsläufig heißt, dass die ganze Firma in einer bestimmten Stadt sitzt.
Bielefeld zum Beispiel wäre deswegen irgendwie zunehmend attraktiver wahrscheinlich. Ja. Herr Grissmann, Ökosystem bedeutet aber ja nicht nur das, was drumherum ist, sondern auch so ein bisschen, also außerhalb der Firma drumherum ist, sondern das, was auch innerhalb einer Firma drumherum ist. Das heißt, Sie müssen ja eigentlich in Ihrer Firma, dafür sind Sie auch unter anderem zuständig, es schaffen, innerhalb der Firma ein Ökosystem zu bauen, was wir aus vielen anderen Firmen wissen, relativ schwierig ist. Vielleicht möchten Sie da mal irgendwie erzählen, wie Sie das angehen, das Thema.
Also wir haben eine knapp 130-jährige Geschichte und damit haben wir auch eine Kultur, die sich entsprechend entwickelt hat. Und ich glaube, diese Öffnung, die wir gerade uns vorgenommen haben und auf dem Weg, wo wir sind, diese Öffnung für Partnerschaften, für die Bereitschaft, mit anderen zu teilen, das ist etwas, gerade für ostwestfälisches Denken, etwas früher Neues, heute selbstverständlich geworden, aber es ist der Weg, um mit anderen, die Kompetenzen mitbringen, etwas Gemeinsames aufzubauen und deswegen ist es eben auch ein örtliches Ökosystem oder bei mir war es eher ein inhaltliches von der Definition, was notwendig ist, um die Zukunft und die Herausforderungen der Zukunft zu gestalten.
Und wie sind Sie das eingegangen? Also wie genau gehen Sie da vor, wenn Sie mit den Unternehmen, ich glaube, Sie haben 100 Leute in Berlin, die sich mit dem Thema Digitales beschäftigen. Gibt es einen Grund, warum die in Berlin sitzen und nicht hier?
Na, wir haben relativ früh angefangen, also vor vielen Jahren und es schien uns richtig in Berlin in dieses örtliche Ökosystem hineinzugehen. Und wir machen das Gleiche jetzt auch in Bielefeld. Also das hat ja nichts damit zu tun, sondern wir vernetzen ja auch verschiedene Örtlichkeiten. Das Entscheidende und der Erfolgsfaktor ist, Transparenz zu schaffen, offen zu sein für neue Dinge und Respekt denen gegenüber zu haben, die etwas Neues bringen, was wir vielleicht nicht so gut können. Das gilt aber auch umgekehrt, weil auch die alte Ökonomie durchaus Kompetenzen hat, die für die Zukunft eine hohe Relevanz haben.
Im Zweifelsfall, Philipp, du hast mal auch in einem Talk gesagt, es kommt immer auf das Team an. Also es ist halt irgendwie die Frage, ob man gewinnt oder verliert, hängt sehr stark an den Persönlichkeiten, mit denen man zusammenarbeitet. Was für Persönlichkeiten braucht man aus deiner Perspektive, um in einem digitalen Ökosystem zu gewinnen?
Ja, also wir sprechen jetzt mal vom Gründer oder der Gründerin, die wir suchen und in die wir gerne investieren. Und da kommt es in erster Linie darauf an, dass man wir nennen das Founder Market Fit hat. Das heißt, dass der Gründer wirklich zum Projekt und zur Idee passt und dass ganz klar auch nicht nur das inhaltliche Know-how da ist, aber auch die Leidenschaft, wirklich ein Unternehmen zu gründen. Und ich kenne es selber von Zalando, ich sehe es aber in allen unserer Portfoliofirmen auch, eine Gründung ist nie so, eine Gründung ist immer eine Achterbahn. Es geht hoch, es geht runter und in der Regel geht es deutlich öfter runter, als man es von außen sieht. Und genau dafür braucht man auch Menschen, die mit sowas umgehen können, die auch bereit sind, durch solche Phasen zu gehen. Und wir sagen eigentlich, jeder, der zu uns kommt, und sagt, ich mache jetzt ein Unternehmen, ich will hier irgendwie einen schnellen Exit, ich sehe das hier als Sprint, dem sagen wir eigentlich, es ist in jedem Fall ein Marathon, den du vor dir hast und überleg das gut, ob du das machen willst. Und daraus ergibt sich am Ende auch, dass die viele Unternehmen eigentlich gar nicht unbedingt deswegen scheitern, weil sie das falsche Pricing haben oder weil das Produkt noch nicht ganz da ist, wo es der Markt haben will oder die Kunden vielleicht schwierig sind zu bekommen, sondern sehr viele Unternehmen scheitern letzten Endes dann am Team und an internen Konflikten oder eben auch an der Tatsache, dass das Team einfach nicht das Richtige ist für diese Achterbahn und für diesen Marathon.
Marathon, ich glaube, kaum ein deutsches Unternehmen ist so einen langen Marathon gelaufen wie Sie. 128 Jahre sind es jetzt schon, das heißt, mit Marathon kennen Sie sich aus. Sie haben ja, glaube ich, das gegenteilige Problem. Sie müssen jetzt eigentlich noch mal ein bisschen von der Geschwindigkeit anziehen, Sie müssen schneller werden. Wie stellt sich das dar? Wie schaffen Sie das, die Persönlichkeiten, die Kultur in Ihrem Unternehmen so ein bisschen dahin zu bringen, dass Sie vielleicht ein Stück weit schneller werden?
Ja, es liegt nicht am Einzelnen, sondern es liegt am Zusammenspiel aller, wenn man es genau nimmt. Und das bedeutet, dass wir Verantwortung denen geben, die näher dran sind und die Verantwortung viel besser nehmen können. Das ist die große Kunst in einem größeren Unternehmen, egal ob es jetzt ein junges oder ein altes Unternehmen ist, das spielt keine Rolle. Es muss gelingen, eben den Menschen, die die Lösung besser erreichen können als man selbst, eben dies auch zu ermöglichen und zuzulassen, dass das gewollt ist. Das hat was mit Leadership zu tun, das hat was mit Ownership zu tun und zwar nicht im Sinne von funktionaler Ownership, sondern unternehmerischer Ownership. Und dann gehört ein großer Schuss Respekt und Bescheidenheit dazu, nämlich das ermöglicht, dass man sich selbst auch hinterfragt.
Respekt und Bescheidenheit, das sagt zumindest man den OWL-Mittelständlern ja nach tatsächlich. Wie genau schauen Sie sich die Gründerszene an? Was können Sie da mitnehmen, was können Sie lernen? Punkt 1, natürlich, Sie kaufen relativ fleißig zu, habe ich gelesen. Ne? Sie haben ja noch aus dem Verkauf von Hamburg Süd noch ein bisschen Geld im Portemonnaie und kaufen fleißig zu. Und die zweite ist aber, was nehmen Sie von diesem Gründergeist, den Sie ja dann auch akquirieren? Was nehmen Sie damit?
Ach, ich glaube, für uns besteht die Kunst darin, den Gründergeist, den wir haben, mit dem Gründergeist von Startups zu kombinieren, weil dann unterschiedliche Kompetenzen zu dem führen, was 1 + 1 gleich mehr als 2 ist. Das ist die große Kunst und wenn uns das gelingt, dann machen wir, glaube ich, viel richtig.
Und gelingt es Ihnen?
Fragen Sie mich das nochmal in 5 bis 10 Jahren, weil wir auf einem Weg sind und wir sind auf dem Weg unterwegs. Wir sind recht zuversichtlich, dass wir den richtigen Weg eingeschlagen haben, aber das ist so, wie Herr Dahms es gerade gesagt hat. Es geht mal besser, es geht mal weniger gut. Das Entscheidende ist, man muss aufstehen und weitermachen und das mit Freude.
Was nehmt ihr von einem Unternehmen? Also ich fand das gerade schön, dass Sie gesagt haben, okay, ja, die Startups können sich halt auch ein bisschen in der Old Economy durchaus ein Beispiel nehmen hier und da. Wie macht ihr das?
Also zum ersten Mal, ich halte nichts von dieser Sicht, wir sind die Jungen, Schnellen und ihr seid die Alten, Langsamen. Das bringt am Ende keiner Seite was und es gibt genügend Punkte, wo quasi alte und neue Welt miteinander sehr viel erfolgreicher sein können als alleine. Und eine Sache, die aus meiner Sicht extrem wichtig ist, ist, dass wenn sich ein bestehendes Unternehmen in die digitale Welt vorwagt, dass das immer von der Spitze des Unternehmens mit vollem Einverständnis, voller Motivation und mit voller Energie erfolgen muss. Was nicht funktioniert aus unserer Sicht sind irgendwelche Digitalveranstaltungen irgendwo in der Mitte des Unternehmens und dann gibt es vielleicht mal einmal im Jahr eine Reise in Silicon Valley, wo man dann bei Airbnb ins Büro geht, sondern es muss wirklich ernst gemeint sein und genau das betrifft auch die Kooperation mit Startups. Wir sehen schon, dass gerade im B2B-Umfeld unsere Firmen wahnsinnig profitieren können von der Expertise von gestandenen Unternehmen, was Distribution angeht, was insgesamt Industrie-Know-how angeht, aber auch in ganz vielen anderen Sachen, zum Beispiel um den Organisationsaufbau. Insofern, glaube ich, haben das mittlerweile beide Seiten verstanden, einige mehr, andere weniger. Und ist eigentlich eine gute Basis für einen Dialog, den wir auch immer stärker sehen, würde ich sagen.
Aber vielleicht nochmal konkret die Frage, was genau lernt man, wenn man sich ein Unternehmen wie Miele anguckt, für den Erfolg eines Unternehmens? Wie kann man zum Beispiel sowas sagen wie, naja, okay, gut, wir halten vielleicht doch nochmal 3 Jahre länger aus, weil ich bin mir ganz sicher, dass Sie Produkte hatten, die am Anfang vielleicht die ersten 5 Jahre, 6 Jahre schlecht gelaufen sind und dann aber danach sehr erfolgreich waren.
So, wenn man ein Unternehmen hat wie Oetker, was, ich glaube 1891, habe ich so, allein dieses Alter, die Tatsache, dass ein Unternehmen so lange erfolgreich Bestand hat, allein daraus kann man eine ganze Menge lernen als Startup. Und wir sehen viele Firmen, die viel Geld aufnehmen, viel Geld verbrennen auch und am Ende trotzdem ein langfristiges, nachhaltiges Geschäft aufbauen müssen. Das kann auch mal länger dauern. Im Falle von Zalando hat das auch mehr als 7 Jahre gedauert. Aber es muss dahin führen. Ja? Und die Startup-Welt, gerade im heutigen Markt, tendiert auch öfter mal dazu zu sagen, ach, EBIT brauchen wir gar nicht oder profitabel, mal schauen. Insofern, ich glaube, das ist ein entscheidender Punkt, den man voneinander lernen kann. So dieses kaufmännische Grundprinzip, ein nachhaltig erfolgreiches Unternehmen zu bauen, was lange am Markt ist und nicht nur den schnellen Flip macht.
Herr Dr. Christmann, wenn Sie hören, okay, wir haben bei Zalando auch 7 Jahre gebraucht, ist das für Sie was, wo Sie sagen, nur 7 Jahre oder sagen Sie schon, okay, ja, 7 Jahre, das ist ungefähr auch irgendwie was wir damals so früher gedacht haben?
Also es kommt immer auf das Geschäftsmodell an, über das man redet. Also wir sind, wenn Sie die Historie nehmen, die ersten 100 Jahre, ja produktgetrieben gewachsen. Wenn Sie heute eben über Serviceleistungen und Plattformen reden, gibt es die Möglichkeit, schneller zu wachsen, als wir das gemacht haben in der Vergangenheit, weil es einfach ein anderes Geschäft ist. Die Kunst wird sein, das eine mit dem anderen zu verknüpfen. Und wir sehen es ja auch bei uns. In den klassischen Märkten geht es bei uns darum, ein schönes organisches Wachstum zu machen, weil einfach die Anzahl der Kuchen oder der Pizzen, die wird nicht mehr. Die Märkte sind stabil. Da besser als der Markt zu performen, ist schön und das hilft uns. In den digitalen Themen, in neuen Geschäftsmodellen, da haben wir den gleichen Anspruch wie andere auch, nämlich wir müssen schneller skalieren, damit wir dann tatsächlich eine Relevanz bei den Verbrauchern haben, wenn wir den richtigen Painpoint erwischt haben.
Wir als Wirtschaftsjournalisten, wir lieben ja Zahlen. Wollen wir da mal ein paar Zahlen dranhängen? Also in einem normalen alten Nahrungsmittelumfeld, wie viel % Wachstum ist da gut?
Also wenn man unsere klassischen Märkte nimmt, die eben in der Regel stagnieren, dann haben wir uns als Zielsetzung 3,5% organisches Wachstum vorgenommen. Und wenn wir das jedes Jahr übertreffen, dann sind wir gut unterwegs.
Und in den neuen digitalen Geschäftsfeldern?
Das hängt davon ab, wie groß die Märkte sind oder die Ökosysteme, in denen wir uns bewegen. Und insofern geht es zunächst einmal darum, relativ schneller zu wachsen als der Wettbewerb. Wenn uns das gelingt, dann haben wir eine gute Chance, solange es eine relevante Verbraucherbedürfnisbefriedigung gibt, die wir erfüllen. Also ich glaube, da ticken wir auch schon so ein bisschen wie die Spielregeln, die diese Märkte uns vorgeben, weil der Wettbewerb eben so ist und weil der Verbraucher entscheidet, was für die Zukunft relevant ist. Und deswegen sind manchmal 2 einer zu viel.
Sag mal, wann investiert ihr? Wie viel Wachstum müssen Sie euch versprechen, damit ihr investiert als Cherry Ventures?
Wir investieren ja häufig, bevor eine Firma am Markt ist. Und in der ersten Phase ist Wachstum natürlich auch wahnsinnig entscheidend, weil es im Grunde genommen der Beweis ist, dass es überhaupt einen Bedarf für das Produkt gibt. Das heißt, in den ersten Jahren, wenn ich da nicht 300, 400, 500% Year-on-Year wachse, da ich ja von einer kleinen Basis komme, dann habe ich wahrscheinlich kein valides Geschäftsmodell. Wenn ich in Jahr 5, in Jahr 6, in Jahr 7 noch 100 bis 200% wachse auf einer größeren, dann ist das sehr, sehr gut. Ja? Es gibt Firmen, die schaffen das auch deutlich schneller zu wachsen, aber es kommt halt natürlich immer auf die Phase auch des Unternehmens an.
Du hast es gerade gesagt, wenn Sie es schaffen oder nicht schaffen. Woran liegt es eigentlich in Deutschland? Wir reden da ja immer viel drüber. Ne? Deutschland ist hängt hinterher, wir sind nicht so stark innovationsgetrieben, wir haben nicht genug Startups und so. Welche Hindernisse gibt es in Deutschland dafür, dass Startups vielleicht nicht so schnell wachsen wie in anderen Ländern?
Der Grund, warum Startup-Unternehmen scheitern, in erster Linie, es gibt keinen Bedarf für das Produkt. In zweiter Linie, run out of money. Und in dritter Linie, das Team geht kaputt. Ich glaube, natürlich müssen wir in Deutschland schauen, dass wir die bestmöglichen Rahmenbedingungen haben für Firmen, um zu wachsen, auch in der frühen Phase. Da sind wir aber in Deutschland gar nicht so schlecht. Es gibt ein paar Ausnahmen, gibt es Themen wie Mitarbeiterbeteiligung, strukturelle Verfügbarkeit von Venture Capital auch am Markt, aus Pensionskassen, aus Versicherungen, da sind die Amerikaner viel, viel weiter als wir. Aber grundsätzlich haben wir einen sehr, sehr gute Fundierung dafür, dass Firmen in Deutschland entstehen können. Insofern glaube ich persönlich, die meisten Firmen scheitern nicht, weil sie in Deutschland sitzen, sondern an genau diesen ersten 3 genannten Punkten.
Wie ist das bei Dr. Oetker, wenn Sie neue Produkte launchen, die, sagen wir mal, so eine Art mini-internes Startup dann gehandelt werden, weil es ein neues Produkt ist? Woran scheitern die? Sind das die gleichen Gründe?
Ja, also wir haben auch Beispiele, wo wir eben nicht erfolgreich waren. Das liegt daran, dass wir den Painpoint des Verbrauchers nicht richtig identifiziert haben oder dass der Painpoint vielleicht da ist, aber das Geschäft, was dahinter sich verbirgt, eben nicht groß genug ist. Und dann muss man eben aufhören. Und die Kunst besteht darin, sein Darlehen zu killen, weil das fällt ja dann auch manchmal schwer. Aber das ist die Kunst.
Ist es innerhalb eines so großen Unternehmens noch eine zusätzliche Hürde zu sagen, manchmal laufen die auch intern gegen das, was jemand mal zu mir gesagt hat, die Antikörper im Unternehmen an, weil irgendwie einfach sie innerhalb eines bestehenden Traditionsunternehmens nicht genug Platz haben zu atmen und sich zu entwickeln?
Naja, das ist immer ambivalent zu betrachten, weil wenn man sieht, dass wir sehr ordentlich unsere organische Zielsetzung in den klassischen Märkten erreichen oder sogar übertreffen, dann scheinen wir ja vieles richtig zu machen, sonst wäre das nicht so. Wenn man dann sagt, okay, ich muss aber bei neuen Geschäftsmodellen vielleicht andere Methoden anwenden oder die Spielregeln sind anders, das muss man dann vermitteln und das ist manchmal nicht immer so einfach, aber da muss man eben offen und transparent sein, muss sich den Fragen stellen, weil das ist das Einzige, was man tun kann, sich hinstellen und sagen, hier stehe ich und ich kann nicht anders und jetzt lass uns drüber reden.
Ja, einer von Ihnen beiden hat im Vorgespräch zu mir gesagt, es hängt, ob Innovationen im Unternehmen erfolgreich sind, hängt ganz, ganz stark am CEO. Und das war er. Was meinst du genau damit?
Das ist so ein bisschen, geht auf den Punkt ein, den ich vorher schon gesagt habe. Ich glaube, wenn der Kopf des Unternehmens nicht wirklich überzeugt ist, digitale Themen voranzutreiben, dann wird es nicht passieren. Das sehen wir in gestandenen Unternehmen, sozusagen in der alten Welt, sehen wir immer interessanterweise auch in Startups, die dann schon mal eine Weile am Markt sind. Auch ein Startup muss sich immer wieder neu erfinden. Und so ein bisschen dieser Spruch, wer nicht mit der Zeit geht, muss mit der Zeit gehen, trifft genauso auch auf unsere Welt zu. Die Frequenz wird auch deutlich schneller. Das heißt, Geschäftsmodelle entwickeln sich in einer Geschwindigkeit, gerade in der digitalen Welt, dass ich mir nicht sicher sein kann, nur weil ich vor 3, 4 Jahren mit meinem Produkt an den Markt gegangen bin, dass ich notwendigerweise das innovativste Produkt habe, sondern es dreht sich unheimlich schnell und auch als Startup muss ich extrem darauf achten, dass ich quasi am Puls der Zeit und an meinem Konsumenten dranbleibe.
Wann sind Sie denn digitaler geworden? Wann haben Sie gemerkt, okay, ohne das geht es nicht mehr?
Also es gibt da keinen Stichtag, sondern wenn man sich in verantwortlicher Position mit den Themen auseinandersetzt, dann, bei mir begann das definitiv mit den Megatrends, die da vor vielen Jahren sich abgezeichnet haben. Und ich glaube, Megatrends sind ein guter Indikator für das, was in der Zukunft passieren wird, auch wenn man nicht konkret weiß, warum, aber man weiß unter bestimmten Rahmenbedingungen, was sich verändert. Und das ist das Entscheidende, dass man die Zeichen der Zeit frühzeitig versucht zu antizipieren und dann einfach beginnt. Und wie Sie gerade gesagt haben, Herr Dahms, das Entscheidende ist, die Zeit ist so schnelllebig, dass man einfach viel schneller agieren muss und viel offener sein muss für Veränderungen, weil heute kann das Geschäftsmodell gut sein, das kann in einem Jahr schon überholt werden durch irgendjemand, der noch eine bessere Idee hat. Und das ist die eigentliche Herausforderung einer digitalen Veränderung.
Und auch wenn das uns jetzt allen schwerfällt, muss man eine Sache sagen, wenn wir auf die Generation, sagen wir mal zwischen 10 und 20 guckt, vielleicht sogar schon zwischen 20 und 30, aber vor allem zwischen 10 und 20, man muss, wenn man ehrlich zu sich selber ist, sagen, vielleicht verstehen wir die jetzt schon nicht mehr und sind wir halt natürlich jetzt irgendwie vielleicht noch gar nicht so weit gefühlt davon weg, wie wir es eigentlich sind. Wie bleibt man da dran? Wie versteht man die nachwachsende Generation?
Wollen Sie?
Also ich habe zum Glück junge Kinder, das hilft. Es hilft auch, wenn man sich einfach in der Startup-Szene bewegt und versucht, offen zu sein. Also ich bin zwar noch Schlipsträger, aber das eine hat mit dem anderen nicht so viel zu tun. Es ist einfach schön, diese frischen Ideen in dieser Welt aufzunehmen und zu reflektieren. Also man sollte sich auch im höheren Alter die Neugierde bewahren. Und wenn man neugierig ist, dann ist das die Basis für alles Weitere. Und dann ist es nicht unbedingt eine Frage des Alters.
Hat einer von Ihnen beiden einen TikTok-Account?
Ja, klar.
Okay.
Ja.
Wie machst du das? Bist du nah dran an dem, an dem Gefühl, was die neue Generation mit sich bringt?
Wir müssen nah dran sein, das ist unser Job. Und das ist natürlich bei so Themen wie Social Media extrem schnelllebig. Vor ein paar Jahren war Facebook cool. Kein junger Mensch ist heute mehr auf Facebook, ist auch keiner mehr auf Instagram. TikTok ist auch schon wieder uncool.
Darf ich das Ganze einmal fragen? Wer von Ihnen ist noch auf Facebook? Aktiv, nicht nur.
Oh,
ja.
Das sind wenige.
Keiner? Doch, da vorne. Yay!
Wer ist auf TikTok? Ja.
Ist auch nicht so viel. Instagram?
Snapchat? Ah ja, okay.
Ja, okay.
Ja,
Wer von Ihnen macht kein Social Media? Nie. Ah.
LinkedIn zählt auch als Social Media. Noch. Aber, es macht doch Spaß, sich damit zu beschäftigen. Kinder, aber auch, wir sprechen auch mit Usern. Wenn wir in ein Gaming-Startup investieren, dann sprechen wir teilweise mit 12-, 13-Jährigen, wie die das nutzen. Und das ist, man muss auch sich selber eingestehen, dass man das auch dann selber nicht mehr so ganz versteht. Und das ist auch vollkommen okay. Ja.
Ich würde gerne nochmal...
Schön, dass Sie das gesagt haben.
Zum so Richtung Schluss nochmal so den Bogen auf die Eingangsfrage dieses digitalen Ökosystems kommen und die Frage, schaffen wir das in Deutschland, haben wir in Deutschland die richtigen Voraussetzungen dafür, weil wir auch irgendwie, jetzt versuche ich noch einen Bogen zu schlagen, Richtung Responsibility, was ja das Thema der Gesamtkonferenz ist, was ich finde auch ein sehr schönes Thema ist. Kriegen wir das in Deutschland hin? Das ist eine sehr generische Frage zu sagen, wir schaffen es, ein Ökosystem zu schaffen, das digital ist und das nachhaltig ist und in dem wir aus Deutschland heraus nachhaltige Entwicklungen hervorbringen. Was sagen Sie?
Das ist eine schwere Frage. Oder es gibt keine leichte Antwort darauf, weil die Rahmenbedingungen in China oder in Amerika gänzlich andere sind. Das betrifft den Marktzugang und es betrifft den Verbraucherschutz. Im Verbraucherschutz, glaube ich, hat Europa eine große Chance und ich glaube, dass man ohne die Menschen, ohne die Gesellschaft diese Zukunftsthemen nicht lösen wird können. Das heißt, meine große Hoffnung ist, dass wir in Europa etwas haben, was China nicht hat, nämlich Respekt vor den Menschen in einer Demokratie, in einer gelebten Demokratie. Und selbst in Amerika geht man anders damit um. Also ich denke, dass Europa eine gute Chance hat, wenn sie das, was Europa auszeichnet, auch nach vorne bringt. Und dann muss man das nutzen, was eben da ist. Wir haben Unternehmertum und ich bin auch sehr zuversichtlich, dass wir wettbewerbsfähige Modelle aufbauen. Wir werden nicht mehr Alibaba und wir werden nicht mehr Amazon einholen. Wir müssen unseren Weg gehen und der B2B-Bereich ist noch gänzlich unbeackert, sage ich mal. Also wir müssen unseren Weg gehen und ich bin zuversichtlich, dass das gelingt.
Was meinst du?
Ich glaube auch, wir müssen stärken, letzten Endes, was auch aus der Zusammenarbeit von sozusagen alter und digitaler Welt kommen kann. Wenn man nach Berlin guckt, Startup-Industrie, sind, glaube ich, war jetzt gerade im Tagesspiegel 80.000 Jobs entstanden durch Berliner Startups. Davon sind knapp 20.000 in den letzten 2 Jahren entstanden. Das heißt, wir haben hier mittlerweile einen riesen wichtigen Wirtschaftszweig, der sich auch schnell entwickelt und gut entwickelt. Und ich glaube, die Konkurrenz aus China und aus Amerika ist extrem stark, gerade was die Plattformökonomie angeht. Und da wird es in der Tat schwierig, auch sich als Europa oder auch als Deutschland zu behaupten. Aber es wird Themen geben, in denen Deutschland weiterhin auch weltweit führende Unternehmen baut. Und ich glaube auch, dass die vor allen Dingen im B2B-Bereich sein werden.
Mach mal ein konkretes Beispiel bitte.
Also zum Beispiel, wenn ich mir die deutsche Industrie anschaue, das Know-how, was wir haben, zum Beispiel Manufacturing, ja, das ist weltweit führend. Und wenn ich das jetzt kombiniere durch Software, durch Innovation, durch Machine Learning, dann können ganz neue Themen entstehen, die letzten Endes sich auch hier sehr gut schnell anwenden lassen. Das heißt, ich kann hier dann auch schnell skalieren und signifikant Product Market Fit in Deutschland erreichen und von da dann in die Welt gehen. Das heißt, ich muss dann gar nicht erst in Amerika sein oder erst in China sein, sondern ich kann hier die bestehende Infrastruktur in Deutschland nutzen.
Inwiefern spielt denn dabei eine Rolle tatsächlich das ganze Thema Nachhaltigkeit? Also wir reden in Deutschland viel darüber, wir waren mal der Treiber der erneuerbaren Energien in der Welt. Da sind wir teilweise abgehängt worden mittlerweile. Wir haben einige Startups im Bereich Wasserstoff, im Bereich Batteriezellen und so weiter. Aber müssten wir uns dann nicht noch stärker darauf fokussieren, um tatsächlich zu sagen, die nächsten nachhaltigen Entwicklungen kommen hauptsächlich oder zu einem großen Teil aus Deutschland?
Mit Sicherheit. Ich bin sogar zutiefst davon überzeugt, dass dies ein Schlüsselfaktor für deutsche, europäische Industrie sein kann, zumal eben auch die Verbraucher das genau von der Industrie erwarten. Und wenn man dem gar nicht gerecht wird, wird man auch nicht zu den Gewinnern gehören. Und ich glaube, dass gerade wir mit unserem Bewusstsein eine gute Chance haben, diese Karte sauber auszuspielen. Eine große Chance für uns und eine große Chance für das, was die Welt braucht. Weil es ist ja nicht damit getan, dass wir das alleine schaffen, sondern wir müssen es ja auf der Welt umsetzen.
Also eine Win-Win-Situation.
Und unabhängig von der Größe des Unternehmens.
Ja.
Ich glaube, die Startups dürfen sich da nicht ausnehmen. Jeder Gründer hat Verantwortung gegenüber seinen Mitarbeitern, gegenüber seinen Shareholdern, aber auch gegenüber der Gesellschaft. Und es ist vollkommen egal, ob ich 2 Monate im Markt bin oder 130 Jahre. Ich muss mich dieser Verantwortung stellen. Und das ist auch ein wesentliches Investmentkriterium, wenn wir uns Firmen anschauen.
Das bedeutet, da sind auf jeden Fall alte, neue Welt, alle vereint in dem Thema. Wir müssen auf jeden Fall uns stärker um die Nachhaltigkeit kümmern, um uns um die Unternehmen zu kümmern, um uns um die Welt zu kümmern und um uns vor allen Dingen um die Verbraucher und alle anderen und hier im Ort zu kümmern.
Und es ist die Verantwortung der heute in der Verantwortung Stehenden und nicht nur der jungen Generation, die auch heute in Bielefeld auf der Straße ist. Das sollte man auch noch einmal betonen, weil wir das gleiche Interesse haben und es ist unsere Generation, die diese Verantwortung hat und die diese Verantwortung auch zu nehmen hat.
Ja, super Appell. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Damit bedanke ich mich bei Ihnen beiden für das Gespräch und wir werden auf jeden Fall begleiten, was Sie in den nächsten Jahren so tun. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank Ihnen.
So I hope that's made you hungry for more than just food tech, because we are going into the lunch break right now. Before you run off, I'll tell you what you can eat so that you can choose. Now at food station number 1, it's called Thailand and Vietnam. We have a vegan Thai curry and Vietnamese chicken pasta, which should be very nice. And then food station 2 is called Around the World Stew Bar, and you will be able to eat Ethiopian chickpea stew and Indonesian rendang, and also this very exotic dish, which is actually Westfalen vegetable stew, made with a lot of local seasonal vegetables. And then food station number 3 will have a lot of different pastas with mushroom, with basil, with meatballs, and much more. So we've done our very best to get you some healthy, local, sustainable foods so that we're responsible not just towards you, but towards the planet as well. Now, during the break, 2 things are going to happen up on this stage. Firstly, the Good Beats, who are doing an amazing job right now, are going to be playing and jamming a little bit more. I'm already enjoying it. It's a lot of fun up here. And in the meantime, or a little bit later I should say, at 2, we are going to learn a little bit about the Israeli startup scene up here. So if you're interested in the startup scene of Israel, we're going to be presenting that up here on stage at 2, and we have the author of Startup Nation Israel up here. So enjoy your lunch, jam on with the good beats, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
The Hinterland stage now. The conference is about to start.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. Come in, we're about to start. Come on, walk, run. Grab your buddy, we are about to start. Now, our next speaker is going to be sharing all of the secrets of the Israeli startup scene, startup ecosystem with you. We're very, very happy to have her here today. And as there are still some people enjoying their lunch break, I am going to be leaning extra hard on all of you to make a lot of noise, to wake everybody up, to have them rush over here as well, because we are starting again. So come in, I see some people walking over. Come on, we're starting. Run over, grab a seat. There's still plenty of space at the front. If you're not too shy, you get an amazing view up here. So our next speaker, she is the author of the Startup Nation Israel book, and she is also one of the organizers behind the Startup Nation Israel initiative. Please raise the roof, make some noise, shout, clap, and scream for the one and only Wendy Singer!
Bielefeld about 24 hours ago. The first thing I noticed is that everything here makes sense. There's a long industrial tradition. NRW, this whole region, has a global reputation for manufacturing. It's 1/5 of Germany's GDP comes from this region. and you've got the 3,500 Mittelstand companies, 350 hidden champions. It all makes sense. And then you have Israel, where nothing makes sense. So Israel started out as a tiny country, little or no natural resources, in a not very welcoming neighborhood. You fast forward 71 years later, and there are 6,300 startups and innovative companies in Israel today. I am actually going to share with you the story of how that happened and what is the conversation that is and can be between Mittelstand companies and Israel's tech ecosystem. So for starters, tiny country, we're about 9 million people. Just to give you a way to think about it, it's about half the population of this region alone. And the size of the workforce, it's only 300,000 people. But what I like to say is that even for its small size, it's a very noisy work sector. So it's producing about 13% of Israel's GDP and about 38% of our total annual exports. The other thing is just the sheer density of startups. So it's the most startups per capita of any country in the world, and it's one for every 1,400 people. Now, back to what I said earlier, there are all these indexes and rankings that come out during the course of the calendar year, and they slice and dice various innovation ecosystems by city, by country. This one came out recently by Bloomberg. And I mentioned earlier, Germany has this global reputation for industry and manufacturing. Well, number one, okay? And this also has to do with the number of patents coming out and the density of startups. Israel does well here, but looks like the thing got a little bit off. This comes every year, is published at Davos at the World Economic Forum. It has to do with the ability to attract talent, the ability to attract capital, and so on. Israel comes in number 3 quite well. At this point, most people that we talk to at Startup Nation Central that are visiting from all over the world, they look at this, what the hell is with Switzerland? So, Switzerland, one of the other rankings here is density of innovation or dominance of innovation in a particular sector. Now, I'm not sure if anyone here is aware of the dominant innovation sector in Switzerland. Some people say watches, it's not banking, it's actually pharma. Now, by contrast, you cannot point to a dominant sector of innovation in Israel. The innovation runs across many different sectors. This is a hard slide to even keep updated. And what's also interesting about this phenomenon is not only is there diversity of innovation across many sectors, but entrepreneurs themselves, partly because of core skill sets that they're getting in their military service, will actually migrate from sector to sector. The other piece that's interesting here is startups themselves will start out in a certain sector, again, same core skill sets, and then 2 years later, they're a different company. One of the 5 startups that we brought here that's in the exhibition area is called Digital Halo. They started out as a cybersecurity company. They iterated and pivoted, and today they're a data infrastructure company and definitely worth having a look at. This is an OECD ranking on the percentage of GDP that a country invests in R&D. Israel does well here. Just anytime I say percentage of GDP, just remember that we're a tiny country. And the other thing to point out here is that this does not include military. okay? This is just public and private investment in R&D. Now, the sheer VC investment coming to Israeli startups is noteworthy. It's actually the highest per capita of any country. And this, by the way, is something interesting when I talk later about some of the synergies between companies here and Israeli startups. Israeli startups are not always looking for money. They're very often much more looking for customers, for collaboration, and for pilots. Okay, this is just some examples of some of the more noteworthy M&As that have taken place in recent years. I know that Waze works here in Bielefeld because I did it when I was stressed out about getting to my hotel. And Mobileye actually was acquired by Intel about 3 years ago, and it was the largest tech exit in Israel's history. Now, what I said before about things not adding up, there's over 300 MNCs that have an R&D center in Israel. There's about another 200 that have another kind of presence in Israel. In most cases, an MNC sets up in another country for one reason alone, and that's the market. So I already said we're a tiny country, we have no market. The only reason they're setting up here in such large numbers is for the talent, for the innovation. How did this all happen? Now, there is a book called Startup Nation, which came out exactly 10 years ago. I'm actually not one of the authors, but I'm related to the authors. And if you haven't read the book, this slide will save you a few hours because it sort of captures the story in one shot. You have to boil it down really to these three pillars. One is the role of the immigrant population, which in the early 90s, Israel welcomed over 1 million immigrants, mainly from the former Soviet Union, but some from Ethiopia as well. A lot of the talent pool came from that wave of immigration. And then there's the role of government, which today is interesting, very strategic. Okay? It's mainly the Ministry of Economy through its innovation arm, which is called the Israel Innovation Authority. But by and large, the government stays out of the way of the entrepreneurs. In the early 90s, however, there was this ecosystem that was bubbling up, and there was no VC scene at all. So the government came along and set up a fund. It was basically matching funds for VCs to come set up in Israel, and it was $100 million spread across 10 funds, and that is what gave way to this very robust venture scene that you have today. Finally, there's the military. So Israel has mandatory conscription for all eligible female and male high school graduates. It's 2 years and 3 years respectively. What I always say is that I don't wish mandatory conscription on any country, because there's a reason for it. But what Israel has done with its mandatory conscription is quite impressive. So you have a lot of these elite units that you read about in the press, 8200, 8100, there's a tech unit called Talpiot. Some of the finest entrepreneurs that have started these rock star companies came out of those units. A lot of the core tech or deep tech skill sets that Israeli entrepreneurs have came out of their service in the military. But I also like to point out, it's a little off point, but I think it's really interesting that it doesn't matter what unit you're serving in, whether it's tanks or infantry or the Air Force or a unit that deals with autistic soldiers. There's a whole range of skill sets that you get from your service in the military that you're not getting in K through 12. It's mission orientation, strategic thinking, learning how to work on a team, learning how to take risk, and so on. This just gives you a sort of a snapshot or an X-ray of the Israeli tech ecosystem. If I have to sum up the whole story, there is a vibrant tech sector. There's a lot of tech talent, no market. This means that the minute every single one of those 6,000 plus Israeli startups opens its doors, their conversation is with overseas markets. My organization was started about almost 7 years ago in order to create that bridge between Israeli innovation and corporate and government challenges from around the world. We do it in a few different ways, but the one that we're here today for is connecting to the world. So we have two core activities that connect Israel to the world. One is Startup Nation Finder, which is a database that maps the whole Israeli tech ecosystem. It's online, it's free, it's very searchable, has all the startups, all the R&D centers, all the VCs, and so on. I invite every one of you, I won't be insulted if you take out your phone and just go to Startup Nation Central, startupnationfinder.org. If you put in predictive maintenance, 29 startups will come up with a short description of the technology and the team and the amount of funding raised. It's a terrific tool. And secondly, we actually host corporates from around the world, and we do a mapping of what we call their pain points, and we introduce them to potential solutions. Because we're both non-government and nonprofit, we don't charge for any of this activity that we do. For us, the hit is when a corporate from abroad finds potential solutions. I don't think I can put it better than...
I've come to Israel because I've heard so much about cybersecurity and the advancements that have been made in Israel. And it's really amazing to see. It really kind of has blown my mind because it has exceeded my narrow scope on cyber so far. I didn't really know what to expect when I heard first about Startup Nation Central, but to me after this visit, it's very clearly a go-to address to explore more than 6,000 companies. This is my first visit ever to Israel, and I'm truly impressed. When I really think about a nation, a country with 8 million people, and creating really this unique environment, this ecosystem in itself, it's quite impressive. And it wasn't for sure my last visit to Israel.
So just in terms of the sectors that we focus on, we couldn't be smart as an NGO in every single sector. So we decided to put a spotlight on a couple of different sectors of innovation where we think Israel has something unique to offer. This captures what we believe is unique and compelling about the Industry 4.0 sector. Think that corporates that come both from Mittelstand and from other countries find that it's the hyperconnectivity of the ecosystem within Industry 4.0, and it's also the fact that Israeli startups are very solution-oriented and provide solutions across the supply chain. So this just gives you a sense of the robustness of the I4 ecosystem. Here are some of the data. The amount of funding that came in 2019 to the I4 startups was above $500 million. And here it gives you a sense just of the sheer range of innovation going on in Israel. If you come and have a look at the Startup Nation Central booth in the exhibit hall, we actually brought 5 startups from Israel. And you can get a sense, again, of the range of solutions across the supply chain. Now, in a week and a half from now, we are hosting an event in Israel which we see as a sequel to the Hinterland of Things. It's a full 4 days where we're bringing together the innovators and the thought leaders from around the world in order to show everything that's new, unique, and actionable in the I4 ecosystem. It's a week and a half away, but we've talked to a number of people here today at Hinterland of Things are actually going to be coming to Tel Aviv. So if any of you are spontaneous, you're more than welcome to join us. And I'm just going to close with someone that I think could not have said it better, that we hosted, who's the managing partner at Siemens Dynamo. He said, automation is muscles and brains for machines. It's about combining existing capabilities and using them in a different way. Riding the wave of automation, learning to surf the wave, that is the point of coming to Israel. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Sebastian and Simon and our partners at the Founders Foundation.
Thank you. All right, we got a sneak peek into Israel's startup ecosystem. Let's wander around the world for a little bit. The US has Silicon Valley. What do we have here in Europe? We have Silicon Alley, Silicon Canals, Silicon, oh my God, Bielefeld does exist. You know, all kinds of different variations of Silicon Valley, people trying to recreate Silicon Valley, but never really the same thing. And some people could call that a failure, but maybe that's actually our strength, because Europe is very diverse. It's a very different ecosystem than the US. So let's explore this a little bit more. We're going to look at Europe holistically, if you can even do that. And we're going to think about what the mission is and the implications are for Europe as a very unique ecosystem. So to talk about that, we have an amazing amount of panelists that are going to be up here on stage. Each of them is an absolute powerhouse, and they are going to be led by Colette Balou, the founder of Balou Capital. Please give it up for our panelists. Raise the roof!
I'd like to introduce my panelists and have them come on stage in order. So the first is going to be Natalia from Brilliant Minds. Following her will be Maurizio from H-Farm. And then you've already heard from her. It's Wendy, who just came off this stage, who's been kind enough to do a repeat performance. Would you all join us on stage? Lovely. Thank you so much. A word before we actually dive into in-depth intros. I came to Europe in 2002, moved from San Francisco, and it wasn't so hard to imagine at the time that Israel was going to be a startup nation. However, I never in a million years expected France to become one. I don't think anyone in this audio, like in the auditorium, could have ever expected that. It is hard, though, to maintain the momentum of a startup nation and of an ecosystem indeed on the rise. And charting its unique course is something that we all need to work on, and I think each of our panelists are going to be discussing this. They have varied backgrounds, varied points of view, and they will have specific recommendations for all of you, no matter where you stand in this ecosystem and no matter at which point you are in your career. So with that, I'm going to ask them each to introduce themselves. Natalia, do you mind going first and telling us a little bit about Brilliant Minds?
My name is Natalia Brzezinski, and Brilliant Minds is a foundation and a symposium founded by Daniel Ek, the founder of Spotify, as well as most of Sweden's major business families, so the families behind H&M and other major companies. And my journey to Europe was a very interesting one. At age 24, I moved to Stockholm, Sweden as part of a US embassy. My husband was President Obama's ambassador to Sweden, and I actually had a role and a mandate from the White House to focus on tech and innovation. And at that time, Sweden was still an undiscovered gem. So I spent 6 years really connecting the ecosystem, policymakers, politicians, CEOs, and entrepreneurs. And that momentum led to my work today, which aims to continue that. And as you said, Colette, tech ecosystems need nurturing. And our goal at Brilliant Minds is really to unify the different tech hubs in Europe. Because I believe, as an American working here, that Europe can lead in building impactful and ethical tech. And we're really bullish about that. I'm really bullish about Europe. So that's a little bit of my story.
Maurizio.
Well, I'm an entrepreneur for about 35 years. I shared my experience among the luxury, the action sport, and the innovation. So that's I learned 3 very important things. From luxury, I learned how products and objects can generate an experience and become influential.
And then how did that lead to H-Farm?
The H-Farm is the last experience, is my last one.
Okay.
And I learned through the action sport, be very immersed with the next generation. And I learned their perspective from their eyes is very different from others. And my latest 15 years, it's creating H-Farm. It's basically a habitat. It's a habitat of people. So we started as the first incubator of Europe. And now it's shifting more and more into the education. And yes, it's a place. It's involving like 3,000 people on a daily basis among students, executive, entrepreneurs. And it's like a little habitat.
Oh, okay. In that case, Wendy, I know you've told us a little bit about yourself, but I'd like you to dig a little deeper and tell us about how what you're doing basically dovetails with Industry 4.0. Sure.
Mm-hmm. So I mentioned just a couple minutes ago that we're a nonprofit that connects corporate and government challenges with Israeli solutions and innovation. I think the key here, especially when it relates to I4, is that we do it basically by mapping and connecting. Mm-hmm. So I mentioned the Finder, which is our innovation platform. But when it comes to Mittelstand, for us, this place is just a field of opportunity, because the Mittelstand companies, as we understand it, know that they need to innovate. They know that the innovation isn't necessarily going to work incrementally. So Israel is basically 80% B2B companies. And they're helping the founders and the CTOs of these Mittelstand companies take a look at their processes and their product and see what about it could be actually transformed by connecting with Israeli technology.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick word about me. I'm clearly American. I own a public relations firm, eponymous, called Baloo, and I've been a part of this ecosystem for about 18 years, which means I have a lot of history and a lot of institutional knowledge. And also I'm now an LP, so I invest in venture capital funds. So I'm also looking at this from a different point of view, which is why I get to ask the questions. And the first question, Maurizio, goes to you. Wow. When we first spoke, you were so energized by this topic. I think you said, this is crucial. We have to talk about this. And you feel really passionately about what Europe needs to do to leverage the values we have. But, and I think I have this right, you have concerns about the existing culture and mindset here in Europe, about the current standards-based ecosystem. And furthermore, you told me that we need new first-generation drivers. Do you mind breaking that down specifically, like what we all know what you're energized about, but what are you cautious about?
You know, I think everything is pretty simple. I see ages are defined by generations since ever, okay? And the 20th century, we reached the top evolution for the industrial model. And there is we create a lot of infrastructure, okay? And the industrial model scale through standards. Everything is about standardized. I think every day we create more rules, regulatory, and process, and we lose the focus on the main principles, okay? So what happened? It happens that the culture and mindset in the past 50 years was so fast, the evolution with the industrialization, that, in my opinion, influenced a lot the mindset and the culture. And one very delicate point comes with the education, because the education, it's creating stupid people to fit into a frame. And if we go back 500 years or so, I found there was in the individual person, much more entrepreneurial approach than today.
You used, I think, the example of Renaissance and art, the Renaissance in art.
It's like an artisan. Just in the past, an artisan was a problem solver. He had to do with his hand something functional for someone else. And he has to do it, and sometimes he has shortage of materials or whatever that was with the technology at that time. It was pretty much be creative and do it. That's who we are. Fit into the industrial. You need, like, also education. That's labor, that's this management. Everything is like a structure, very solid, granitic. So today, Europe, in my opinion, stands in a sort of coma. That's the reality where we do stand. And the 21st century is a big call. It's a call for a new first generation. We need always a first generation of something. So the 21st century is giving different challenges, different things. So we have a few examples. We cannot Europe leapfrog. But if you take the example of Israel, is a young country. Yeah. And is a self-made country. You need to build a house, let's build a house. We don't have architect, do it, and then we fix it. And then, it's like it was in the past. That's what happens. And you take the Silicon Valley was the first generation in the past 50 years around the technology. So that's what today I see this is Europe where it stands. We have big values around Europe. Europe, in my opinion, is a platform with the highest density and diversity. Because we come from tradition, is the old continent. And these generated domains. And those domains is a big value. But if we still stand into this industrial pattern that we commit to avoid mistakes. You cannot learn how to ride a bicycle if you don't do it. You cannot learn how to swim if you don't jump in the water and you challenge the law of physics. You can read the book, you can be prepared, you can teach me, and you can give me a test. But it's didactic, it's theoretical, it's not practical. We need to be practical.
You jumped on something that I know is close to Natalia's heart, which is diversity, inclusiveness. And recently, Goldman Sachs announced that it has a new policy. Most of us, I'm sure all of us know, but I'll reiterate. it's no longer going to take companies public that do not have at least one diverse board member. That can be gender, race, etc. And by the way, in 2021, they're going to require a board has 2 diverse members. I know you very much approve of this, Natalia, but why do you think it takes the power of a Goldman Sachs to do this? I mean, why doesn't it happen naturally?
I mean, I think the challenges for female leaders are not black and white. They're so nuanced, and I'll give you an example. When I moved to Scandinavia, to Sweden, I was a young mother. I had left my work in the US Senate. I was working for John Kerry to take care of my daughter, and I thought all female leadership issues would be solved by daycare and maternity leave, neither which we have in the US.
But Sweden
was like utopia. Men took a year off, women took a year off, free daycare. And then I got to know the ecosystem more, and there was still not that many women on boards, not as many women starting companies. And it actually landed around kind of hard to conceptualize issues like ambition. In Sweden, I think in Europe, like the US, women aren't encouraged to stand out. If you want to fund your company, if you have a great idea, you need to speak up, you need to be aggressive, yet we're told that that's not feminine. And I just say this because I think it does take a Goldman Sachs, and I think we're still at a time where it does take men or powerful CEOs to validate women and validate entrepreneurs. And I think what David is doing is an amazing start, and I hope that other companies, continue that track, because again, in Europe, you have healthcare, you have all of these things. Women can really lead, and I think they will in the next generation.
I think that you just really got to me because someone once asked me, what's your advice for young women entrepreneurs? And it was a subtlety on what you just said, which was, you know what, you've kind of got to take your seat at the table. No one's going to offer it. And it even happens to people like me who are older and more established. I realized that there was this series of venture capital events I just wasn't being invited to, even though all the general partners knew that I was an investor. I could invest in their funds, but it just, for some reason, it wasn't connecting. So I asked. I point blank said, I'd really like to be included in your next event. I asked for my seat at the table. So it's just, you just kind of have to step up.
You know what, actually, I just want to add a point
please,
on that,
Wendy.
because this phenomenon that Natalia just described has actually come to Israel as well. There's a whole movement now that was started by one of the venture funds, which is to get all the tech companies, the VCs, angels, everyone across the ecosystem to actually sign a diversity pledge where they commit to diversifying their employee base. So it includes recruiting and empowering not just women, but communities that are underrepresented in the tech sector.
I love that, but I'm going to throw this to anyone who wants to take it. What do you do when people say, of course I'm willing, to hire people from a diverse background and promote them? They're just not here. That is what we hear every single time. And even in my company, in Baloo, I'm looking at the way that we're starting to structure the succession, and I'm like, where are the women? We used to be a women-heavy company, and now all of a sudden, the only top 2 women are me and the CEO. Where are they? So what? Anyone want to argue? Take that one.
I mean, I just wanted to add that it's so interesting because creativity is the tool we need for the future. I have a 10-year-old daughter. Futurists predict that almost 6 out of the 10 jobs she could potentially work in haven't been created yet. And creativity is rooted in diversity. It's so funny. People often ask me, Natalia, I love the content at your conference. It's so diverse. There's so many women. There's so many people of color. You must have a quota, or you must have something in mind. I said, no, I'm a woman. I'm in my early 30s. My content manager, Emma, sitting here as well, is a woman. We're mothers. We look at the world differently. So we bring in new ideas. And again, I think the wave is coming, and I see that a lot in Europe, that we've reached kind of the top founders in Berlin, in Stockholm, in London. There are a lot of strong women and a lot of strong female VCs. So the wave is coming.
I agree. I'm going to actually just quickly go back to Maurizio, because there was a follow-up question I wanted to ask you, which is, with regards to your vision, if you had a call to action for this audience, or even just something you'd ask them to consider, what would you ask them to do? We talked about thinking, whether or not they should join large corporations. What should they be doing to help with more of the principles-based kind of, mindset that you see for the 21st century?
Easy question.
It's a tough one.
Small one.
You have every right to pass it off to Wendy if you want.
As I mentioned before, I see Europe as this big asset, as a platform, that we still are not very aware about the value of the domains we do have. There is a match that we need to work on in between the new generation and to incentivize a new generation to act as a first generation and taking the risk to do it, because we are immersed. This coma is in somehow really pushing down the next generation to really be empowered. Yeah. And I tell an example to my kids, I tell to any young people an example, stay away from a big corporation. Before you have 35 years, don't approach.
Nice and
because
bold. Yeah.
they close your mind. You need to be open-minded, need to be creative, need to take the risk.
Yeah,
you need to experiment. Yeah. That's what you have to do. If you're going to see leapfrog, I don't know, if you're going to imagine China in the 20 years, they took not the old generation to do what they did, they went into the new generations. And this is normal, this is the story. So I think Europe, sooner or later, things changes. It would be better sooner than later, of course. But what I see today, we have lack of awareness about this, especially the big companies that has a rule, to drive, and the sense of responsibility. I think there is too much. We need to focus more in principles, because few principles can align the diversity of cultures. I have to respect. I have principles are the drivers, are the driving force. Rules or regulatory process, they complicate. If we are rules driven, it's complication,
And we are all incredibly bullish on Europe up here. I think, you're showing that by showing up so much. You used to live in Stockholm, you don't anymore, but you are still back with Brilliant Minds. I voted by my feet. I moved here, I've lived here for 18 years. Wendy, you're constantly here. Maurizio, you obviously are very bullish on Europe. Having said that, I think we speak from people who are very enamored and believe in the promise of Europe, but just want to kind of ride it to make sure it does fulfill that promise. Speaking of Europe, Wendy, tell us more about what European companies can learn from Israeli startup culture.
Okay, that's a good one.
It's a hell of a one, yeah.
Okay, that's a really good one. So I talked before about some of the facts on the ground about the startup ecosystem in Israel in terms of the R&D investment, the sheer density of startups, and so on. But I think what's interesting to think about is the cultural sort of underbelly of the story. I think the best thing about Israeli entrepreneurs, they do not take no for an answer.
That's the truth. So
if you tell an Israeli entrepreneur that their solution isn't going to work, that's their starting point. Yeah. Okay, so they have an ability to take risk. I would say nearly non-existent fear of failure, okay, which is a big thing in Israeli culture. A focus on growth, and because their whole conversation is overseas, with overseas markets, and particularly that's where the Mittelstand piece comes in, they're very customer-centric. And the way that I like to think about it, because in Israel, originally, innovation was born of necessity. But now that there's this robust ecosystem, Israeli entrepreneurs are actually looking around the world for problems to solve. And that's why these Mittelstand companies is such a rich area of conversation. You'd think that Israel has enough problems of its own, that it's looking for problems to solve, but that is indeed the case. And then the last thing I would say is there's a certain speed with which Israeli founders operate, and an agility which makes it interesting in terms of the European context.
You know, you danced around a question that I have, but I'm going to ask it point blank, even though you somewhat answered it there, which is, what should the Mittelstand look to Israel? Why should they look to Israel to make their companies more innovative?
Okay,
you mentioned one thing. Is there more?
Right. Well, just in terms of the brass tacks of like where these two stories can come together. So Israeli entrepreneurs do not have field experience in manufacturing. I think that's an understatement. But they are deep tech experts.
Yeah.
And it means, again, through a lot of them through service in their military, that they have core skill sets in big data, in AI, in sensors, in algorithms. And this is what I believe is the perfect synergy for imagining collaboration with I4 companies here.
Perfect. Thank you. Natalia, one more for you. You told me you feel that Europe can set a global standard for ethics and technology. You really, like, it's basically Europe's to lose. We talked about kind of like how it could set global standards in sustainability. I think we also talked about inclusiveness. We talked about even things as particular as parental leave. What step do you encourage members of this audience to take to make this a reality?
That's a great question, and I think, again, I mean, Maurizio also touched on this. Europe is traditionally a place where culture, artists, creators have prodded innovations into existence. Great ideas are not enough without great storytellers and cultural figures pushing them along, and I think that's very much what we've based a lot of the work with Brilliant Minds on. Yes, the first step was bridging long-term family owners like the Bertelsmann family, but in Northern Europe with the entrepreneurial startup ecosystem, because I think that's a magic connection. But then also introducing young people, storytellers. I had an amazing moment this June where I was able to introduce President Obama to Greta Thunberg, and I watched the interaction, and they've been doing many things since that point.
I'm going to stop you because these are two people who I assume were not speaking the same language at all. How did you help?
It was a very interesting.
I mean, it wasn't an immediate love at first sight. How did you help facilitate that?
You know what?
Is that what Brilliant Minds does?
That's what Brilliant Minds does. But again, I mean, I think I've always been so bullish about the concept of shared values. You know, when I arrived in Sweden, it was all about, you know, we have different bilateral relationships and politics. We don't agree on certain things. We're not all in NATO. You know, put those issues aside. We do believe in innovation. We do believe in equality. We do believe in inclusion, and we believe in sustainability. And I think if you can root relationships in those values, and again, that's where Europe leads. I mean, this is a place where some innovations are coming out, you know, 10 years ahead of our ideas in the US, just simply because there is a core belief in sustainability. Every company is doing it here. There are more women in the workplace. There are more ideas. So again, I think shared values and making sure you step out of your box. It's not enough to meet engineers. You need storytellers, you need cultural figures, and that's the magic. The magic is in between.
How does one, and actually, Maurizio, this also might be something you want to answer, how does one create this cross-pollination? You know, it is so much more comfortable to stand in your own little silo, or just to say, oh, once I met a politician, and that, you know, how do you create and sustain and make enthusiasm for people to cross-pollinate? How do you do? I think you do it. You know, you've done it several times, but at H Farm, you bring a lot of different people together. Is it just something that was ingrained in you from your childhood? How did you learn that this is important?
You know,
it's a tough one, right? I'm not pulling any punches.
You just described what is needed. You know, an ecosystem is organic and spontaneous. How it grows. So we're living into an ecosystem which is still 20th century ecosystem, and that's we need to get what you say. And my experience, we created a very little, I say, microcosm, because in a small scale, I see that it's possible to get this cross-pollination and getting, You know, it's 15 years. We've been able, starting, first of all, involving entrepreneurs with the startup and see, it was a local startup, and then we got startup from abroad. Then we learned that European ecosystem is not like the Silicon Valley, like Israel, especially Italy, is no venture capital. So we started looking around and we found the corporates now has a need to change, and we start to approach them. And then at the same time we say, oh wow, there is a problem with the next generation, with the education. We need to get them acting with much more entrepreneurial attitude. Not just because becoming business, but it's attitude, do things, taking risk, experimenting. So we created Olaflow to get like any sort of training programs, and we evolved from kids 4 years old to 25 years old.
4 years old, did I hear that right?
Yes, we give full curriculum, international school. We have 3 universities, one from United States, one from Germany. We file for our license for our university. We deliver international baccalaureate diploma. We have many things, and other non-diploma, which is the most interesting courses for young people, 18, 19, 20, 22, that comes for 3 months, 6 months, do VR, whatever. But it's be together with executive corporates, because they're running some of projects, getting startups. It's like today here, every day. And that's bringing interesting influence also for people to understand how a new generation is. So that's a small scale, but it gives you the idea that it's possible probably to create some sales around. I don't know how this is going to evolve, but Europe, you know, needs to take its own path and process. It's going to take a long time, unfortunately.
Agreed.
Yes, of course, because you cannot change and flip. Unfortunately, today, Europe has to consider other regions in the world will leapfrog, like it was for China, in terms of size of market. Maybe in 20, 30 years, it's going to be Africa or so. So they go directly with the new technology, with the new generation, go run faster. So Europe has to consider this. It's why to be aware
Agreed.
of what is going on.
So I actually have a last lightning round, which is I'd like a quick answer from you on something that you all kind of said most, which is the importance of unifying tech hubs. Tips and ideas on how to do that. Before I actually ask Natalia to answer that, I am going to say that one way to unify tech hubs is to apply, if you're a startup, to Brilliant Minds. So do you mind quickly adding that into your answer?
Absolutely. I will give our plug.
Please do.
Please apply for our startup competition, which you can win a chance to speak on stage at Brilliant Minds. And just going back to what you're saying, I mean, I think what we try to do, and look, my parents were immigrants from Eastern Europe to Chicago. I grew up very poor. You know, nothing was handed to me. I didn't have a platform.
You didn't speak English until you were 7.
I didn't speak English until I was 7. Yeah. But I found myself in adulthood with a seat at the table and a platform where I was able to meet incredible people. And my mission in life is to use that network and platform for others, for young people, so they can speed up and scale and not take 10 years to network and meet people. That's how we'll get ideas forward. And I think that's very much what we try to do in our foundation. And I hope everyone here, because you're all here for a reason, you have a platform and you have a voice. Use it for young founders. They need it, and we'll make the world better that way.
Wendy, any tips on connecting? How do we connect our hubs, unify them?
On connecting hubs, I think the most important thing is not what unifies, but what makes each hub different. So I think one of the most powerful things that goes on is when ecosystems come together, and each one has their strengths and their weaknesses. Israelis, not really good at marketing. Colette, we need you in Israel. But they are good in deep tech, okay? And they are good at pivoting, and they're very agile. So when you combine that with another country's ecosystem, that's when the magic happens.
Love a good contrarian. To round up, 30 seconds, any thoughts on just connecting tech hubs? How do we combine? How do we make sure that we're entwined?
We have to break the comma here in Europe. So we need to get really an invitation to young people to do it, and we need to let them to do it.
I really love the emphasis on young people because that is a huge part of diversity that I think is often forgotten. So a warm thank you to my panelists. Thank you so much for your openness. I really appreciate it. And thank you to the audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We really enjoyed that. Thank you so much. Now, let's see who's still going strong here in the audience. Can we get the lights up a little bit so I can see you? Now, who here works for or is founder of a startup? Hands in the air. So there's a couple of us. Excellent. And who here works for a corporate? Hand up. Yeah, so quite a few. Keep your hands up if you work for a corporate. Okay, so corporate startups always get all the love. So keep your hand up, don't put it down. So if you see someone with a hand up right now, give them a high five to give them some love, okay? Yes, do that. Come on, I can see you behind the man with the hand up. Give him a high five. No, there we go, excellent. Okay, so now that we're not, well, some of us are not scared to high five a random stranger, I'm going to teach you something else. It's called the Founder's Fist Bump, and it's what I did with Sebastian earlier today, and it's what Sebastian's been doing with a lot of you here today. He's just been bumping your fists, and there's a reason for that, and that is their way for the Founders Foundation to remind themselves that founders are first and foremost within that organization. So I want you, if you're not scared, to give your neighbor a little fist bump. Can we do that up here? You at the front, can we do a fist bump? Yes? Excellent. Thank you so much. So give one to your neighbor to remind each other, founders first, and then we can keep this thing going. And by the way, it's more hygienic than shaking someone's hand, since the coronavirus is a thing, unfortunately. Now, let's get into deep tech. So who here thinks they know what deep tech is? Put your hands up. So a couple of you, excellent. So let's plunder Wikipedia, see if we're on the same page. So according to Wikipedia, deep tech is a product or a business model of a so-called deep tech startup. Sorry. The product or a business model of a so-called deep tech startup is based on substantial scientific advances and high-tech engineering innovation. So, does that sound familiar to you? I hope you're on the same page. Germany, of course, has a lot of amazing engineering, so the Hinterland is very well represented when it comes to deep tech. And now we're going to get three tech experts up on stage, including proof that Germany can create unicorns, which we're very proud of. They're called Solonis. And this panel is going to be led by none other than Nicole Büttner-Thiel. She's the CEO of Mirantrix Labs. Give it up! Put your hands together! Raise the roof!
Hi. Well, deep tech in the house. Welcome to our panel, I guess. Deep tech, unicorns, it almost sounds like we're writing a modern fairy tale. We're going to talk today about deep tech in Europe. We have two amazing entrepreneurs with us. At Mirantrix, we also work on creating machine learning-based sort of deep tech companies, and I'm very excited about my co-panelists who are doing the same in sort of process mining and IoT, so we're going to bring together a really interesting story. So it's kind of from deep tech to maybe new deep tech, and we'll talk a little bit also about what deep tech actually means to us. Because there's a lot of deep tech here in Bielefeld, right? And then there is sort of a whole parade of entrepreneurs coming here who are also doing deep tech things. And I think it's going to be really interesting to explore how we marry these deep tech topics with each other. So let me present to you our two panelists. Harald Zapp, please join us. If I can say, he's something like the godfather of IoT in Germany. Founder and CEO of Next Big Thing. Thank you also much, Clang, for joining us, the co-founder and CEO of Solonis. So before I ask them questions, let me brag a little bit about them. so you don't have to do all of that. Harald has actually worked in the US for more than 15 years. You were with Cisco Systems. You came back. You worked in a family office for the SAP co-founder. You founded Relayer, built an IoT platform, sold it, 300 million within 6 years, super amazing, and now you're going into serial production.
And I'm still here. With
next big thing, so it's amazing what all you've accomplished. So it's really good to have you on the panel as sort of seasoned, and Martin, who has co-founded Celonis, and it started actually as a student project, right? So their first client was still there when you were still students at TUM, and founded Celonis in 2011. And I think there's a whole list, by the way, that I was provided of awards that you've won. I won't bore you, but I think the most important one is the Future Award, which you were awarded by the German president. And the remarkable thing is you were the youngest team and the first software team. So that, I would say, is a huge accomplishment. Please give up another round of applause for these amazing two panelists. So we have a lot of topics. Let's make it a quick fire. Harald, you said yesterday you like to be where it's interesting. You've been in the US, now you're back in Europe, you live in Frankfurt, you founded Next Big Thing in Berlin. How is that? Why Europe, why Germany? You seem to have developed a new love again for...
Actually it's a little bit, topic of today, responsibility. It was about to give something back. I learned a lot working with US companies, especially in how to promote tech and digitalization in general, and make it really big. And that's what we showed up with Cisco and a couple of other companies. And have seen and believe that technology is really making the difference in many, many, many cases. And networking and connecting people firsthand, the last 25 years is one thing, and I think the next 25 years, 30 years will be connectivity to physical things. And this is up to our heart in, let's say, Germany and Europe, and we definitely have to catch up if it comes to platform and economies, because we missed the boat a little bit on the commerce side, definitely. We all seen this. If you look for the DAX, we have more old school companies actually in our stock exchange. We have SAP, founded in '72. Now we have Wirecard, but that's it. So there is no deep tech, so to say, represented in the German economy. And if you ask me regarding responsibility, that's on me to drive the change, that we will have the next champion in the business to business. And this is definitely machine economy out of Germany.
Fantastic. Well, that's a good agenda. So, and Germany, what makes it more, what would you say, what makes it an interesting place right now to be? Right, we're in Bielefeld, there are a lot of industry leaders who are actually champions in their respective industry worldwide, right? What makes it interesting to build IoT platforms in Germany and specifically?
Because I think that's to our heart. We are engineers, we drive, we build machinery, we export investment goods. That's what our economy, what makes us strong. Now we have to see how can we put on top of this digital offers. Hardware as a service, predictive maintenance, all these kind of things. And the market is huge in quantity of connected things. And we all know data is a new oil, so we will get much, much more oil out of this machinery than out of what we humans actually post on Twitter, Facebook, or whatever. And it's more reliable as well.
Okay, fantastic. Martin, you started off as a student at TUM and sort of developed this amazing, now just the most recent financing round was $290 million, right? You started off bootstrapped. I think it's probably important to mention. 2011, 2014 was the first time you actually took capital. Can you share a little bit the story of how you saw it, like starting this company in Germany, and what's your view on this now? What could have gone better? What was actually perfect?
Yeah, so I think we have a little bit of an interesting story there. So we started as a university project. So basically, out of a consulting project, we saw that like applying a certain piece of technology, in this case it was process mining, to a problem which a customer had, and we saw that this together generates a lot of value and it has a lot of potential to build all kinds of solutions and to apply it to all kinds of problems. And figuring that out, it was, okay, like what are we going to do? Do we want to go into consulting? Do we want to go into software? Or do we want to start a company? And what really drove us into starting a company was the enthusiasm which we saw from the first customers. So that was really, it was really pushing us, or in that time, like the future customers and people who are interested were really pushing us into starting a company. And that allowed us also initially to start solving relevant problems. So I think one of the challenges which you have if you're like in deep tech, or if you start like not from the business side but from the tech side, is you need to find a problem which is actually worth solving, because you can do all kinds of fancy stuff with AI and machine learning and IoT and blockchain and all those things, but the problem is you need to solve a problem which is actually relevant, otherwise it's hard to build a business around that. And so like back in 2011, it's not that long ago, but I think the whole scene changed quite a bit. So when we started Celonis, we were starting it more like a old school company, so like rigid on the expenses, always looking for revenue and so on and so forth. It was very hard to actually get capital at the beginning, so that was pretty tough, especially in Munich. The scene was not that developed. I think that has changed quite a bit, so there's a lot of new funds, a lot of business angels, and also a lot of success stories, which are really like driving people into the mindset of becoming an entrepreneur.
And what was the point that was decisive for you to start taking financing? What you're saying, in the beginning there wasn't enough financing?
Yeah.
But then at some point, why did you push it?
For us, so the interesting thing about software is that you can ship it without actually putting it into like a big tanker and shipping it across the ocean. So on the one hand, it was pretty clear that if we don't go to the US, then eventually someone from the US might come to Europe. And at the same time, the US is a super important market for software, so it's the biggest market for enterprise software. And at that point in time, for us, it was the decision, okay, do we want to do an expansion to the US based on our own cash flow and of course also on our own experience, or are we going to look for a partner who can support us there? In the end, we decided to go with a partner, and I believe that it was like the right decision a lot, because we got so much knowledge, we got so much experience on top of that, and in the end, we actually didn't need the money. But it was, of course, also for damping the risk, because if we would have done it based on our own cash flow and something goes wrong, then it can hurt the overall company quite a bit.
And is there already, maybe Harald, also to you the question, how do you see the scene here in terms of capital? Is there enough deep tech capital in Germany?
I would say always we have to say no. More money helps. I mean, that's that's the oil for the machinery. I mean, it's a question of chances. If you have more money, you can do more, you can build more startups, you can bring more ideas to life, whatever. But in general, I mean, we have to say, I mean, I think right now deep tech financing, overall financing in Germany is 10%, and it increased actually a little bit. Yeah, but you see, I mean, 90% is still in different areas than deep tech. Yeah, it's only 10%, and if you compare this to Tel Aviv, to London, to Silicon Valley, Research Triangle Park, you name it, it's very, very rare. But I mean, I'm talking more about money is one thing, talent is even more important if it comes to deep tech, because you really need specialized people working on these technology, and I mean these people are really rare, and you have to attract these people to come here, to come to Germany with their IP between the ears, and working with us and the capital and the ideas and the industry out here to bring new ideas to life.
And where do they come from? So how many
right
from
now,
where do you
I mean,
source them?
we had in Relais, and I think in NBT it's now the same. We have roughly 30 nations right now, so they come from all over. And I think that's important as well, and that's what I learned a little bit from Silicon Valley. You have to build clusters. I mean, building clusters, competence clusters is very, very important because people like to be competitive. They like to be thrilled with other people, working together with other people and be stressed as well on their ideas. It doesn't really help that you have your idea and sit somewhere in the bushworks. You have to be really at the heart where the pressure cooker is. And then you will see much, much more outcome out of these in a faster time.
So now we've talked a little about deep tech, but I know we got a little bit of a definition from Justin about what deep tech is. Martin, what is deep tech to you?
So, I mean, we actually never thought about it in like those categories, deep tech versus non-deep tech. So I think for us, it was more like we started with the technology and then started to develop the technology and bring it to the market. And so not from like kind of disrupting the business model, but more like, okay, we have this amazing piece of technology which can create value, so how do we build a business model on top of that? And I would say that this is probably the differentiation. Like, do you start with the technology or do you start with the business side of things? Maybe one point to the previous one, which I think like adds to that one as well, is that so in our team when we started, we had like Basti taking care of the commercials, me being a very strong technician, and Alex being like very analytical. And I think this is what reflects in the company as well. So if you have a pure, let's say, business-driven founding team, then I think it's harder to end up with a tech-driven startup. And another thing which I think sometimes makes it harder to do that in Europe is that so there's a lot of success stories around like tech entrepreneurs, like founders and so on and so forth. But what we don't have so much is a scene of like first employees. So in a lot of companies I know, there is the founders and then there's a gap. And if you want to build a tech company, you need the early employees who don't want to be a manager, they don't want to be a C-level executive, but they want to be contributors. And they're very relevant. And the tricky part there is that there is no scene for example, stock option-based compensation. So that's very hard to implement in Germany and in Europe, or at least it's not as relevant. But I think like probably we have to put way more emphasis in the fact that you can actually build a great career if you start as an individual contributor in a tech company. So in Silicon Valley, for example, this is very different. So I think we have a lot to do there.
So I like this very much because this point is really about people, right? We're here on a deep tech panel, but you both made points actually about people and how people and humans are at the center of this value creation and contributing. But let's maybe get into the more deep tech part, right? Machine learning, IoT, process automation, process mining, all these buzzwords. What is it? What can we share actually here in Bielefeld with a lot of very traditional industry champions? What is the value you create with your product, Martin, for them? One concrete example.
So like for us, the real value what you can get from a lot of like deep tech technologies is that you have the possibility to extract like knowledge and perspectives which you couldn't get before, and then you can close the loop and bring it into action. And this is like heavily driven by software, heavily driven by analytics, heavily driven by AI, etc. And you need to combine a lot of different tech disciplines to actually be able to close the loop. And as a like for me and for you probably as well as a founder, it's like a large part of the challenge is how do you close the gaps between what you have as technology, like what is there, and what is the use case. So like we need to build the tech which bridges the gap. And I think a large part of the work is going into that. And this is really like what also excites me. So sometimes I think about, so I'm very close to research and we're collaborating a lot with researchers as well. And I really enjoy that we kind of have our own research center where we can build new stuff, where we can try out stuff and then make sure that it actually reaches the market.
Interesting. Harald, are you bridging that gap with your IoT with the IoT company builder. How are you doing that exactly?
Yeah, it's as always a combination of things, and in our world, it's having horizontal tech stacks first of all to build the foundation as kind of enabler. That's for me deep tech. I give you one example. I mean, we have one joint venture we do with Global Foundries and Fraunhofer and Dresden, and build a kind of Internet of Things chip of future. Which contains a trusted execution environment, crypto engine, all what you need for the next wave of intelligent sensor systems for the machine economy. It's a little bit leads the pack in terms of thought leadership. And I mean, to leading this, you have to build the foundation, and that's for me deep tech. The next is actually the next software layer on top of it, thinking about identity management of things. I mean, yes, we have a lot of things, in place for us humans. We have to do identify humans actually in the net. But you can imagine if we're talking about 250 billion connected things in the near future, that identity management, trust management, a kind of notary service, an approved stamp that the sensor is a sensor he claims to be, and the data is not manipulated, will become very, very important, because otherwise none of the business models, whatever business models in the vertical world, will work. And that's a little bit deep tech for me as well, to build this foundation, these platforms out of here, out of Germany, out of Europe, so that we can lead the world in, for example, security by design for the next wave of Internet of Things machine economy.
That's an interesting point you make, especially because this year's topic is responsibility, right? So I think gave us a nice segue, I guess, into a third block around data sovereignty.
Yep.
How do we manage data, right? When we think about these data-prone businesses, you create a lot of data with the sensors, you process a lot of it. What do you think, I mean, you described a little bit how we can, as Germany, as Europe, create data governance by design. How important do you think that is today, and how essential is it also to sell a product abroad?
I think in terms of importance, it will be mandatory. So if you can imagine, I mean,
even in China, even in the US?
I'm more concerned about China than the US right now, especially if it comes to industrial Internet of Things, if it comes actually to connected devices, connected cities, municipalities, to control actually the masses in good and in bad, as we have the situation right now with the coronavirus, whatever. But I mean, coming back to the point, I think we can really build the foundation because we work on it, and we have a kind of anticipation what the world will be. So you will have critical infrastructure connected to the internet. And right now we talk about Internet of Things, but already, I don't know if you know it, the Internet of Things already take over in terms of devices, the internet. So and you can imagine, I mean, we are roughly 8 billion people somehow. We have 2 arms, maybe we can work with 2 mobile phones or what have you. So we're ending up with 16 billion connected devices, or maybe a little bit more. But if you compare it to the Internet of Things, we will not win. That's simply the message. So, and here, the Internet of Things will take over the internet. Right now, we're talking about Internet of Things, but that's history. I think we have, even right now, more physical devices on the internet than humans. In the near future, it will be much, much more. So we have to look what that means for us in terms of security, in terms of business services, and we have to work on this. And if we build the foundation in a liberal world like Germany, and can export actually what we build, we can catch up on the platform economy for the machine economy.
Martin, what's your experience? You were just in the US. You have offices also around the world. Do you think it's an advantage for Celonis that you're based in Germany, that you're founded here?
So I think Celonis is now is a global company because first we have a spread of employees which goes like across the world. I think it's overall, so it's a very interesting experience to get to know all those cultures and so on and so forth, and be able to bring our software to the world has also been a great journey.
For example, this topic that Harald mentioned, is that an advantage for Celonis, or does it not really matter today?
So I think in parts it is because like coming from Europe, we have a very strong sense for privacy and strong sense for like what is regulation and so on and so forth. And overall, the like sense of responsibility for working with data is something which is much more prevalent in Germany and in Europe than it is, for example, in the US.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. It was 20 minutes. It was rapid fire. 2 more great, responsible human faces to deep tech. Give it up for Harald and Martin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Up next, we are going to be talking about Gouda, about chowder, about Yaper, about dineros, about dollars, about dinars, about rupees, about euros. Yes, we are going to be talking about cash money. We're going to be talking about financing. It is the thing that every single early stage startup needs, even if in my case we're bootstrapping and we're basically self-funding, we still need some money to get ourselves going. Now, we already talked about if there is enough financing for deep tech. That was already mentioned in the panel earlier on. We're going to go in and see if there is enough financing for all the innovation in Germany. And to do that, we have some amazing panelists, and every single panelist represents a different type of funding, a different type of investment, a different type of monetary vehicle, if you will. Now, they are led by the amazing Colette Balou. You've seen her before. She is the founder of Balou Capital, and you will be able to ask your questions via Slido, so get your web browser pumping because, we're going to answer some questions for you. So, let's see if there's enough cash, money, chowder, Yaper, Gouda. What's some German slang for money? Can I get some? Yes, excellent. So let's see if we have enough of that. Let's give it up for the one and only Colette Balou and amazing panel. Give them a warm applause.
Sweet. Hello again. I have the supreme honor of working with one of my older friends, Christian from eVentures. And last but not least, welcome Christian, is Oscar, my new friend from Silicon Valley Bank. So thank you, gentlemen, so much. I appreciate you being here. So we're going to be talking about innovation and growth, but this can mean so many different things to different people. So we will be actually talking a little bit about what it means for each of us. But first, do you mind doing a little bit more of an in-depth introduction of yourself and the organization you work for? Oscar, do you mind starting?
Absolutely. So delighted to be here. So I work for Silicon Valley Bank in our German office. We opened up in Germany 2 years ago. And Silicon Valley Bank is the largest commercial bank to the technology and venture capital industry. We're publicly traded on NASDAQ. We've been in business for 40 years. We've got 28 offices throughout the US, and now offices in Germany, the UK, Ireland, Denmark, Israel, and China. And just to put into context, in the United States today, we bank 65 to 70% of every venture bank startup company in the United States.
Wait, I'm sorry, those numbers again?
65 to 70% of every venture bank startup company banks with Silicon Valley Bank. And we are also bank to almost 4,000 venture capital and private equity firms. So you can see that we're very fortunate over our 40 years to have grown up at the center of the technology and venture capital ecosystem. And what's happened over the past 10 years is that large corporates, Mittelstand companies, middle market companies in the US and in Europe have started coming to us because they all require and they're all looking for more digitization, more innovation, looking towards to move into the US. And so those are ways that we're now working a lot with Mittelstand companies as well, and we'll talk about that
I'm going to ask you more about that. You can count on it. Then turning to you, Christian, tell us a little bit about yourself and eVentures.
Yes, so by German standards, I feel like I'm a fossil in the venture capital industry. I've been doing this since 2002. Originally started in the US. That's where we started the firm about 20 years ago. We started off with an initial fund, 75 million. Now we manage about 1.5 billion in capital across 4 geographies. So we have teams in the United States, here in Europe, which I have the pleasure to run, in Asia and in Brazil. We invest in anything that's digital technology, so B2B, B2C, in all those geographies across early stage to growth. The great thing about having done this for almost 20 years is that still every day is different. And it's so great to work with entrepreneurs that always tell you what's next, that work on the new hot stuff, that by now are a lot younger than I am, and really kind of come up with the new cool stuff. And we get paid to figure out which ones we want to back and want to work with. And that's just an incredible privilege. So I think, I want to make sure we get that across, that VCs are not kind of the sharks or whatever that some people in Germany still think. It's an incredible privilege to work with founders and be there and build up those companies and view that journey, whether it's working or not. And that's what we really enjoy doing at eVentures. Plus, we're one of the 4,000 guys that work with Silicon Valley Bank, or was it 400? I like to think it's only 4, but they're actually an investor in some of our funds as well. So that's also maybe a little bit unusual about a US bank that does venture. They also invest in VCs. That's what I do.
And Christian, how eVentures is on what fund? You've said the first one was how much?
So we're on our 6th generation.
6th generation fund. And I think you as usual, you're being very polite and not especially shedding a spotlight on eVentures, but if I remember correctly, you all are responsible for at least a dozen companies going from early stage to IPO. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Unlike people sometimes think in Germany that venture still is a little bit of a new economy thing or whatever, but if you look at the value creation in the last 10 years alone, we've had a dozen companies really go from early stage through to IPO.
Anything you want to name that you're especially proud of?
Well, names that some people here might have in their living room is Sonos, for example, the speakers. We had that actually incubated in our office. And,
no way.
It was 2006 or something, so a long time ago. Folks who are more into luxury than me would maybe know Farfetch, which is actually a great example of a European company that was very successful. Also the Real last year, which is in a similar space. So those are some of the names.
Okay, that's impressive.
Claire, I should add that at the bank, when an entrepreneur, we'll talk about the Mittelstand in a second, but when an entrepreneur comes to us and says that they're raising 10 million euros from eVentures, etc., we will lend money to that entrepreneur based off the knowledge that the venture capitalists who've got deep domain expertise and have created great companies are going to be supporting these companies for the long term. So we're a very unusual bank because at that stage, we are lending money to companies who are losing money, they will run out of cash, and they have no assets, but they've got top-tier institutional investors. So it's a very different type of banking.
eVentures is a signal to the market. I would agree. Sorry, so we're embarrassing you, Christian. Sorry.
Yeah. But he will call if the company is starting to run out of money and say like, hey, how is that next round coming along?
Oh, lovely. If we all want to get into a fight, I'm happy to join in. But and a quick word just about why I'm moderating this panel. I am an entrepreneur. I started a public relations firm, eponymous, called Baloo. We have offices in London, Paris, and Berlin. And I've been around a long time. I've seen, as I had mentioned previously, I was a part of the French ecosystem before there really was one. We jokingly say entrepreneur is not a French word. It sure as hell is one now. And I've also been, of course, a part of the San Francisco and New York entrepreneurial and startup ecosystem. So as that, I've seen a lot. And I've recently, within the last 3 or 4 years, become an LP. That is one of the people who funds venture capital funds. So I've kind of done this giant full circle, and it's really been fascinating to see. And it's no secret, I'm super long on Europe. I've completely committed to Europe. I believe this is where growth is coming from. So speaking about growth and innovation, I'm curious, Christian, what is funding growth and innovation to you and to eVentures? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, for us, obviously, that means trying to drive value creation through digital technology and attacking large markets where you can build high growth, scalable, high margin business models. And you know, the fascinating thing, especially from a German perspective as a tech investor, is I think we often underestimate the value that has been created through technology over just the last couple of years. I used to tell people 3-4 years ago, well, if you add up Apple, Google, and maybe Microsoft, that's worth as much as the entire DAX 30. And you know, people will look at me like, Jesus, yeah, you're right, man, that's actually very impressive. Now, fast forward 3 years, Apple by itself is larger than the entire DAX. You know, the other guys are also above 1 trillion in value, so they're almost as much as the entire DAX. So these 3 companies alone, or let's, you know, even if you take the top 4 or 5, they've created trillions in value by really figuring out innovation and growth in the digital markets. And that's incredible. You take the Apple Airports business. That business alone, if it was standalone, would probably be worth more than 150 billion. That's as large as SAP, wow, the largest German company. So that's what sort of, you know, the value creation opportunity that's there today. And you know, as Germans, at first we look at it more as a threat because we're like, geez, they have all the resources and everything. And then when you think about it, what really happened, it means that they figured out digital disruption in a constructive way where you take any vertical, you take any market, and they own the customer interface. They own the top layer of a value chain in one industry. And with that, they own the biggest piece of the enterprise value creation pie. Think about, you know, industries that have been disrupted some time ago. Let's take travel. Yeah. You have, in Germany, we have Lufthansa, right? A great travel brand. And, you know, you would think they do all the hard work of getting people from A to B. They have the planes and whatever. That company is worth about 7 billion. You take a Booking.com, that company is worth 80 to 90 billion, whatever it is today. So more than 10 times that of Lufthansa. Why? Because they figured out the top layer of owning the customer relationship. And that is now what's happening in other industries too. Take fintech with N26 here. They own the customer relationship. And that is the transformation that if you figure it out right, and now we're talking about industries like, you know, typical German things like in machines and all of that, that transition is happening as well. It's a massive value creation opportunity. So you have to figure out how to fund teams or drive your own company to capture that opportunity. And what always happens when this transformation happens is you have the digital generalists in the beginning who kind of come in, have no clue about the industry, but build a great product, right? And then you have sort of the domain experts, of which we have a lot here in Germany, that say, well, but you know, we know how this works, and yeah, software is important, and you know, this digital thing is relevant, but let's hire a couple of people and we're going to figure it out. Tesla is a good example. 10 years ago, these guys built great software, had no clue how to build a car, right? They figured out the domain expertise over time. So now is the time, as a lot of the industries that Germany or you know, here in this area we're strong in, are getting caught up in the digital transformation wave. We have to figure out the organizational models in these companies that you get in the digital generalists, you empower them, you allow them to really have software and technology as something that's on par with the domain knowledge of your industry, and then it's a massive opportunity to generate growth and innovation. And you know, in the US, you guys have, I think, 4 million programmers, and in Europe we have 6.5 million. So it's not terrible. Talent is the factor that's going to determine who's going to make it and who's going to win in the digital game. And Germany is a great place. I mean, look at this here, right?
Yeah, agreed.
We don't have a stupid president, you know, it's all good. So we have a good health system, good education system. Let's get people here, let's make it happen, let's look at it as an opportunity.
Love it. I'm curious, Oscar, how you would answer the same question. How does Silicon Valley Bank look at funding innovation and growth?
So it's a perfect combination because when you start a business, you're raising expensive capital from Christian, you're giving away a good piece of your business, but you have to invest that business, that capital into core creation. What does that mean? Hiring engineers, building the product, beginning to create the distribution channel. But at some point, as you begin to scale the business, you can't keep scaling it always with equity because it's expensive. No. And that's exactly where banks, and German banks have got to think about this more, where banks like us come in and say, listen, your product, your service, your value proposition is working. We can help you scale that with debt financing. If you raise more equity, focus it on core technology, hiring people, etc. We'll help you scale because you've got the assets to help us fund that. But don't use equity to help scale, because in today's world also, it's about scaling. It's about scaling and getting fast.
Can I actually step back? What is the problem with going out and raising more money? And I mean, obviously giving away the company, but why is giving away too much of the company a problem for an entrepreneur?
So your question is, what's your...
Well, I mean, I think most people just think, well, just keep going back to venture capitalists, and I'm not trying to set you two apart, but why not? Why not keep going back around? Why come to Silicon Valley Bank instead?
Look, we have a lot of entrepreneurs coming to us saying, oh, can we borrow money from you? And a lot of them are smart individuals, good individuals, but our capital can't take them that far. Because today, look, it's not expensive to start a company. You can start a company very, very cheaply today. The expensive part is scaling the company. And so that's why when we see entrepreneurs, we say, listen, that's not our role. If you're looking to start a business, go and raise money from angels, friends and family, get the product, get the proof of concept going, and then go and see a Christian or other VCs to talk about, look, this is working, it's repeating itself. If we can put more money into development, etc., we can scale this business. And that's where we come in. So and entrepreneurs have to realize that.
And a follow-on question, there are 4 segments, I believe, to what Silicon Valley Bank does.
Yep.
Do you mind explaining each of those 4?
So we focus on early stage startup companies, just as backed by Christian and other VCs. We do leverage buyout financing, where we're working with mature companies, where the private equity firms come in and do a large buyout, and we provide debt financing. We do a lot of lending to the venture capital firms directly. They borrow from us in between calling capital from their LPs to help smooth out their capital calls. And then we focus longer term on the Mittelstand and publicly traded technology companies. And that's what we're doing here in Germany. That's a longer term strategy because a lot of Mittelstand companies have got very close relationships with local Sparkassen, etc. But if they're looking for more innovation, if they're looking for more digitization, if they're looking towards expanding into the US, that's a perfect situation where they can come and talk to us, because although we're a bank, we're really a platform company, because we really have banked literally tens of thousands of technology companies and entrepreneurs in hardware, software, services, semiconductors, life sciences, energy, clean tech. And so part of our value add, just like with the VCs, is the network.
Tell us a little bit about that, because we've discussed how you're a connector, but could you give an example so we know what that looks like?
And this is very relevant for this conference. So over the past 10 years now, we've started working a lot with large corporations. Everybody from Nike to Procter & Gamble to Lego, etc. And why is that? Because they come to see us because we bank the innovation sector. And I'll give you a perfect example. About 8 years ago, Lego came to see us in the US and said, listen, we've made our entire life around selling plastic bricks. Okay. But we know we have to become more innovative.
They came to you with this question.
And they said, we'd love you, Silicon Valley Bank, to introduce us to some of the leading edge toy type related technology companies we're banking. And we introduced them to a company in Silicon Valley called Toy Talk. It was founded by the ex-CTO of Pixar. And what it was, it's a company that essentially animates toys. And Lego started talking to them about the potential that if you build a Lego set, and let's say it's a rocket, you can download, or one day you can download the app from this company, put your camera over rocket, and it'll make a rocket noise. No. So that's a great example where you're taking plastic bricks and you're suddenly completely innovative. And that's, in a way, the message for a lot of the Mittelstand companies that are here today.
So, I mean, so what you're telling me is a Mittelstand company could come to you and say, look, here's my problem, even if they're not your customer at that point?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Christian.
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think, what we find with the corporates that we work with, either if they're investors or, partners in other ways, is that a big problem from a German perspective is getting access and filtering through what's happening, especially in the US. Because looking at it from here, you see a tremendous amount of startups, and Americans are great in selling themselves, right? So even the smallest startup, they make you feel like, wow, man, we've reinvented the world, we're going to go to the moon, and we've actually already done it yesterday, right? So the challenge is a little bit sifting through that and really understanding, what are really the hot companies, what are really the best founders, how do they think about enterprise value creation? How do they think about that in a digital world? So creating that access and then really connecting companies with startups that can have an impact on the business of the specific corporate, whichever it may be, that is actually something that's relatively easy for people inside the network to do, whether it be a SVB or a venture fund like us, but that is very hard to do when you're outside of that, call it a club. And it's, Silicon Valley is a club that takes 10 years to break in.
Mm-hmm. Is this something also that Mittelstand companies can call upon eVentures to help them understand?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the interesting thing is there is an often underestimated symbiosis that works between VC investors and corporates or, privately owned companies especially, because those can take a long-term view. And here's why. If you think about it, we're a sales force for money, right? So we sell capital.
Love it. Salesforce for money.
We're a sales force. That's how we're organized. We go and look for companies. We have built technology to identify companies that we call up and say, like, hey, we think what you're doing is interesting. We'd love to talk to you. We're not waiting for stuff to come to us. That was 10, 15 years ago. Now, any good entrepreneur will have a choice of sources of capital, not only structurally between equity and debt, but there'll be a bunch of VCs knocking at their doors. So we sell capital. Now, if you think about money, is even harder to differentiate than gasoline, right? It's green or whatever the color is here. It's a pretty undifferentiated asset. So for us, we try to bring things other than capital to the table, and that's, helping entrepreneurs internationalize because we have people in all these geos and we've experienced with it and so on. And one of the other really relevant things is helping young startups open doors to potential customers. And especially if you think about breaking into the German market, if you wanted to, really give somebody a terrible job 5 years ago, you would say, you're trying to sell enterprise software to German corporates. People would say that's a life sentence because it's just virtually impossible, right? Now this has changed, luckily, but a big part of our job is connecting relevant companies to corporates that we work with that are either investors our fund or that we have some kind of relationship with, and that's good for both sides. It helps us tell the companies, look, like if you work with us, we can open those doors, and it's a pre-filtered set of connections for the corporate. So I'm trying to think, for example, we have a long-standing investor with us is Otto Group, right? So Michael Otto, and it's a business that's obviously been around for a long time here in Germany, and they own a company in the US called Crate and Barrel. So Crate and Barrel is a furniture business in the US, and we had this start, and they said, hey, we want to, like 6, 7 years ago, we want to understand this whole BI thing better, this whole big data stuff. Can you show us some startups that you think are relevant that could potentially work with us. And so we went out in our portfolio and we had this one scrappy company that were doing sort of analytics optimization. And so I'm not going to go into the details of what it was, but it was basically 3 guys and a dog in San Francisco, and it was still very rough, but they had a great deck that said, we have a finished product and you should use it right now, typically American. And so Crate & Barrel became that first, large enterprise customer of that company. They actually did great stuff together, and that company is called Segment. They're now a multi-billion enterprise software company in the analytics space. And so that was of tremendous value to Segment because they had a real name brand customer very early on in their life, which then helps to go out and say like, hey, by the way, we already have a great customer, and that creates credibility. And for the Crate guys, it was really good because it gave them a technology advantage early on, and they kind of were able to help shape that product to their needs, and it was a really great symbiosis. So this doesn't work all the time, of course. Oftentimes, you try and sort of, you have a little rubber boat and a big tanker, and to hop from one to the other is a little tough.
Well, but you always learn something. Worst case
always
scenario,
learn something.
You learn something.
Absolutely.
But just on that point, that's a really good lesson for German Mittelstand companies as well. Because buying technology, the example you gave about Crate & Barrel, one of the successes of the US ecosystem is that large companies have taken a risk by buying early technology companies' software.
But it's scary to do that because what if they don't exist tomorrow and they take all your data with them?
It is very scary because you're also taking a personal risk if you're the product manager. But you say to yourself, if this company's technology does what it says, it can transform my business. And I think in Europe, not just Germany, but in Europe, large corporates and Mittelstand have to become more open to take that sort of risk. When they see technology from leading edge companies, they've got to take the risk of buying.
I actually think that's an incredibly important point because you almost always overpay for these companies. And the way you have to think about it, if not at the very least 50% of the people inside your company and outside the company think you're completely stupid making that acquisition. It's not a courageous acquisition. You look back in history, you look at the YouTube acquisition by Google, you look at Instagram, you look at WhatsApp by Facebook. Certainly at least 50% of people and probably 95% of people in this country said, how crazy is that to buy these companies at that price? Now they went on to be the growth engine for those. And if you look at the M&A department, not only in a large US company, but also in a smaller one, the way they work is they say, if we do 5 deals and 2 of them work, we've done a great job. The way oftentimes M&A works here is we're too timid because we say, we don't want to overpay because we're going to look stupid if we did that. Plus, it's money that we've earned the hard way. And we have to make sure every one of those acquisitions work. And the other thing that's really critical, where I think we have to evolve a little bit here in Germany, is people think, how much money do the entrepreneurs make that have built that company? That's crazy for the work they put in over the last 3 or 4 years. That's way too much. And that is something that, is the completely wrong way to approach it. You have to think about it from a shareholder perspective.
It doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter. You have to think of, from a shareholder's point of view.
That's the thing. We mix the equity and the salary perspective. And that is a big challenge because also when you incentivize these kind of people, if you want to buy a company and have the management stay on, or if you want to start something, spin out a business and, kind of work with a startup, oftentimes I hear like, wow, but they own so much of their business. If it works well, they make so much. And I always say, don't even calculate how much they could make. Think about, is it a fair split if I as an investor own 20% and they own X%, and they make me 3 times my money, 5 times my money, 10 times my money, that they get rich, so that's totally fine. We have 2 of our founders last year become billionaires. As a fund manager, you'll never become a billionaire in the venture business because our funds are structurally too small. But that's totally cool because these guys have all their risk in one bucket.
They took the risks, Is it safe to say to the Mittelstand that each of you are a safe pair of hands to come and start investigating and having these conversations? Just come, talk about their problems, talk to each of you, both at the same time, and say, look, this is what we're facing right now. What do you think? Can you help us? So there's a great call to action for anybody in this room who wants to come and talk to them afterwards.
Absolutely. And Colette, remember this. In Silicon Valley, 10 years ago, corporate investing was minimal. Last year, almost 50% of the equity in Silicon Valley did not come from venture capitalists. It came from corporate venture capitalists. And that's something also for the German Mittelstand companies to think about. Maybe not acquire the technology, but if you're seeing interesting technology, invest in it. Because today, corporate America is investing in technology that is transformational ultimately for their businesses. And that's what we have to do here in Germany.
And I think one thing that I also would encourage you to really put forward as a big sales point is, oftentimes we have privately held companies in Germany that are very large, that again can think very long term and that are very value driven. And that is something that especially in the whole millennial, if you want to call it, workforce really resonates with people. That ability to think long term, to have goals that are not only driven by monetary success, but some other values that you can, credibly say you believe in, is something that's very attractive, and that's getting increasingly attractive as things like sustainability and impact investing gain momentum. So we have a lot of great things, and the companies that we have here have a lot of potential. It's about figuring out how we look at the upside and leverage that opportunity, as opposed to just being worried about other folks taking it. No, we should be taking that opportunity. We should be taking that growth way beyond what we have today, so that SAP is at some point no longer the biggest tech company in Germany.
So in sum, I'm going to actually call upon anyone at this conference. You have some great resources here who, if you're afraid that you're going to get disrupted, or if you are just want to talk about innovation and how to look outside your company for innovation, you have two fantastic resources. I encourage you to talk to Oscar and Christian, who will be around for a little bit, and just start the conversation about how you can do it with your organization. And I just, a warm thank you for your insights, your willingness to handle a couple of not so fun questions. Thank you both. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. I hope the crowd did as well, but I think they definitely did. Now, we are going to have a really short break. It says networking break behind me. Maybe it doesn't. But it's more of a kind of like an elevator pitch break. Our friends, the Good Beats, are going to be playing for a little bit. I've been enjoying it so far a lot. So thank you for doing that. And then after the break, we are going to be blasting into space. Yes, we have an actual rocket scientist up here on stage that is going to be sharing his founder story. So stick around for that. Have yourself a little bio break, tell someone your elevator pitch, and then come and sit down straight away so we can blast into space. Enjoy the Good Beats. Welcome back, welcome back. We are blasting into space with our next speaker. You all know the phrase, this isn't rocket science, right? You've heard that at least 1,000 times. This isn't rocket science, this isn't rocket science, this isn't rocket science. It kind of implies that what you're doing is not the hardest thing in the world. Well, I think that phrase has scared a lot of people because when our next speaker went into rocket science, he basically realized that there hadn't really been any innovation in rocket science in the last 60 years, clearly because we've all been scared away by that phrase. Now, luckily, that means that he can do a lot of innovation. He's going to be sharing his founder's story. He is the CEO of ESAR Aerospace, and he's showing you what Germany can do when it comes to space. I'm really looking forward to this one. He is chasing Elon Musk to the stars. Please raise the roof for the one and only Daniel Metzler.
Thank you so much. So let's do some rocket science. I'm Daniel. I'm a rocket scientist by profession, and I dare you to think big for a few minutes. So the sky is actually not the limit. We often think that, but as Germans, as Europeans, we often also tend to think small in our confined spaces. This is definitely not the way when you can think small. This is a very good picture of humanity. Kind of includes the entire Earth, the entire width of humanity and what humanity can offer. And when we think of space, we often also think of something like this. This is about the orbit that the International Space Station is doing every 90 minutes of Earth. So every 90 minutes, the International Space Station is going around Earth one time at roughly a 400-kilometer altitude. And actually, we all are in space. So this is in relation Earth to, on the right side, there's the moon. Maybe you can't even see it anymore in the back. But actually, we're all floating through space on Earth. And space is quite big, so you also have to think big. This is about Earth in relation to our sun. And our sun is not the only one in our system, in our universe. So when you look up at the night sky every evening, every night, this is about what you see. Sometimes you see it better, sometimes you see a bit less. But actually, every star you see is more or less a sun. And just within our Milky Way, within our galaxy, there's about 100 billion stars. So when you have an argument next time with your neighbor about cropping a tree, think of it that maybe it's actually quite a small argument compared to where we are with humanity. And if you go even bigger, these are all galaxies. So just within our own galaxy, there's about 100 billion stars, and depending who you talk to, in our entire universe, there's about between 200 billion and 2 trillion galaxies. So there's actually quite a lot of stuff going on in the entire universe. And this is one side of space. And the other side of space actually is earthbound space. It's commercial space. So the space industry today is about a 400 billion industry every year. And when we think of commercial space, this is what we really mean. How many people of you got here today by GPS? So that's at least half of you. Probably it's more like 98%, I'd guess. But GPS actually is nothing else than just satellites. So once you get a GPS signal, you get a signal from 4 satellites simultaneously on your phone, directly from the satellite. And when we also think of space, for example, such as TV satellites, you see the TV satellites are floating around Earth at a distance of 36,000 kilometers. Why 36,000 kilometers? Because at this altitude, the speed of the satellite is just so that the satellite goes around Earth once per day, meaning it turns around with your position on Earth, which is also the reason why your satellite dish is pointing at the same position every time, because the satellite is turning with you around. And when you think of new business models, for example, such as internet through satellite, you might think, this might be nice, but I don't want to wait a minute or actually it's not a minute, but it's really just about half a second for an internet page to load. So engineers came up with satellite constellations. So instead of having one big satellite the size of a school bus and costing for about $500 million per satellite, what companies and startups as of today build are small satellites the size of a beer crate and costing just a few tens of or hundreds of thousands euros. And you span them around a mesh around Earth because, again, orbit time at 500 kilometers altitude is just 90 minutes. So in order to do global coverage, you need to cover the entire area of Earth with hundreds or even thousands of satellites. Let me give you a very quick example of what you can do with very small satellites. Imagine you have a mesh of tens or hundreds of satellites, and you take an image of every ship worldwide every minute, let's say. And you take all of these images, and you put an AI on top to say which ones of the ships are oil tankers, for example. And then, because you know the position of an image you took and the time you took the image, and out of the image you also extract the size of the shadow of the ship, you can determine exactly how much oil there is on the ship. Because if there's more oil on the ship is actually going more into the water, and the shadow is getting smaller. And now imagine doing that real time, monitoring the entire oil stream worldwide on ships. And this is just one of the examples where engineers start to get really, really crazy and do crazy stuff, which is also why we like to think the space industry and commercial space today is like the internet 20 years ago. And all of that is being done with small satellites. This is actually a CubeSat. It's just a standardized satellite, 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters small, fully functional satellite that costs about $50,000 in production. Again, compared to a TV satellite the size of a school bus, 500 million per piece, built once. And when it's cheap, you can do satellite constellations. So you just build hundreds or even thousands of them, so you really get a global coverage. And you put different sensors on different satellites. You might do an infrared camera on your satellite telling you when is the best time to harvest your crop. This is actually being already done today. And everything is fueled, of course, by investments. So what you see here is private investments, cumulative, globally into the space industry, into space ventures. And if you compare that over the last few years with governmental budgets, it's actually not looking that bad anymore. So really, private investments and private investors are taking the risk on for space ventures because it just offers so many possibilities and opportunities that they are now funding the same, more or less, than the governmental industries. And because of that, with ESA Aerospace, we're building an entirely newly designed rocket to bring all of these satellites to space. So the rocket is a two-stage rocket. It has a payload capability of about 1 ton. If you compare that to a Falcon 9 from SpaceX, which has about 20 tons of payload capability, it's just fairly small. But then again, the satellites are not as huge as TV satellites anymore, the size of a school bus, but we're just launching tens and hundreds of beer crates. So this is why you actually need small and flexible and also low-cost rockets. On top of that, we thought, how can we really make an impact? Because rocket industry actually is very old, so 50, 60 years, started in the Second World War when the first rockets were developed. So we said, how can we make this sustainable? And so we actually chose a new fuel type that has never been used before on an orbital launch vehicle, however has been tested to be functioning quite well. It's a light hydrocarbon, and with a light hydrocarbon, we can actually cut our CO2 and soot emissions by about 40% compared to kerosene, which is quite a big deal because you put all of that emissions into the higher atmosphere of Earth, where they actually stay forever. And actually, the fuel with our oxidizer, liquid oxygen, is burning so clean that we actually run into problems for cooling our combustion chamber. because at a combustion temperature of about 3,500 degrees within the rocket engine, you have to somehow thermally insulate the rocket engine. And the soot that is forming, for example, with kerosene, is actually a good insulator. So we came up with a 3D printing technology. We're using selective laser melting for that to actually 3D print our rocket engines entirely. And we can generate very, very complex three-dimensional geometries and optimize our fuel and our cooling systems within the rocket engine combustion chamber such that actually the rocket engine can take the heat. On top, it also enables a lot of time spent. A complete rocket engine at ESA Aerospace is being produced every week, whereas if you compare it to classical manufacturing, it's about every 9 months. So there are a few advantages down the road. And you might think, actually, space is something that NASA does. Space is something that SpaceX does. It's something that the Americans do. It's something that the Chinese do. But what about us Europeans? Actually, a lot of the space history we have worldwide is coming out of Germany. Just a quick example, Professor Ruppe was a professor at the Technical University of Munich. He actually was the guy to decide that the Saturn V that launched humans to the moon, he was the guy who said Saturn V is going to have 5 engines on the first stage. Previously, it was 4 engines, and he convinced Werner von Braun, the chief engineer, by the way, also a German one, to actually put 5 rockets on the engine, which afterwards succeeded very well. So Professor Schmucker then in the 60s founded a rocketry research group called VAR at the Technical University of Munich, where we also spun out of 50 years later. And Professor Schmucker was already a student at Professor Harry Ruppe. So we're actually combining a lot of this historic space know-how into a new space company, trying to find completely new ideas on how you can build sustainable launch services and how you can build also companies that offer commercially viable space products. And this might also be something that you didn't know, but actually globally the very, very first rocket company in the entire world was a German company. In the 70s, there was a company called OTRAG, which was a very German name, Orbital Transport- und Raketenaktiengesellschaft, who built the first rocket commercially. In the end, it was shut down politically. There's a film for the entire OTRAG story. It's called Fly, Rocket, Fly. I highly recommend the film. But actually, what stayed from the entire rocket pioneering is that you do a lot of the rocket engineering and testing in the Hinterland. So not just in Bielefeld there's Hinterland, but there's also a lot of Hinterland in Bavaria actually. So this is one of our test sites on a very, very abandoned area actually, where we test our rocket engines and components for our rocket engines. If you're lucky, you might even spot a Star Tractor there. It's very rare, but this is actually how you do space. And it's not just NASA does space and it's like this huge thing that no one else knows anything about. Actually, there's a lot of know-how and history in the German ecosystem. So, my call to you today is be courageous. About 2 years ago, we were 3 founders. We did some PowerPoint engineering. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. 2 years later, we raised nearly $20 million in venture capital to build actually Europe's most powerful privately developed rocket. How'd you go from A to B? Well, you just break it down from a very big vision to smaller steps and smaller steps until they get digestible. And you just go from one work package to another work package. You build a team, you raise funds, in that case for a very financially intensive venture. But this is just a sign that it's possible to do so, even in Germany. We thought a lot about going into the US just for building our company because of fundraising, but then again decided to stay here in Germany because we like Germany, we like Europe. Also, we try to resemble that somehow in our company name with ESA Aerospace, showing our roots to the German ecosystem. And so this is our responsibility. it's not just about being environmentally friendly, but it's also about bringing business models to other parts of the world, for example, where other people might benefit from it. Think of it, there's a few companies actually that are trying to offer internet directly through satellites starting by the end of this year actually. So it's not something again that is 5 or 10 years away, but it's actually happening right now. And think of the impact something like this could make if you offer internet through satellite to an entire continent such as Africa that has barely any ground infrastructure. So they're just jumping over to a technology where they can now have internet directly in any space, in any area worldwide, including the desert actually. And you can really make an impact on other people, on other areas around the world. So space really gives a lot of opportunities. It's also a lot of responsibility we need to take. So the entire societal backbone actually is dependent on the technological side, on space topics. So be courageous, think big, and don't get yourself into very, very small topics, but actually also big things can be done in Europe, in Germany. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I really enjoyed that. I love that we're going into space sustainably. I think it fits in perfectly with the theme of this conference. Now, for the next panel that we're going to have, or actually a fireside chat that we're going to have, I'm not going to tell you that much about the speakers because, well, one of them you know already. The other one, I want Sebastian to introduce to you. So I am going to get Sebastian and Christian up on stage. Please give them a big round of applause. Sebastian, tell me a little bit about Christian. He's a huge supporter of the Hinterland of Things.
Absolutely.
But he wasn't here last year. What happened?
That's true. I mean, the reason is because he took a big responsibility, probably the most important responsibility in everyone's life.
The biggest one?
He had his first child. So he's now 1 year, or tomorrow 1 year old. He's our Hinterland baby. And we had planned a fireside chat with Christian and Kai, but Christian couldn't come. So now we have it, the fireside chat together, what we planned last year. So that's
amazing. Good. Can I get a really soft but very sweet round of applause for, what's his name, Kurt?
Carl.
Carl. For Carl, who's sitting backstage over there playing with something.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we're here together. I mean, you have been a supporter in the very beginning from Hinterland when it was just... yeah, you can join us if you want. No, that's all right. Okay. You've been a big supporter of us in the beginning when we just had a vision. There was nothing. There was no Hinterland. There was no Founders Foundation. And you have been supporting, and thank you very much for that. And now you recently took a new responsibility, many responsibilities, and you just became and were elected the president of the German Startup Association. How does it feel?
I mean, first of all, thank you for having me here again. After I couldn't make it last year, it's a pleasure to be here again now in the third year of the Hinterland. And of course, I mean, it's a very new thing to me to be president of the German Startup Association because on the one hand, there's Carl and my family.
Exactly.
And then, of course, there's my daytime job with eVentures and my colleagues, and it still takes most of my time. But I'm, of course, still trying to do a good job with the association, and I have got a lot of support from my team, and I've got a lot of support when I even made the decision. So I asked my team, hey, how do you feel about it? Do you think that it is worth doing that job, and what do you think about it? And they were very, very supportive, and which was basically the gatekeeper for me to make the decision to take the role.
I liked it when you wrote, when we became president, you said it's, oh no, the Handelsblatt quoted, it's like a Greta effect. And we talked about Greta, and obviously things change. And for me, it was a Greta effect too, because you managed to bring a really great group of, great entrepreneurs together to support you. How did you manage, and what was your vision? And because usually, I mean, a lot of people say politics, it's a big time invest, and time is limited. But how did you win them to join you on the board?
I think so. I'm part of this startup ecosystem for almost 10 years now. So I have been building a lot of friendships. I have been making some very strong relationships with a lot of people in the ecosystem. And I think that when I go back and when I told my family that I am going to join Rocket Internet, they were like, "Why would you quit your job at Bertelsmann and work for a company builder?" And that was a different time. Since then, just the entire relevancy and the importance of the startup ecosystem has increased tremendously. And I think it is just, I didn't start the Startup Association. It was started in 2012. I think when I took it over in 2019, it was just about time to bring together the strong people from the nucleus of our industry and really help everyone to
see. When you brought all the people in, I thought, how would it be if everyone becomes the minister of something? Just for, let's say, a year, all the people you brought together, somebody does the Minister of Finance, the other Minister for whatever.
I would like it.
It would be a great experiment, right? Are we up for that?
So I think what is something that we do have in common, everyone in the current board, is that we do not necessarily want to become politicians.
Okay.
But we are entrepreneurs, we are investors, we are business angels. We are somehow part of this broader startup ecosystem. So I don't necessarily think that anyone is planning a political career. I am not, for sure. But I still think that being in an association, being a lobbyist is a great thing, because you can have political influence at the same time, don't have to be part of a political party, which makes you pretty independent.
But of course, I don't want to become a politician as well, but I think what is the importance of entrepreneurship in politics this year, this time? Don't we need more entrepreneurs also in the political system? Because apparently the system has been laid out, planned, and it worked for a long, long time, but it has a lot of inefficiencies, and there's so much change. But I don't know, in my view, many politicians just want to preserve and want to make sure everything stays okay, make everyone happy. But doesn't it need strong leadership and a little bit more entrepreneurial drive?
It is my job now to blame politicians for slow processes.
No, I don't want to blame. We support them. Yeah.
But I think that generally speaking, politics is a very different animal as compared to entrepreneurship. So I don't necessarily think that there's a great overlap of skills and motivations. At the same time, there are examples of former entrepreneurs who turned out to be working in politics, and I think that a couple of people from the startup world, for sure, will also probably move up and work in the party going forward. It's not happening now, but I assume that in the next coming years there will be a couple of people doing that. Not me, though.
What are the things, like the topic of our fireside is, startup scene, Germany, Quo Vadis, where's it going, where do we stand? If you reflect what happened the last year and what is going on the next year, what's the momentum, what's your view on where we stand?
Yeah, so a couple of things. So first of all, I think there's rarely a topic where most of the political parties would agree that something needs to happen. I think that you have climate change and you have digitization, and both of these fields you will have a lot of support from all the parties. Secondly, just 2 days ago, I think the Tagesspiegel wrote about a publication that the startup scene in Berlin has created 80,000 jobs in the last couple of years and 19,000 jobs only in the last 3 years. So this is 5% of the entire Berlin workforce. So if you think about this and the economic impact of entrepreneurship and startups on the wider economy, it will be huge. I mean, look at the biggest companies in the world, look at the biggest companies in the US and on the stock exchanges. Most of these companies are venture funded. The average German gets in contact with like 8 out of 10 apps on your home screen are VC-backed companies. Just most people don't know that. Yeah. So I think that the economic impact and the importance of startups is just going to increase, and that is why I'm hopeful that the startup ecosystem is going to develop in many ways, but in a positive way.
Yeah, talking about funding, we had a panel just before trying to understand, do we have enough capital, do we have the right asset class to finance innovation in Germany? Apparently, there's still room for improvement, and one, obviously, I hear a lot of times we need more capital for later stage investments, but at the same time, I'm asking, do we have the right asset class to fund companies? Because now I'm switching from your role as being the president of startup to being a partner at eVentures. I mean, apparently you invest in companies that can be unicorns, are highly disruptive, have global markets, but what happens to the, let's say, the new German Mittelstand?
Mm-hmm. So maybe just to come back to the asset class itself, I think, like, if I just look into our own portfolio, like, there are a couple of unicorns that eVentures invested in, a couple of very successful exits on the public stock exchanges, a couple of very successful M&A transactions. And if I look back, and we have done this exercise internally, if you just reverse engineer what would have happened, if we would have had enough money to invest in the later stages of those businesses, we would have created even more value. But at some point, we are just not capable because the fund sizes in Germany and in Europe especially are still too small. So in my point of view, we should fill this later stage gap, because I think great companies will get funding, but we are usually dependent upon the American funds or the Chinese funds.
So it actually happened that you want to participate in a deal and you're lacking sufficient financing, not that they want you on the board or on the term sheet, it's just you cannot put up the ticket.
We cannot. Like, I mean, think about it structurally. We do have a winner in our portfolio. The company is developing nicely. And at some point, we wouldn't just have sufficient capital in order to invest in the company.
So that really happened? You couldn't invest and you wanted to invest?
I mean, in our case, we do have 2 growth funds already. We are about to raise our 3rd growth fund. So we are in growth already, but I'm speaking for the more wider industry.
What could be the role of politics? I remember when KUKA was sold to the Asian Chinese company, a lot of people claim, hey, our great kind of robotic startup now is owned by Chinese shareholders. Is this a good thing? I mean, what could be the role of politics? Can they support it? They have a first right of refusal to keep innovation in Germany, or what would be?
So I don't think that the regulator should decide who buys whom. I think we should do everything to help us have normal market dynamics to actually do acquisitions or refuse acquisitions. I think that in KUKA's case, maybe there isn't even a broader buyer landscape in Germany. So who could afford KUKA? So probably there will always be a little bit of a global buyer and acquisition landscape, even in the startup world, even in the Mittelstand, doesn't matter. But I still think that if you look at the M&A budgets the average German Mittelstand company or family company has, it's tiny. I mean, how are you going to really acquire big companies? Probably you're not. Yep. So either you invest early on or you buy them very early on. But I think structurally there's something that we need to do.
So let's stick with the Zukunftsfund, the future fund. What is it all about? I've heard it's like 10 billion essentially. You start with 1 billion. How is it structured? Where does the money come from? How do we get access to the capital? And how finally gets it to the entrepreneurs and startups maybe sitting in this room?
So just for the audience, the Zukunftsfonds, the future fund, is a umbrella fund that the German government is working on right now. I'm pretty confident that we will ship the fund this year. It's a 10 billion euro entity for later stage and growth investments, and the predominant mechanic is that we're making it easier for private and institutional investors to invest in this fund. So it's not about using state money to invest in startups. I don't think that this is a good idea, but I think what is important is that insurance companies and pension funds and those huge institutional investors that usually would put tickets into private equity or later stage buyout firms can invest in this in VC funds as well and have an access to the asset class at an earlier point in the life cycle.
That's great.
Because I think that we just need to invest, and we just need to fill the pipeline of great deals, and we just need to make sure that we create bigger outcomes. I said it earlier. If you look at the biggest winners in the US, it's all venture-funded companies. And if you look at the most valuable German company in the world, it's still SAP, and it's on place 49 in the world. And that's the only German company in this index. So I think that's kind of terrifying.
That's true. The question is, what can we do about it? I mean, it's definitely terrifying.
To me, I mean, my answer to this is we have to embrace entrepreneurship. I mean, founders start companies. Companies create jobs. Jobs pay taxes. Taxes create our soziale Marktwirtschaft. So in order to keep these systems intact, we just need to make sure that we do everything to help young founders to start innovative companies and do everything to build the future today.
Absolutely. You have a second topic I want to switch to is the stock option program. You put it on number 2 or number 1 on your agenda.
I mean, because we are shipping the future fund this year, it's number 1.
Okay, yes. No, but maybe you can talk a little bit about stock options for everyone who's not familiar with it. What's the difference in terms of stock options in Germany versus the US? What is the idea behind stock option, and where's the inefficiency in Germany? What are you planning to improve?
I mean, I think stock options still is something very typical for startups and young tech companies, but I think the importance of stock options will just increase. The average American tech company has 20% of the entire company that is being allocated to their employees.
20%?
20% is the average number. So what does it mean? I have my employees to participate in my entrepreneurial success. It doesn't only give me economic upside, but it also aligns my interests. So it does everything to keep the founders, the employees, and everyone, even the investors, aligned on one goal, which is to make the company successful. So stock ownership in startups is one of the most important instruments to keep everybody aligned and to keep everybody motivated to work for a company. And at the same time, if we don't get it right, it is something where we just have a structural disadvantage against everyone else. And Germany, for example, is on place 26 out of 27 countries in the European Union when it comes to the to the attractiveness of stock options. This is because, first of all, there's a lot of bureaucratic hurdles. If you ask someone in Berlin if they can give you an Auskunft on your stock option programs, you will get a different answer versus asking someone in Bielefeld or in Hamburg. And secondly, it's also about taxes, because the situations, if you get equity from a company today, is that the financial authorities will maybe see this as income, and you have to pay taxes on shares of a company that is maybe going to be worth something or maybe not. So it's a complete madness.
So you have to pay taxes, although maybe they're worth nothing.
Exactly. So I
it's
mean,
like
structurally,
negative
it's
stock
just
options.
it's really stupid. And I think if we want to be competitive, if we want to create loyalty among our employees for the long run, if we want to hire the best talents from the entire world, we just got to make sure that we nail this part. And it's something where we will fight hard in order to actually create better conditions for entrepreneurs. It's something that we do see in our eVentures portfolio as well. I mean, every company we invest in creates an ESOP pool. Every company has a stock option program. Every company.
Yeah, I agree. So now switch to Hinterland. Established traditional family-owned business, especially family-owned businesses, should they also integrate a stock option plan? Because in the end, they're fighting for the same talent. People can start their company, get a stock option. They can work for Google, Microsoft, get stock option, or they work for a traditional family business, and they might not be able to get stock option. Do companies like this need to open up for that? Is this a future idea?
I mean,
does it work without it?
One very important thing to understand is that in the case of a startup, you will usually have an exit at some point, be it an IPO or an M&A transaction. But this is a liquidity event. That means that you have liquidity on your options, so people can trade their options against real money. Yes. As most family businesses do not plan to exit, I think there is it's something to think about.
Yeah,
I think that ownership in general and aligning interests and giving your workforce economic upside in general is a very, very good thing. Yeah. But it's, I mean, BMW, many companies already use shares to incentivize their management. It's more about how can you adapt these learnings from the startup world and from the traditional companies and maybe create different means of stock of participation programs in the future. I don't have an answer to that, but it's an exercise that a lot of Mittelstand and family businesses companies go through at the moment. So I have been approached by a couple of owners and family entrepreneurs who asked me, hey, how would I do that for my company, because I think it is a good idea. I don't have an answer to that now, but I think just going through this intellectual exercise is worth some time.
Yeah, we also see a lot of companies, they invest in startups or grow their own startups and they want to incentivize their management. They say, hey, I need stock option. They say, we don't have this, we never do it for anyone. And so it's quite an interesting topic. I wanted to ask you, I mean, now as an investor, what's going on in Germany? What are the interesting opportunities you see in what space, B2B? I mean, I just like this idea of Daniel, you know, shooting rockets in the sky. I mean, super engineering, he does a fabulous job. Where's the opportunity for Germany? What can we do?
I mean, ESA Aerospace is a great example. I mean, good friends from Vito Ventures and from Early Bird did the funding with these guys, and I think it's a good precursor of what we are capable of. Generally speaking, for eVentures and the type of deals that we do, I think, first of all, Germany is not necessarily a copycat nation anymore. It's something, this notion was in the market a couple of years ago that Germans only copied successful companies from the US. I mean, first of all, everybody copies everyone. I mean, that's happened everywhere all the time. Secondly, if I look at in the companies that are being created in Munich, Berlin, Chemnitz, we have a deal in Chemnitz, Hamburg. I mean, there are very innovative companies out there and not copycats at all. So I think that we are at the edge of seeing real innovation coming from Germany, not only in the software space, but also in the hardware space, like Lilium, or for example. And I do think that, as you mentioned it, probably the next wave of big companies will be from the B2B sector. So we do see a lot of interesting B2B software as a service companies. We do see a lot of B2B marketplaces. And it's interesting to see that everything that we have seen in the consumer internet and in B2C is now moving over to B2B. And we do see a lot of the dynamics we have seen 10 years ago in consumer internet now happening on the software side, which is great. And I think that we will see huge outcomes in that field, which doesn't mean that there are no great consumer internet companies being started, but I think that, you know, Zalando, Facebook, these things, they are done.
Yeah. What is your experience when you speak to family-owned businesses? And obviously, as eVentures, you need money from people, pension funds, but maybe family offices. What do you think, what is their mindset in terms of investing? Because what I observe is it's quite difficult. They run their companies, they try to limit risk, they focus on things they can control, and suddenly they need to engage something. You invest in 10 companies and maybe 7 will fail, but that's okay. That's a different mindset. And how does it actually work that you have a lot of family office that actually trust you in your investment because of a good track record, but isn't it, is there more capital that should actually go into funds in order to be invested, or do you think it's a good average of capital? I have no idea, I don't know the statistics, but I feel that there might be a lot of capital still in banks and real estate and not being put into innovation, into venture capital activities.
So
compared to other countries.
So first observation is that a lot of families and corporates became more forward-leaning when it comes down to venture capital investments, because I think they just realized it's an important piece of their strategy, not only because of the great financial returns, but also because it's a great means of actually having a radar out there and to see what is happening in their particular industries. And I think that there are different sources of capital, right? You have the classic institutional investors like pension funds, you have family offices, you have corporates, and I think that at the end of the day, this is what we live at eVentures. We believe it's important to have all of these sources of capital in our funds. There's different splits, and we still believe that it's probably a good idea to raise a lot of institutional capital for our funds, but also always have corporates and families in the mix, because at the end of the day, this mix actually, in our opinion, creates a lot of value for us and also for our portfolio companies. And I do think that, and because you just asked like how the influx of capital in this industry is developing, I mean, there is a lot of money in this industry now. I think that so our last fund that we closed last year has been oversubscribed tremendously after 6 weeks, because it's just like there's a lot of demand for venture capital funds and for
and that comes from pension funds, family office, for what kind
of exactly. Like we do have a lot of institutional investors like pension funds, endowments from the US, and also family offices and corporates like for example Oetker from Bielefeld, and also Porsche, the one family and one company that has supported eVentures throughout a decade is the Otto family from Hamburg, and also the Otto Group. So we have been working very, very closely with a lot of family entrepreneurs and family businesses for a very long time, and consider them a very important part of our partnership, because it's just like, it's a different setup if you just know the people behind the money and if you know how they think about creating businesses. So we really like this synergy of bringing different sources of capital together and invest in startups.
So let me touch on the green technology, opportunity or threat.
Sorry?
The green technology, I mean, we just said that the climate change forces the system to think new ways. Is this an opportunity for investors? Because in the
you mean climate tech in particular?
For example, climate tech.
I think it's a great opportunity. It is an important opportunity. I think that, in my opinion, and
also I know it's urgent. I'm just from an investor's perspective. You need to look on ROI and creating company with substantial value. But is it easy to create a green tech company that is profitable? Because usually most of them were not so profitable, but they did something good. Is it moving closer? Do you have?
Yeah, examples? I think so. I mean, at the end of the day, as an investor, it is my job to generate financial returns. But as a human being, I of course do have an interest in sustainability and making sure that now I have a baby, right? Carl is turning 1 tomorrow. I want to make sure that the world that I am leaving for him is going to be a bit better, or at least still worthwhile to live in. So climate change is probably the biggest topic in this century and maybe even this millennium. So, and in my opinion, entrepreneurship, digitization, and climate change, this all goes hand in hand. I think that we do need very creative solutions in order to tackle the challenges that climate change brings over the world. So from my point of view, I would wish that we would unleash entrepreneurial forces and entrepreneurial ideas in order to create ideas that can help us to deal with climate change. So as an investor, a very interesting field. So we have just recently done an investment in climate tech. At the same time, not only from an ROI point of view, but also just from from a human point of view, I just think that we all, everyone in this room, you, me, we need to work very hard to do everything to make sure that our children and grandchildren can still live on this planet.
Can you explain a little bit this clause? Lots of venture capital funds, they commit to put a clause in their investment term sheets that somehow forces, and not force, but not force, but it's a clause in the term sheet that you focus on companies that they comply with certain sustainability goals or something like this. It went through the press. I think the Leaders for Climate Action, they initiated. I think several funds participated. I don't know if eVenture is part of it, but can you still elaborate on what it says and how does it focus your investment strategy?
I think it is not our job to tell entrepreneurs what to do. We of course consult them on what we believe is important.
No, hey, that's why everybody knows what I mean, right?
So I think that, so first of all, Adventures will offset CO2 funding all the meals and everything we do. And at the same time, we of course inform our entrepreneurs that we believe that they should have an eye on that. But that's more on a, this should be a general level, and I think it's more about really speaking about these things on a board meeting versus having a clause.
Yeah, but you're familiar with this clause. I read it in the news. Maybe
it's true, and I think that many funds have signed it.
Yeah.
I think everything that creates awareness around this topic is good, but
But you cannot force it. You rather talk to people in the boardroom and convince them instead of,
let's say, I mean, we have passed a lot of companies that we believe wouldn't be sustainable. We have done our own, we've created our own hypotheses around companies that will probably generate a lot of returns, but are probably not good for the world, so we wouldn't invest in them. And we do have some principles.
We are almost running out of time, but I want to end with a vision of yours. What is your wish for the future? What is your wish for the future? Yes.
So I hope that I think if we can manage to really tackle climate change by entrepreneurial talent, that would be something I would very much want to encourage, because I think that there are a lot of challenges ahead of us, and I just hope that smart and creative people will do everything to help us with these challenges, and honestly think of other human beings as well, and not only be driven by profits, but be a bit more altruistic in the sense that it is important that we all stand together and we all try to create good.
Thank you very much, Christian. It's so lovely to have you here. Big applause for Christian. And great that you're the president of the Startup Association. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It took a year, but we really enjoyed it, and of course was for a good reason. Now we are going into something very exciting because we have some prizes to give away. Before we give away some prizes, I would like to see what my colleague Celine has been up to. Can you all give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Celine!
Thank you so much, Justin. So tell me, how was your day so far?
It's been great. We've had some really great speakers. I've enjoyed it a lot. How about you?
It was amazing, especially the last talk was really crowded. So I was just thinking, oh, poor Justin, now I've got Sophia Tomala on stage and probably no one is joining your stage anymore. No, I'm kidding. But I was really impressed by all the founders sharing their stories, their experiences. I think we all had a really great day.
How were the pitches? Did the startups do a good job?
Who?
Did the startups do a good job?
Well, they did an amazing job, so I think it was a really tough decision for our judges, who are actually, I'm going to tell you now who our judges are. Judith Dada, she's a partner at La Familia. Then we've got Ruven Dresselhaus, he's the founder of Cavalry Ventures, and also Sebastian Pollock, you might know him. He's the founder of Amorelie and also the Visionaries Club. Please give them a big round of applause.
Woo!
Woo, woo, woo! So, because they're going to be sitting here in the first row, these are the top 3 startups. They picked them out of, first of all, 100 startups. Then today, 10 of these startups presented their ideas, and now only 3 are left to present and pitch once again here on the Hinterland stage. And that's what we're going to do now, actually.
I'm looking forward to it. Celine, should we channel some positive energy towards our startups?
Yes,
Does
please.
that sound like a good idea?
It sounds like an amazing idea.
Okay, we're going to do this together. So it takes some guts to be up here on stage. So I want all of us to really give a big round of applause to our startups. But don't just give a big round of applause. I want you to channel all of your positive energy to them so that when they get up on stage here, they can do their very, very best. These are the 3 finalists. So I want us all to give a big round of applause, make some noise, go a little bit crazy. Can we do that? Is that, yeah, I see some nodding. Yeah, okay, good, good. So I'm going to count down from 3, and then we're going to channel all of our positive energy towards these startups. 3, 2, 1, go!
Woo, woo, woo! Okay, this was the practice. Now we're going to do it for real, and we're going to call Alex up here on stage. He's the founder of Outsmart AI, and this is the first pitch. Please, now give me all your energy and a big round of applause for Alex!
Alex!
Woo!
From my side. I'm Alex from Outsmart AI, and I have to admit this is the biggest stage I ever stood on. So thank you for having us here today. So with Outsmart AI, we are actually changing the fact that 90% of employees are burdened with boring and repetitive tasks. This is also why we want to introduce you today to Frank, because Frank is caught up in tedious and manual office tasks, like I think a lot of people here are. So this is because Frank works in customer care at a large manufacturing company, actually from the German Mittelstand. His daily routines include checking inquiries via email or that come in via PDF or faxes even, make decisions based on them, for instance, forwarding the email to the right contact person in the department, or even extracting data from a business relevant document like finding an address or customer number there. And his favorite activity, putting in purchase orders into SAP systems manually, typing in thousands of positions. So we from Outsmart AI, we believe we can help Frank here. And this is why we believe the future lies in human AI teamwork. Why is it so? Humans are very good on solving new problems very creatively, but AI is perfect in actually solving known problems very efficiently and fast and cheap. So here our AI workers come in. With Outsmart AI, Frank and the AI workers work in a team. Our AI workers have actually the goal to executing business processes end-to-end automatically. So from data extraction, for instance, finding the right order positions in an order document, to AI interpretation, what actually to do with these orders, giving some discount or not, to system integration in the end into an SAP system, for instance. Through all this entire processes, our AI workers actually can ask Frank for help if they don't know what to do. Frank can then give them feedback on the spot, and we learn from this feedback, and over time become faster and faster and more autonomous. And let's have a look actually how this looks like when our AI worker asks Frank for help. So Frank receives an email, and there he can then directly access our AI workbench on this via email and log in. And then he sees already what kind of document is actually be processed here. And this is an order document where we already extracted most of the relevant data, but actually on the document the delivery data is missing. So Frank can here help the AI worker out on the spot, fill it in. Or another example in an order processing example is when we are extracting the order positions, here we automatically can extract the table, and Frank can just check it if we found everything correct, and just say, now it's finished. And we will never ask him for this order to assist again. Through this AI feedback loop, Frank has in the beginning some manual effort to teach our AI workers, but in the end, the automation ratio really starts to kick in, and we can automate up to 90% of the cases, and Frank can only work on those edge cases. So now Frank is happy again because he can do what he really loves, being a kick-ass customer care agent and not a clickbot who actually types in stuff into SAP system. But not only Frank is happy, we are also very happy that we first of all here today on this great stage, and really happy that we can put our AI knowledge into operational business processes to really generate impact for our customers. We're actually an experienced team, so we built and exited together a startup before called MyNotes, and now we are really eager to put all our experience and knowledge into making your businesses better with AI. So thank you very much. I'm Alex from Outsmart AI, and feel free to reach out to us afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. High five. Thank you. Good job. So, obviously, the founders are really nervous because they've probably never been presenting on a big stage like this. And this is why, once again, I need your big applause for our next founder. He founded a company called Peregrine Technology, and his name is Steffen. So please now welcome Steffen with all your energy. Welcome!
Hi everyone, I'm Steffen from Peregrine, and did you know that by 2025, each new car that will hit the road will have a fully connected camera system, and that, we believe, will change mobility as we know it today. So, we talked a lot about mobility during this day, I guess, but it's not as smart and safe as we think, because if we read the news, 73% of accidents that happen in cities are still life-changing, and 9 out of 10 of these accidents are actually caused by human error. Unfortunately, none of these vehicles are autonomous or semi-autonomous. Most of them are 11 years old and have no ADAS system at all. So what do we do at Peregrine? We make cars perceive the world as humans do. That means we have a holistic approach that is similar to what you know from telematics, but we put video on top of it to really understand why things are happening on the road. So we always say we create situational awareness, and that makes it basically a precise understanding what traffic participants are doing, but at the same time what the environment was when the car was actually passing by. How it works? We put a camera in each of these cars alongside with our software that analyzes in real time what is surrounding the vehicle and what is actually going on. The tricky bit is you have to know what is relevant, what is risky, and what is information. And we are pretty good at that because we just need 1% of that data. So usually in automotive, you know that gigabytes and terabytes of data is transferred. We cut this by a factor of 100. So today we work with fleet operators and support them in improving their fleet safety, also to teach and train their drivers, especially if they have a lot of turnover in drivers. And then on top of that, we feature them and equip them with new mobility analytics to understand rare insights that surround them and that basically influence their direct operations and their daily lives. How does it work? With a monthly fee, you pay our dashcam intelligence service, and on top of that, you can also get our data in packages and use our API to download and get these informations. The second bit is also interesting for insurances, for mobility companies, and others. So the market here and the window of opportunity is interesting because 750 billion is actually the value of the car data market. And this is evaluated by McKinsey, Frost & Sullivan, and Accenture. And we believe that visual data is actually the bigger chunk of that. So for us at Peregrine, we believe we can get a share of 1.5 billion euros going forward and looking into this opportunity. What have we done? We are around for roughly a year. After 3 months, we already hit the road with our projects. Today, we work with 3 corporate clients and have 5 projects pending. End of last year, we won the Diamond Award in the InsurTech industry, which means that we are now named one of the top 100 InsurTech companies globally for the DIA. Our team has 20 years of experience in building software for self-driving cars at Bosch, at TomTom, at VW, but also do number crunching at Zurich Insurance and at the ETH in Zurich. For us, if you keep one thing in mind, we actually build our products and services as we drive. Today, with fleet dashcam intelligence services, but going forward, we are turning billions of miles into meaningful information, being it for autonomous services, but also smart infrastructure. If you're working in that domain, I would be very happy to talk to you today. If you're investing in that domain, also see you around. We are Peregrine Technologies from Berlin. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, you were ahead of schedule actually. He took shorter than 4 minutes, which is great, and no one is running over time today. I've never seen this in a startup pitch session before. Usually everyone is going over time, but these guys are somehow professionals already. So let us please welcome our last pitch session and our last startup, it is called Johnny Git. And the guy who's presenting it is obviously also the founder, and his name is Mihai. Please welcome Mihai.
Well, I think we can all agree today that technology is fully disrupting everything. And we can all see it here today that software is indeed truly eating the world. And I'm pretty sure you all have been involved in the creation process of software in some sort of relationship, either as a creator yourself, or as a manager of software development teams, or maybe even as an investor. So I'm pretty sure you all have felt that software creation can feel sometimes kind of magical and mystical and really hard to grasp. Because sometimes everything works flawless, but more than often, nothing works and everyone feels like they're stuck and you feel like your money, or even worse, your time is running down the drain. So I'm Mihai, and we streamline software creation. So where do we actually come from? So we've talked to more than 200 developers and CTOs, CIOs, and product owners, and so on and so forth. And they all complain about 3 major issues. Number 1 is low software delivery. They don't really understand why, but they know that things could be better in terms of speed and velocity and momentum. And number 2 is they all have to deal with technological debt as a natural resulting factor of software creation. Yeah. And number 3 is they all have to deal with knowledge and how knowledge is distributed among teams and with team constellations over time. But they all have one thing in common, which is transparency, or creating new quantitative methods to better manage people and processes. So we've seen that software development is very essential for the future of most companies out there, and we know that it consumes vast amounts of financial resources and non-financial resources, and we know that most decisions in software development are created or are taken based on gut feelings and not on facts, which is strange because software developers are one of the most systematic and analytical people out there, but they have the least data to work with, right? So, which is also strange because all software developers use systems like Git repositories and Jira systems through which they collect huge amounts of raw data, but only a few top digital players out there know how to use that data to make their processes better. So this is why we created Johnny Git. Johnny Git is an easy to use, easy to implement software as a service solution that collects and bundles all the data from your software development process and delivers behavioral insight and actionable engineering metrics to create transparency to all who are involved in the process of software creation. So Johnny Git is basically that data platform that enables software teams to have a fact-based communication, ship products faster, and build more stable systems. So let me just very quickly show you 2 of the main features of Johnny Git. Number 1 is process discovery, which is basically something like process mining. So we look at the entire process from the moment you created a ticket to that final software increment. And we allow you to uncover bottlenecks and ways to improve the velocity of your software development process. Number 2 is we also look at the underlying system architecture and uncover hotspots and bug magnets and all those things that can make your system more stable. And we've also seen that this works as we've closed many startups and grown-ups, but also large enterprises. We are a very dedicated team, committed team, and we've experienced frustration with software development on multiple occasions, and we are now here to make it hassle-free and frictionless. So thank you very much. If you want to know more, join our early access. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good job. You can stay here with me, actually. Yeah, you can come back. No, right now. Yeah, and also the other two. Guys, you can join me on stage, because now it is time for the final decision, and maybe we should move in the middle of the stage. And yeah, please, like this, just like this. I'll squeeze in the middle. So we'll give our judges some more time, because as you can see, they are heavily discussing about who's going to win this competition. And the prize, of course, that's great teamwork, I like it. Yeah. Cool. And yeah, of course, man, we're all a team. Yes, I really like the spirit here. Okay, so what is the prize? The prize is actually a journey to Israel, right? So how badly would you want to go?
It's a lovely country. I would love to go.
And I mean, not just the country, but what do you think? What kind of business connections would you make there?
So for us, it has a huge startup culture. And it would be great from a sales perspective, from a feedback perspective, understanding a new culture. That would be great for us.
How about you?
So I actually learned today that there's no market in Israel. So I think what we can learn there is feedback from them. So because I think they really have a grown-up startup scene, which is much more mature than the one in Germany. So looking for feedback from there, and probably some honest discussions about where our product could go.
I can imagine. And Steffen, let me know, have you ever been presenting your idea on such a huge stage?
That was the first time, actually. It was really nice. The audience
really
was
nice.
really nice, so we can do it again, so that's fine.
Okay, I got it. So you need to participate in the competition again, in case you don't win. I mean, we don't know yet. How is it going? Yes, you've got a decision? Okay, then please now give me a big round of applause for Judith. She's representing the judges. Oh, come on, guys, you're low in energy. Woo! Okay, it's a long way because it's a huge stage. But meanwhile, I already want to welcome a second person here on stage, who is Lena Hartmann, and then a third person, who is Henning Duderstadt, and they are from the Bankverein Werther. Please also welcome both of them. Welcome, because what they are holding in their hands is kind of the flight ticket, the ticket to Israel, the ticket to a great, amazing journey where you're going to find new customers, make new experiences, and, well, now we obviously want to know who is the winner. And for that, guys, I need you once again to just pop out all your energy, and I need you to use your feet like this, you know it. And then I need you to use your hands and clap. And then I also need you to do the Trommelwirbel. That's what it's called in Germany. And that basically goes like this. Oh! So, well, we've all been to a stadium, so we know how it works, right? So are you prepared? Yes? Yes, I see some nodding. Okay. So we're going to start it right now. Please give me the Trommelwirbel. Let's go. Oh, so the winner, guys, of this year's startup competition and pitch competition, the Hinterland competition 2020, is Peregrine! Woo! Big applause, please! Good job. Woo! Amazing. Foto, ja.
Yes.
Okay, one more. One more photo, guys, one more photo. Team photo. Got it? Okay, we've got it. Congratulations, high five, guys. You've done an amazing job. Thank you so much for being here. One big round of applause for all of them, please.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to the winner. So many happy smiles from a job well done, and so much confetti on the stage. I love it. Now, let's go into our last panel of the day. We are going to be talking about what the role of the family business is in this startup world, right? Now, a recent piece of research suggests that about 15% of the workforce thinks the same way an entrepreneur does. Now, they're often the life source of innovation within organizations, and we're going to explore how to tap into that. Now, our panel leader is the editor-in-chief of Xing News. Her name is Astrid Meyer. She's going to be up here interviewing our panelists. She's going to be interviewing Richard Zinkon, the executive director and co-proprietor of Miele, and Sana Rösner, who is the director of Young Entrepreneurship Association, and the one and only Jan Hendrik Goldberg, who is the managing partner of Goldberg. So let's get a big round of applause for them. We're really curious to hear what they have to say. Give it up! Applause!
Welcome to our last panel, and hopefully one of the most interesting. I think the topic is very special, and I'm going to turn into German now. Wir wollen heute darüber sprechen, wie Familienunternehmen durch diese digitale Transformation sicher navigieren, und ich würde ganz gerne mit einer Bestandsaufnahme anfangen. Zurzeit kursiert eine Umfrage der WHU, die attestiert gerade Familienunternehmen sehr viel Nachholbedarf bei künstlicher Intelligenz, Blockchain und allen anderen Technologien. Wenn Sie 3 auf Ihr Unternehmen blicken und sich einstufen auf einer Skala von 1 bis 5, 1 ist kein Nachholbedarf, 5 ist sehr viel Nachholbedarf, wo stehen Sie denn ungefähr, Herr Zinkern?
Also es gibt immer etwas, was man besser machen kann, deswegen würde ich nie sagen Top-Note, aber 1 drunter mindestens. Ich teile die Auffassung nicht, dass Familienunternehmer hier wesentlich hinterherhängen. Natürlich hängt es ein bisschen von der Branche ab. Ich glaube, dass zum Beispiel unser Haus Vorreiter in vielen Punkten war bei der Digitalisierung. Wir sind sehr weit vorne im Bereich Smart Home. Wir sind sehr weit vorne im Bereich Industrie 4.0. Wir arbeiten ständig an weiteren Themen. Wir haben eine New Growth Factory für neue Themen gegründet und. Also ich glaube nicht, und das kann man für viele Unternehmen sagen, dass wir da hinterherhinken.
Also 1 bis 2 Punkte oder wo stehen Sie?
Nein, eine Note unter Top, weil ein Ostwestfale ist nie so zufrieden, dass er sich nach ganz oben setzt.
Okay, das ist vielleicht der Unterschied zum Silicon Valley, die hätten sich auch so auf Maximalzahl eingestuft. Wie sieht es denn bei Ihnen im Unternehmen aus?
Ja, also grundsätzlich unterstütze ich das auch, was Herr Zinkern gesagt hat. Bedeutet, dass wir als Familienunternehmen wirklich auch, was Thema Digitalisierung sind, nicht wirklich so weit hinterherhinken, wie das oftmals in der Öffentlichkeit propagiert wird, sondern wir haben eigentlich eher ein Umsetzungsproblem von Seiten der Politik. Aber wenn ich unser Unternehmen einkategorieren sollte, würde ich sagen, wir sind eigentlich, was die Produktion angeht, innerhalb des Unternehmens wirklich vorne mit dabei, und da würde ich uns so eine 4 würde ich uns schon geben. Ja.
Okay. Bei Ihnen, Herr Goldbeck?
Ja, wir haben uns vor ein paar Jahren dazu entschieden, dass wir uns explizit von diesem doch recht dinosauresken Wort des Bauunternehmens abkehren und versuchen, uns als Technologieunternehmen zu verstehen. Das sagt sich recht einfach, ist allerdings in unserer Branche recht schwierig, weil viele Themen miteinander verzahnt werden. Wenn man sich heutzutage anschaut, Sie kennen das alle, wenn heutzutage jede dritte Videokonferenz schon nicht funktioniert, weil irgendjemand das Problem vor oder hinter dem Rechner das Bild stört, dann ist es schwierig, so einen kompletten Bauprozess zu digitalisieren. Gleichwohl, ich glaube, dass wir jetzt hier als Familienunternehmen eine hervorragende Startbasis dafür haben, Technologien voranzutreiben. Denn wir haben natürlich diese Beherztheit des Entscheidens. Bei dieser Eigentümerstruktur, die selber mit im Management sitzt, kann man natürlich schneller und beherzter Themen angehen.
Woher kommt oder rührt dieses schlechte Image oder warum hinken trotzdem andere so sehr hinterher? Eigentlich sind ja gerade Mittelständler aus Deutschland, Familienunternehmen ziemlich disruptionserprobt. Die letzten 3 Jahrzehnte hieß die Disruption Globalisierung und da sind die meisten ja so sehr gestärkt als Premium-Hersteller hervorgegangen. Warum hapert das so ein bisschen mehr mit der Digitalisierung, Herr Zinkern? Weil man da nichts anfassen kann oder wo ist das Problem?
Ja, also A, kenne ich diese Studie nicht, B, kann ich das überhaupt nicht nachvollziehen. Vielleicht liegt es ein bisschen daran, dass viele Familienunternehmen in Deutschland, sagen wir mal, noch in sehr Old Economy unterwegs sind. Aber auch da, und Henrik Goldbeck hat es gesagt, tut sich unglaublich viel und deswegen kann ich das Ergebnis dieser Studie nicht nachvollziehen und auch nicht bestätigen. Okay. Und das hat nichts mit der Größe des Unternehmens zu tun.
Ja, also dem würde ich zustimmen. Also wir als Familienunternehmen sind wirklich auch vorne mit dabei. Das Thema Digitalisierung ist angekommen, wir sind auch in der Umsetzung, aber wie gerade vorhin schon erwähnt, wir brauchen auch in Deutschland die passenden Rahmenbedingungen. Wir brauchen das Umfeld auch, weil wenn ich mit Familienunternehmen spreche und viele sitzen ja im ländlichen Raum und die haben nicht mal einen ordentlichen Netzzugang, dann frage ich mich, was da eigentlich schief läuft. Also ich sage immer, wir müssen da wirklich den Digital-Turbo zünden, auch in Deutschland, damit wir überhaupt die Struktur haben, die Infrastruktur, dass jedes Familienunternehmen auch sich digitalisieren kann.
Ich würde da ein kleines bisschen Wasser in den Wein insofern schütten wollen, als dass wir natürlich in Deutschland so ein bisschen das Problem haben, unsere Stärke der Vergangenheit ist Vorsicht und Tiefgründigkeit auf dem Ingenieurlevel etwas genau zu durchdenken. Und der deutsche Ingenieur, der ist in dem ganzen Bereich des Digitalen, wo das MVP-Thema auf die Schnelligkeit ankommt, ich will nicht sagen verloren, aber der hat mal per se erstmal gewisse Berührpunkte oder Berührängste damit, Themen ganz schnell zu machen. Wir sehen das, wie Tesla jetzt an das Projekt in Berlin rangeht. Die sagen, sie wollen schnell eine Autofabrik bauen. Und die ganzen deutschen beteiligten Ingenieure hören Autofabrik. Aber Tesla sagt eigentlich schnell. Und das ist ein Unterschied, da müssen wir uns dran gewöhnen. Ich glaube, gleichwohl sind die, ich sag mal, digitalen Lösungen, die von dem deutschen Know-how auf Produktseite beflügelt sind, am Ende die besseren. Aber wir müssen das Thema verheiraten.
Ja, das kann ich nachvollziehen.
Schnelligkeit ist ein Thema, ein anderes Thema ist natürlich die Finanzierung. Da wurde heute schon sehr viel hier auf der Bühne gesprochen. Herr Goldbeck, Ihr Konkurrent kommt, obwohl Sie nicht in der Plattformökonomie tätig sind, sondern im Bauwesen, kommt trotzdem aus dem Silicon Valley, aus Menlo Park und die heißen Katerra. Und die hatten, glaube ich, 2018 von Softbank, dem größten VC-Fonds der Welt, eine Kapitalrunde eingesammelt in Höhe von, ich glaube, 875 Millionen US-Dollar. Können Sie sich noch erinnern, was Sie damals gedacht haben, als Sie diese Summe gehört haben?
Viele Nullen, ja. Also ich habe irgendwie Series D 1,2 Milliarden aggregiert. So, das ist eine Situation, wo man als erstes mal japst, ne, wo man sagt, was passiert denn da jetzt? Vor einem halben Jahr hatte ich keine Angst. Wir waren in Phoenix, haben uns das angeguckt. Das war eine bessere Schreinerei, was sie da hingestellt haben und sehr gehypt. So, jetzt waren wir aber vor 2, 3 Wochen Leute wieder da und die haben Phoenix platt gemacht und in Tracy in Kalifornien eine neue Fabrik hingestellt, komplett mit Robotern versehen. Und da muss ich sagen, da kriege ich langsam Angst, weil wenn Geld gar keine Rolle spielt und ich tue einfach mal und so 100 Millionen mal so investieren, dann entspricht das nicht unserem Grundverständnis von vorsichtigem, unternehmerisch sinnvollen Investieren. Es ist aber natürlich machtvoll. Das heißt, irgendwas wird dadurch passieren und wir müssen unsere Antworten da finden.
Herr Zinkern, was wäre denn da so eine Antwort? Ich habe von Ihnen gelernt, dass bei Miele, bevor eine Investition in die Zukunft getätigt wird, die muss immer Eigenkapital finanziert sein. Wie können Sie sich in so einem Umfeld dann sozusagen Lösungen finden und wehren?
Ich denke, wir schauen uns einfach ein breites Umfeld an und wir suchen Themen, die in irgendeiner Form mit uns zusammenhängen in die wir dann hineingehen können und in die wir mit Kapital hineingehen, in die wir auch mit begleitender Manpower unter Umständen hineingehen. Die können sich verselbstständigen, die können an uns andocken, da gibt es ganz verschiedene Beispiele. Wichtig ist, dass wir einen Sinn in dem Geschäftsmodell sehen und dass dieses Geschäftsmodell uns in irgendeiner Form ergänzt.
Können Sie dann ein konkretes Beispiel nennen aus der Praxis? Das ist ja das große Thema hier auf der Hinterland schon seit 3 Jahren. Also was können die beiden Welten voneinander lernen?
Also wir haben eine ganze Menge an Beteiligungen, wir haben eine ganze Menge an Gründungen. Wir könnten, sagen wir mal, als eigenes Beispiel M-Chef nehmen. Das ist eine Unternehmung, die Spitzengastronomie nach Hause bringt in Verbindung mit unserem Dialoggara. Eine Gründung von uns selbst, aber etwas, was wir nicht selbst betreiben. Wir haben aber auch Gründungen wie Loadbee mit begleitet, hier vertreten. Ein fantastisches Unternehmen, was unseren Content ins Netz stellt und hier uns auch zwingt, uns darauf einzustellen, sehr viel schneller zu werden, in dem, wie wir mit dem Content umgehen. Also ein tolles Unternehmen. Oder wir haben auch eine Beteiligung an einem Unternehmen, welches den Service erheblich vereinfachen wird, nämlich der Kunde ruft quasi auf einer Plattform an und da werden eine ganze Menge an Fragen schon vorab beantwortet. Also es gibt ganz breite Themen, die wir hier abdecken.
Frau Röser, Ihr Unternehmen ist ja vergleichsweise kleiner. Sie beschäftigen, glaube ich, 50 Mitarbeiter. Haben Sie besondere Tools, Methoden, was auch immer entdeckt, die Ihrem Unternehmen weiterhelfen, sich in diesen neuen Zeiten sicher durchzunavigieren?
Also grundsätzlich habe ich das große Glück, dass mein Vater eigentlich immer ein Auge und Ohr offen hatte und sich auch sehr früh schon in der ganzen Start-up-Welt getummelt hat. Also wirklich geschaut hat, was tut sich in unserer Branche, wo sollten wir stärker reingehen und diese Zusammenarbeit mit Startups und die Synergien auch wirklich aktiv genutzt hat. Was dazu geführt hat, dass wir wirklich im Bereich, wir produzieren ja Stahlbetonrohre, Betonfertigteile, sehr früh auch unsere komplette Produktion und die Vernetzung innerhalb von Produktion und Büro wirklich auf einen der neuesten Standards gebracht haben. Und ich glaube auch immer zum Thema Digitalisierung ist es unglaublich wichtig, auch die Mitarbeiter mitzunehmen, eine transparente Kommunikation, die Ängste zu nehmen, also wirklich auch transparent darüber zu sprechen, warum automatisiere ich zum Beispiel bestimmte Prozesse, warum gestalte ich sie jetzt anders, warum digitalisiere ich Dinge innerhalb des Unternehmens. Und um da einfach die Mitarbeiter mitzunehmen, ist Kommunikation ein ganz wichtiger Bestandteil, um auch diesen Mindset und die Kultur innerhalb des Unternehmens gemeinsam zu leben.
Wie machen Sie das konkret? Haben Sie dann Beispiele, also wo Sie ein neues Projekt vielleicht auferlegt haben und wo Sie gemerkt haben, Sie müssen anders kommunizieren, als Sie vielleicht als Unternehmen das gewohnt sind, vielleicht auch gar nicht nur nach innen, sondern vielleicht auch nach außen in die Welt?
Ja, also dass man direkter und öfter mit den Mitarbeitern wirklich kommuniziert, öfter Sitzungen einberuft und ganz direkt zwischen Führungskraft und Mitarbeiter, die das Ganze ausführen, da wirklich Wert drauf legt.
Haben Sie auch solche Erfahrungen gemacht, Herr Goldberg?
Das ist gerade akustisch nicht
angekommen. Haben Sie auch solche Erfahrungen gemacht?
Die Frage davor ist bei mir akustisch nicht angekommen.
Genau. Welche Tools oder welche Methoden, was haben Sie für sich im Unternehmen entdeckt, was Ihnen hilft, gerade durch diesen digitalen Wandel sicher zu navigieren?
Ja gut, ich meine, das Standardthema Kommunikation ist sicherlich grüner Haken dran. Also für uns ist es wichtig, dass wir sagen, wenn wir ich sag mal, digitale Veränderungen in den Prozessen haben, dass wir irgendwo eine Art von Best Practice finden. Also diesen berühmten Friendly User, wir haben 70 Einheiten, die am Markt tätig sind. Wenn ich eine finde, die sagen, das ist eine klasse Sache und es hilft mir, dann kann ich sozusagen das viral intern verbreiten lassen. Und das hilft am besten, wenn es echte Leute an der echten Basis für gut befinden. Und das versuchen wir entsprechend da zu identifizieren, wer hat da Lust drauf, da mitzuziehen. Und dann kann man es entsprechend tu Gutes und Rede darüber im Unternehmen verbreiten.
Ich habe jetzt, was ich gesagt habe, waren natürlich neue Themenfelder wie das E-Bot oder solche Dinge. Das ersetzt selbstverständlich nicht das digitale Denken im Unternehmen. Also sprich, alles, was mit Smart Home, was mit Apps zu tun hat und. Oder auch mit Industrie 4.0. Das läuft selbstverständlich weiter. Ich habe diese Frage so verstanden, was machen wir darüber hinaus?
Genau, das ist ja eine Mischung aus allem. Es ist zum einen die Kooperation mit Startups, sich da das Mindset zu holen, vielleicht auch die innovativen Ideen und zum anderen natürlich die Kommunikation mit den Mitarbeitern, die da sind, weil ich glaube, das ist ja sehr frustrierend, wenn man den eigenen Mitarbeitern sagt, für Innovation holen wir uns nur die Expertise von außen und ihr macht das Kerngeschäft. Das kann ja, glaube ich, auch mal nach hinten losgehen.
Genau.
Okay. Apropos nach hinten losgehen, eine der größten Themen überhaupt, die wir ja in der deutschen Wirtschaft derzeit haben, ist der Fachkräftemangel. Wie gehen Sie denn gerade in der Konkurrenz mit, sagen wir, Tech-Unternehmen aus dem Silicon Valley da um? Herr Zinkern, was tun Sie beispielsweise, dass Softwareentwickler zu Ihnen kommen und nicht zu Amazon nach Berlin oder nach München gehen?
Also zunächst mal das Thema Fachkräftemangel kann ich im Augenblick so nicht bestätigen, weil wir ja eine hervorragende Ausbildung bei uns im Hause betreiben und daher durchaus auch sehr viel Nachwuchs im eigenen Hause ziehen. Selbstverständlich gibt es spezielle Ausbildung, spezielle Kräfte, auch im Bereich der digitalen Medien und so weiter. Da suchen wir und da müssen wir auch suchen. Da haben wir jetzt zum Beispiel ein Digital Hub in Amsterdam gegründet, weil es dort leichter ist, die entsprechenden Fachkräfte oder die entsprechende Community zu finden. Aber das heißt nicht, dass Ostwestfalen nicht in der Lage ist, und das sieht man hier heute, auch entsprechendes Potenzial zu bieten. Wir haben eine entsprechende Anzahl an Universitäten, wir haben eine entsprechende Anzahl an hochinteressierten Leuten, hier jungen Leuten. Und ich meine, Hinterland of Things ist ein wunderbares Beispiel dafür, was Ostwestfalen alles hergibt. Also mache ich mir da nicht die allergrößten Sorgen.
Okay. Frau Röser, Sie sind ja so wie ich so ein bisschen eingeschlichen hier. Sie sind nicht aus der Region, Sie kommen aus Baden-Württemberg, aus einem Dorf in der Nähe von Stuttgart. Haben Sie Probleme mit dem Fachkräftemangel und wenn ja, wie umgehen Sie die oder welche Lösungen haben Sie da gefunden?
Ja, also grundsätzlich das Thema Fach- und Arbeitskräftemangel, würde ich sagen. Also wir suchen natürlich auch wirklich klassisch Lkw-Fahrer oder Leute, die einfach die Schippe in die Hand nehmen. Wir sind ja auch aus dem Tiefbau tätig und wirklich, wenn man sich die Familienunternehmen in Deutschland anschaut, ist es wirklich bei über 70%, dass sie über einen Arbeits- und Fachkräftemangel sprechen und dass es wirklich tatsächlich da ist. Und ich glaube, was wirklich wichtig ist für uns als Familienunternehmen, ist, mehr nach draußen zu gehen. Also gerade so auch die Familienunternehmen sind ja eher dafür bekannt, dass sie schaffen und arbeiten und gucken, dass das Unternehmen gut läuft, haben aber in den letzten Jahren nicht wirklich stark nach außen kommuniziert. Und ich glaube, wir müssen da auch selber lernen, stärker nach außen zu gehen, unsere Marke zu positionieren. Eine Marke wie Miele kennt man, aber es gibt sehr viele Hidden Champions und viele Familienunternehmen in Deutschland, die man mit der Marke und dem Namen so gar nicht kennt. Und ich glaube, wir müssen selber lernen, da stärker nach außen zu gehen, um auch junge Talente, Fach- und Arbeitskräfte zu gewinnen.
Vielleicht eine Ergänzung dazu gehört auch, dass man bereit ist, sich im Unternehmen zu verändern. Das heißt zum Beispiel, die Unternehmenssprache unter Umständen in Englisch zu verändern. Wir haben mehr und mehr Mitarbeiter, die aus dem Ausland zu uns kommen und dann muss in den entsprechenden Arbeitskreisen, Gremien und so weiter Englisch gesprochen werden. Und dann werden automatisch alle Charts auch Englisch. Das bedeutet aber einen Veränderungsprozess, wo man alle Mitarbeiter mitnehmen muss.
Absolut.
Ja. Entschuldigung, ich habe ein Problem mit meiner Stimme. Haben Sie denn eine besondere Methode gefunden, wie Sie tatsächlich den Fachkräftemangel umgehen in Ihrer Branche, die ja auch hart umkämpft ist im Moment, in der Baubranche?
Gut, ein Vorteil bei uns ist eben auch diese hemmungslose Dezentralität und Regionalität. Das heißt, wir können nicht nur in Bielefeld sourcen, sondern im Grunde genommen an den vielen Orten in Europa. Das hilft. Auf der anderen Seite haben wir vor ein paar Jahren ein Hochschulbetreuungsprogramm aufgesetzt. Das heißt, wir haben 70 Lehrstühle, die wir ganz konsequent befeuern mit Vorträgen, mit Fallstudien, mit Baustellenbesichtigungen etc. Und wichtig war für uns hier, dass wir sagen, wir betreuen nicht eine Hochschule, sondern wir betreuen jeweils eine Person an einem Lehrstuhl. Weil nur Menschen können ein Unternehmen auch propagieren und ein Unternehmen toll finden. Fan von einem Unternehmen werden. Wenn das der Assistent oder der Professor ist, dann wird er immer mal wieder auch das Unternehmen erwähnen und das wird ins Unterbewusstsein der Studenten sickern und irgendwann sind sie vielleicht dann da zum Vorstellungsgespräch. Und dann muss man natürlich idealerweise mal immer wieder so einen Haken schlagen. Also wir haben letztes Jahr zum Beispiel unsere kleine Dependance in Menlo Park, also im Valley da aufgebaut und natürlich entsprechend auf den Kanälen Social Media und so weiter auch darüber gesprochen, dass wir da R&D-Aktivitäten haben, dass wir mit Stanford kooperieren. Das wiederum hilft bei einigen, gerade im Tech-Bereich, die ja sehr begehrt sind, Ingenieure und Tech gleichzeitig, die sagen, das ist eine coole Firma, die machen mal ein bisschen was anders. Und solche Themen, die ziehen dann Aufmerksamkeit und das merkt man auch tatsächlich dann in Resonanzen auf Stellenausschreibungen.
Frau Röser, das sind ja schon die Menschen, die dann in den Arbeitsmarkt kommen. Wie sieht es denn eine Stufe darunter aus? Haben Sie das Gefühl, dass wir in Deutschland beim Thema Bildung auf dem richtigen Weg sind, wenn es darum geht, die Arbeitskräfte und die Talente von morgen auszubilden?
Leider nein. Also da müssen wir unbedingt ran. Wir müssen unser Bildungssystem modernisieren. Das heißt, wir müssen natürlich auch schauen, dass wir die Arbeits- und Fachkräfte für morgen ausbilden. Und da müssen wir in den Schulen anfangen. Und das heißt, wir müssen auch in den Schulen viel eher lehren, dass zum Beispiel Flexibilität und Anpassungsfähigkeit, Resilienz, weil in einer digitalen Welt geht alles viel schneller und wir müssen auch die jungen Menschen darauf vorbereiten. Genauso, dass man zum Beispiel Informatik anbieten sollte. Nicht jeder junge Mensch muss programmieren lernen, um Gottes Willen, aber zumindest das Angebot zu machen. Und da müssen wir unbedingt im Bildungssystem ansetzen, weil momentan sind es wirklich zwei Realitäten. Also wir bilden junge Menschen in unserem Kreidetafelzeitalter wirklich aus und bringen sie dann in eine total digitalisierte, globale, internationale Welt und es passt nicht zusammen. Und da müssen wir unbedingt ran und müssen am Bildungssystem etwas ändern.
Was schlagen Sie denn konkret vor? Haben Sie ein Vorbild? Wie könnte es besser gehen? Finnland beispielsweise?
Ja, Finnland ist ein gutes Beispiel. Also in Finnland ist alles, was in der Schule passiert, digitalisiert. Das heißt, jeder Schüler hat seinen Laptop, die Lehrpläne und Stundenpläne sind auch für die Eltern einsehbar. Was gibt es für Hausaufgaben? Man lernt wirklich auch ein eigenes Unternehmen zu gründen, also auch Unternehmertum. Diese Option auch bei jungen Menschen schon zu setzen, Mensch, wenn du eine tolle Idee hast und wenn du einen Traum und eine Vision hast, dann kannst du später auch mal Unternehmer werden. Und das fehlt bei uns in Deutschland in den Schulen.
Herr Zinkern, wie empfinden Sie denn die Stimmung derzeit im Land gegenüber dem Unternehmertum?
Die Stimmung? Ich finde die hervorragend, weil ich glaube, dass auch der Letzte mittlerweile begriffen hat, dass das ein ausgesprochen spannendes Unternehmensfeld ist, dass es spannend ist, hier wenn man gute Ideen hat, sich hier einzubringen. Also ich finde das ganz fantastisch. Außerdem sollte man keine Angst vor Neuem haben. Angst ist immer ein schlechter Berater. Natürlich gibt es Menschen, die das Gefühl haben, dass sie hier nicht richtig mitgenommen sind, dass sie es nicht verstehen. Das ist aber auch in Ordnung, das ist auch eine Generationsfrage. Aber ich habe großen Respekt vor den jungen Menschen, die mit 20 und 30, siehe hier Hinterland of Things, sich mit tollen Ideen selbstständig machen. Gleich in welchem Feld auch immer.
Sie sprechen gerade die junge, die neue, die nachwachsende Generation an. Da findet ja gerade ein sehr großer Wertewandel statt. Viel wird davon gesprochen, dass es nicht nur um eine geglückte Karriere geht, wie bei den früheren Generationen, sondern um ein geglücktes Leben. Ist das eine Chance oder eine Gefahr für Familienunternehmen und für das Unternehmertum an sich?
Also,
Herr Goldbeck.
Ich finde es als erstes mal schon, es ist ein Zeichen von Versäumnissen eines Unternehmens, wenn der Mitarbeiter an der Stelle diese Riesendiskrepanz erstmal aufbaut zwischen Arbeit und Leben. Ja? Weil dann ist das Arbeit so wenig lebenswert, die Arbeit so wenig lebenswert, dass ich sie als Belastung empfinde. Und die erste Challenge wäre zu sagen, ich schaffe ein Umfeld, wo ich mich als Mitarbeiter frei entfalten kann, unternehmerisch wirken kann, wo ich Bock auf meine Mitarbeiter, auf meine Vorgesetzten habe. Und dann ist das Thema vielleicht nicht mehr so relevant. Was klar ist, ist, dass wir natürlich dauerhaft nicht in so einer Wasch-mich-mach-mich-nicht-nach-Situation leben können. Also sagen, ich würde gerne Führungskraft sein, direkt nach dem Studium und das Ganze auf 4 Stunden Arbeit pro Tag, das wird so nicht funktionieren. Das ist aber auch so ein bisschen Wohlstandssättigung nach eben 70, 80 Jahren Wohlstand. Da sind andere Länder wesentlich hungriger und schneller, also Beispiel China etc. Das können wir uns eine Zeit lang so leisten, aber zu sagen, ich habe eigentlich Lust auf Wohlstand, aber möchte dafür nichts tun, das funktioniert natürlich nicht.
Frau Röser, Sie engagieren sich ja auch dafür, dass ältere Menschen in den Arbeitsmarkt kommen. Warum tun Sie das und was hat das auch mit der jungen Generation zu tun?
Ja, also wir befinden uns ja in einem demografischen Wandel und wir haben immer weniger junge Leute, die nachkommen. Das heißt, für uns als Unternehmen, dass wir auch schauen müssen, dass wir ältere Generationen, auch Mitarbeiter 55 plus länger im Unternehmen halten. Und der Bedarf ist ja auch da. Also das heißt, wir haben auch von den jungen Unternehmern eine Befragung gemacht unter Rentnerinnen und Rentnern und haben gefragt, Mensch, würdet ihr eigentlich gerne wieder arbeiten? Und jeder 4. Rentner hat gesagt, ja, ich habe Expertise, ich habe Lebenserfahrung, ich habe Zeit und Lust. Und warum diese Menschen nicht weiter beschäftigen und projektbasiert zum Beispiel einbinden ins Unternehmen? Weil wir brauchen diese Leute, wir brauchen diese Fachkräfte bei uns in den Unternehmen, weil in Zukunft wird dieser War for Talents immer größer und wir müssen gucken, dass wir alle Generationen bei uns in den Unternehmen halten, bestenfalls.
Alle Generationen im Unternehmen halten. Herr Zinkern, sind Sie der Meinung, dass Familienunternehmen, die ja oft auch noch den Namen in dem Firmennamen tragen, dass sie eine besondere Verantwortung haben, sagen wir auch im Vergleich zu einem DAX-Konzern?
Wissen Sie, Unternehmen sind Unternehmen, ob DAX oder Familienunternehmen. Ich glaube aber, dass Familienunternehmen in sich ein besonderes Gen tragen und das heißt Familie und das heißt automatisch langfristiger Denken. Das heißt automatisch den Wunsch, immer dieses Unternehmen eine Generation weiterzutragen. Und wenn das so ist, dann hat man natürlich auch den Wunsch, die Erfahrung weiterzutragen und damit auch einen entsprechenden Umgang mit den Mitarbeitern. Das heißt, man tut sich als Familienunternehmer auch mit personellen Entscheidungen vielleicht etwas schwerer, als man es in einem DAX-Unternehmen oder einem Konzern tut, weil man dort ständig mit Reorganisationen befasst ist, was ein Familienunternehmen nicht unbedingt ist. Ein Familienunternehmen hat vielleicht das größere Beharrungsvermögen, was aber nicht heißt, dass sie deswegen automatisch langsam oder schlechter sind, sondern sie tun sich nur mit Veränderungen im personellen Bereich manchmal etwas schwerer.
Herr Goldberg, in Ihrer Branche wird ja auch sehr, sehr viel automatisiert im Moment. Wie gehen Sie denn mit dem Thema um? Also angenommen, es gäbe Roboter, die Sie in dem Bau einsetzen können und Sie könnten dadurch Ihre Rendite massiv steigern. Würden Sie dann Ja zur Automatisierung sagen und dann Arbeitsplätze dafür
Ich glaube, diese Frage wird sich über die nächsten Dekaden nicht stellen, weil auf der einen Seite dieser berühmte grüne Knopf, wo dann automatisch geplant und gebaut wird, so ein 3D-Portaldrucker und der das ganze Gebäude inklusive Glasscheiben, Teppich, Wandfarbe und der funktionierenden Miele-Mikrowelle oder Waschmaschine da entsprechend dann druckt, das passiert so nicht. Das heißt, wir werden sukzessive natürlich Einzug von weiteren Algorithmen, Robotik, Automaten jedweder Form haben, aber wir brauchen die Leute dann wieder an anderen Stellen. Das heißt, an einer Stelle verändert sich ein Job und der Bedarf an Arbeitskräften wird dadurch nicht geringer. Wir müssen natürlich immer dafür sorgen, dass wir die Qualifikation hochhalten und die Flexibilität im Kopf und im Herzen von unseren Mitarbeitern und von unserem Unternehmen als Ganzes. So, das ist die Herausforderung.
Dem kann man 100% zustimmen.
Ja.
Das ist so.
Nichtsdestotrotz sind wir doch immer sehr, sehr angstgetrieben und führen immer diese Diskussionen. Welche Rolle können auch Unternehmen einnehmen, um den Menschen da draußen die Angst eben zu nehmen, dass sie durch die Automatisierung ihre Arbeitsplätze verlieren werden? Frau Rösner.
Das ist das Thema, was ich vorhin angesprochen habe, transparente Kommunikation. Und wir müssen auch in Deutschland insgesamt, nicht nur in den Unternehmen, in Deutschland auch die Gesellschaft, die Digitalisierung als Chance erkennen. Und wir schüren viel zu viel Ängste, auch von Seiten der Politik. Wie Herr Goldberg schon gesagt hat, wir werden die Menschen auch in Zukunft brauchen, nur an anderer Stelle. Die Berufsbilder ändern sich. Aber wir reden ja vom Thema Fachkräftemangel. Und auch wenn ich Prozesse automatisiere, dann brauche ich die Mitarbeiter nicht mehr, also beispielsweise bei uns, wo in den letzten Jahrzehnten starke körperlich belastende Arbeit war in der Produktion. Heute konnten wir die Mitarbeiter durch die Digitalisierung entlasten. Sie sind aber trotzdem noch bei uns beschäftigt und sind jetzt Maschinenführer und kümmern sich, damit die Maschinen gut miteinander arbeiten. Also die Berufsbilder ändern sich.
Sie sind alle drei immer wieder auf das Thema Politik zu sprechen zu kommen, dass die Rahmenbedingungen nicht die idealsten sind in Deutschland. Nun ist ja in der Politik sehr viel im Umbruch gerade. Herr Zinkern, wenn Sie sich morgen eine neue Bundesregierung backen könnten, was wären denn Ihre 3 Wünsche an Sie, was geschehen muss in Deutschland, damit es vorangeht, auch digital?
Ich glaube, Thema 1, was auch allgemein diskutiert wird, ist die digitale Infrastruktur in Deutschland und überhaupt die Verkehrsinfrastruktur on top. Thema 2 ist sicherlich das Thema Steuergerechtigkeit, und zwar im positiven Sinne. Hier gibt es starke Abweichungen zwischen Handelsbilanz und Steuerbilanz, die für die Unternehmen, insbesondere für Familienunternehmen auch, sehr belastend sind, weil sie Dinge in der Steuerbilanz nicht anerkannt bekommen, zum Beispiel Rücklagen für Renten, die sie in der Handelsbilanz aber haben. Das ist Thema Nummer 2. Und Thema Nummer 3 ist tatsächlich, dass, wie meine Nachbarin gesagt hat, wir von der Politik nicht nur immer Ängste serviert bekommen, sondern Lösungen.
Ein großes Thema hier auf der Bühne war ja auch, dass Aktienpakete an Mitarbeiter bezahlt werden könnten. Da setzt sich jetzt der Start-up-Verband sehr stark für ein. Frau Rösner, ist das auch ein Modell für Familienunternehmen, für familiengeführte Unternehmen?
Aktien, das ist leider
Mitarbeiterbeteiligung.
Ja, Mitarbeiterbeteiligung ist ein Thema seit, glaube 1984 bei uns. Also es ist faktisch jetzt firmenbilanzpolitisch viel zu teures Equity, aber es hat natürlich einen Wert in sich. Also da gibt es Modelle, wo man letztendlich dann bei uns pro Jahr 1.200 € steuerlich begünstigt als Mitarbeiter investieren kann und dann hat man, solange es dem Unternehmen gut geht, eine hocherfreuliche Verzinsung. Natürlich, wenn wir Konkurs anmelden müssten, wäre das Geld auch weg, aber ansonsten ist es halt eben einfach nur extrem solide. Das wird von vielen auch genutzt. Ich glaube, dass das auch eine opportune Form ist, im Unternehmen so ein bisschen mehr Beteiligung zu fördern, ist aber eines von vielen Instrumenten. Also so als Allheilmittel würde ich es jetzt auch nicht ausschreiben.
Okay. Wir haben über Instrumente gespielt, wir haben über die Politik geredet. Ich glaube, der disruptivste Moment für ein Familienunternehmen ist immer noch an dem Moment, wenn die Nachfolge geregelt werden muss. Bei Ihnen scheint das ja sehr gut geglückt zu sein. Herr Goldberg, in der Familie haben Sie dafür eine App benutzt, die dann algorithmisch berechnet hat, wer was macht, oder wie ist Ihnen das gelungen?
Ich glaube, am Ende liegt es an den Menschen. Also mein Bruder ist auch hier, mit dem verstehe ich mich ganz hervorragend. Wir haben das Glück, dass wir sehr unterschiedlich sind. Das heißt, keiner nimmt dem anderen sozusagen die Butter vom Brot. Ganz, ganz wichtig ist im Nachfolgeprozess, dass von der Vorgängergeneration ein klares Commitment zum Ausstieg folgt und dass man dann auch die Pfoten weglässt und dass man wirklich dann der jüngeren Generation den Raum gibt, sich zu entwickeln und ein eigenes Profil aufzubauen und dass man wirklich als Vorgängergeneration ganz konkret jedweden Bypass, der von Mitarbeitern versucht wird, wieder auf den Vorgänger zurückzugreifen, abbiegt und dann läuft das gut. Also ich glaube, es ist auch hier wieder viel Kommunikation, Offenheit und es hilft, wenn man weiß, wo sind seine Stärken und seine Schwächen und das gegenseitig artikuliert, dann hat man eben auch nicht so eine Enttäuschungshaltung, sondern kann sich gemeinsam auf den Stärken gegenseitig unterstützen.
Frau Rösner, Sie sind ja auch designierte Nachfolgerin. Der Nachfolgeplan ist noch nicht ganz kommuniziert worden. Sie werden, wenn es denn dann soweit ist, die erste Frau an der Spitze sein und das in einer sehr männerdominierten Branche. Ich habe mal gelesen, in einem Interview haben Sie gesagt, dass solche Vielfalt sehr stark zur Wettbewerbsfähigkeit beiträgt. Warum? Also können Sie das konkret noch mal belegen?
Ich habe es gerade akustisch nicht verstanden.
Bitte?
Das letzte? Dass viel was dazu beiträgt? Ich habe es gerade akustisch nicht verstanden.
Dass Vielfalt in der Unternehmensführung die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit stärkt.
Absolut. Also wenn wir zum Thema Digitalisierung, Innovation sprechen, brauchen wir in Zukunft Vielfalt in den Unternehmen. Das heißt, Diversität und diverse Teams bedeutet Menschen und Mitarbeiter mit unterschiedlichen Hintergründen, die einfach auch eine andere Perspektive auf Dinge haben. Das heißt, eine Diversität zwischen Männern, Frauen, aber auch verschiedenen Sozialisationen, also wo ich herkomme. Und die unterschiedlichen Perspektiven werden in Zukunft auch über den Erfolg des Unternehmens entscheiden. Und deswegen sollte man da auch wirklich ein Auge drauf haben als Unternehmen.
Letzte Frage. Vielfalt, unterschiedliche Perspektiven. Wenn es möglich wäre, einen KI-Mitarbeiter oder ein KI-Vorstandsmitglied mit in die Unternehmensführung zu nehmen, würden Sie das tun, sagen wir mal in 10 Jahren, Herr Goldberg?
Stand heute wüsste ich nicht, was mir das bringen soll. Also ich kann eigentlich mit Menschen derzeit vermutlich noch ganz gut interagieren. Aber wenn irgendwo in der großen Kosmos der Möglichkeiten Firmen sagen, das ist der totale Hit, sind wir neugierig und weltoffen genug, was auszuprobieren.
Und Sie, Herr Zinkern?
Ich würde auch sagen, man soll auch als Old Economy nie sagen, auch wenn ich es mir im Augenblick nicht vorstellen kann, weil wir im Augenblick sehr gut aufgestellt sind. Aber man soll nie sagen und was in einer zukünftigen Generation ist, muss die dann entscheiden.
Das ist ein sehr gutes Schlusswort für die künftige Generation und ich bedanke mich recht herzlich für die Runde und ich entschuldige mich für meine Stimme, die mich leider etwas verlassen hat. Dankeschön.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that is our last panel for the day, but the day is not over yet. We're going to be giving away this amazing award. And before we do that, I want to know if, you know, kind of what you've been up to. So who here has met somebody new? Put your hands in the air. Okay, good. So we've been networking a little bit. And who here has met somebody that they find are interesting? And who here has met someone that can start a potential business relationship with? Good, you've been busy. I like it. And who here is definitely going to be back next year? Yes, I love it. I love it. Now, we are going to be giving away this beautiful award here in a second. And to present this award, we have two familiar faces. They're going to be up here on stage. You know them already. One of them is the founder of the Founders Foundation, the one and only Sebastian Borek. And the other one, he had a son right on this day last year during the Hinterland of things. His name is, of course, Christian Miele. He is the president of the German Startup Association and also a partner at eVentures. What the Rocket Mittelstand Award is, we will find out very soon. They're going to be telling us more about it. Please put your hands together for the one and only Christian and Sebastian! Ready to rock and roll, Christian?
I need, oh, great, it works.
Excellent.
The really good thing about this award is, I know it's over. It's a, hello?
It's a sad part, but it's...
No, it's not a sad part. It's sad that it's over.
Right, yeah.
But it's also, well, that we have a party later.
Right, we're going to have a lot of fun at the party.
And I'm a little bit scared about that, because last time we had the party here, and a few people came, and it's a big space. Now over 800 people applied, but we have only 400 people to let in, just to put some pressure on everyone. But don't run away, okay?
Shall I give you this award? You can tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, I think the name is quite interesting. We called it Rocket Mittelstand. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Rocket Internet. I think it's an impressive company builder that showed how very quickly you can put technologies and execute them around the world. But at the same time, Mittelstand stands for substance and a certain set of values. And I think the hybrid is what Rocket Mittelstand is all about. We had two winners already. The first year was Joseph Brunner from Relaya. He later sold the company for 300 million, so I think we didn't know at that time. He had an impressive story. Then last year we have been the winner was Daniel Kraus from Flixbus. I'm sure everyone knows that Flixbus is a great story out of Germany, going now to the US and so forth. It's a brilliant story out of Munich. And this year we had 3 nominees. Can I just, oh wait, I give it to Christian. We had 3 nominees. Our jury put together out of so many people, finalized 3 nominees. The first one is Laura from Korox, Laura Tönnes.
Can we get a round of applause for Laura?
Yeah, for Laura, yes. That's true. Everybody has made a great achievement, and especially Laura. What she does is quite interesting. I don't even know how do you call these cranes on big construction sets. She organized them with technology, artificial intelligence to make them more efficient. I think that's a brilliant idea. Definitely worth a Rocket Mittelstand nominee. Then we have Martin Klenk from Celonis. Celonis has become quite popular. They have been an exhibitor a year ago, and I didn't even know that company by that time. You just told me you saw them their Series A round. But they have become quite successful. They're not only a unicorn, they're now a paragon. The paragon is a unicorn that makes money. That's quite interesting. I think that's quite similar to Rocket Mittelstand.
Let's give a big round of applause to Martin.
And we nominated Ronnie Wiener. And he is the founder of Micropsy. And Micropsy teaches robots to do certain tasks. So he developed a technology that you can train a robot to do certain complicated tasks. And in fact, he's showing his robots in the exhibition area if you want to see what he can do. Quite impressive company as well. So big applause for Ronnie as well.
Big applause for Ronnie.
In here it is the winner of this year's Rocket Mittelstand Award. And I'm very thankful that Christian, as the president of the German Startup Association, will look and announce the winner. And I'm sure there's going to be... So I give it up to you. You can make it as exciting as you want.
Yeah, like I think that usually I should take some time to make this a very secretive process.
Hopefully you can read it.
Exciting.
So the winner is Martin from Celonis. Congratulations.
Martin, get up here, get up here. Run, run. Congratulations, Martin.
Super, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Für die I know.
Und sind auch zweimal München, einmal Berlin.
Yeah. We just realized most of the winners come from Munich, none out of Bielefeld yet, but it's an inspiration for us to follow up. But maybe Martin, you want to say a few things, whatever.
Yeah. Yes, so Sebastian and Christian, thank you a lot for this award, for the Rocket Mittelstand Award. Also, of course, thanks a lot to the jury and the community who supported us with this award, but more important, supported us across the whole 10 years since we have started working on Celonis and 9 years since the incorporation. So without that support, we wouldn't be here where we are today, and so that's also from the whole Celonis team and from my two co-founders, Alex and Basti. Thank you so much. Talking about the team, so this is also another great honor for the overall Celonis team, because again, we're 3 founders, but the company is now more than 800 people, and everybody contributes, and everybody brings this forward. So thanks a lot for everybody who really brought us here today, and thanks again to you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, I
So-
suggest that Christian, you grab a cold drink with our winner. Grab a drink with our winner, and then we'll close off. Does that sound good?
Yeah, but before we close off, we need to make sure that everyone understands there is a party.
Yes.
And where is it?
The party is at the Founders Foundation.
Exactly.
At the headquarters.
Exactly.
And I believe there's going to be buses outside that you'll be able to jump on. And it's going to be first come, first serve. Is that correct?
It has to be first come, first serve. 400 seats only available, not seats standing. And we're looking forward to really celebrate the great hinterland of things. But in order to make this happen, I mean, thank you, Justin, for your amazing support, being our master of ceremony. First of all, a big applause for Justin.
My pleasure.
And Celine, come on, where's Celine? And Celine, amazing what you guys did. Worked so hard. Good to have you here again. But listen, these are just the people, including me, who are in front of everything, but that's just the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. It was an amazing team who made this all happen, everything, people who put it all together. The Founders Foundation team that for 3 months focused on putting this together, they are all here Without them, it's not possible. It's an amazing team, and Hinterland shows what we are able to deliver as a mini startup. And give a big applause to this most amazing team, my co-founder Dominic, first of all, and everybody, please come up and let's celebrate. Come on. Yeah. Hey. Wow. You look good, guys. Wow. 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 So many people. I can't believe it. Hey, Vicky. Well, that's Yuzu. She organized it as a team lead. It's amazing. Hey.
And while we high five everyone, we should also thank our amazing partners. Without them,
and this guy put all the construction together. And thanks for the masterclass.
It's a big thank you to our partners.
Amazing.
Now, you should also know that next year we're going to do this again, aren't we?
Yeah.
Sebastian, what's going to be happening next year?
Next year, it's going to be 18th of February 2021. It's going to be an amazing program. It's going to be more international, maybe an extra day. And we invite you all to be back next year. Come, enjoy it, celebrate Hinterland. And we're looking forward to see all of you here. All
Excellent.
right.
Well, we are going to take some pictures. Enjoy yourself. I'll see you at the after party. The buses are leaving at 6:30. It's first come, first serve, so make sure you jump on the bus and hang out with us. Till next year. Bye-bye. Well done.